long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live yet another Moderator Monday. For this evening's topic, it's Free Ross. Is Ross Ulbricht? Is it Ulbricht? Ulbricht. Was Ross Ulbricht pardon justified? This has to do with the recent Trump pardoning of Ross's whole extravaganza, and these four fine folks are here to debate the matter. To my upper left, we have Nina, we have Ghosty, we have the Powder Dusty, and Grid One Motorsports. And for our opening statements, we're going to go ahead and start with Nina.
All right, so I feel like let's just start with basic. Who is Ross Ulbricht? Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous felon who was cynically pardoned by Donald Trump to win support from the libertarian/cryptocurrency community. He is described by Manhattan U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara as a drug dealer and criminal profiteer who's exploited people's addictions and contributing to the death of at least 6 young people. Ross Ulbricht, also known as Dread Pirate Roberts, created and operated the darknet marketplace called Silk Road, an online marketplace that facilitated the trade in narcotics and other illegal products and services such as fake IDs and hacking services. Sales were anonymous using Bitcoin. He was found guilty on February 5th, 2015 on all 7 counts. Count 1, distribution/aiding, speaking of heroin, distribution/aiding distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 2, distribution and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 3, conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 4, continuing criminal enterprise. This is the type of charge that is around mob-related crimes. Count 5, conspiracy to commit or aid and abet computer hacking. Count 6, conspiracy to traffic in fraudulent identity documents like fake IDs. Count 7, conspiracy to commit money laundering. He was sentenced to double life in prison plus 40 years without the possibility of parole. Ulbricht was also ordered to pay about $183 million in restitutions based on the total sales of illegal drugs and counterfeit IDs sold through the Silk Road. And if that's not enough, another dangerous detail of who Ross Ulbricht is that his messages from his DPR account, Dread Pirate Roberts account, that he was logged into when he was arrested. This message history is notable for his conversations with an undercover law enforcement agent, which he did not know was that at the time, and a separate third party where he had commissioned multiple 6 total hits on individuals, including his own employee, Curtis Green, and a vendor on the Silk Road who allegedly threatened him with releasing client information. Green was actually not killed, but Ross Ulbricht thought he was, since his death was staged by law enforcement to have it look as if that hit was carried out. Ross Ulbricht was indicted on the charge of attempted witness murder and use of interstate commerce facilitating in commission of murder for hire. However, they were dropped after his federal conviction. That being said, the possibility of Ulbricht might have commission hits was considered by the judge in sentencing Ulbricht to life and was a factor in the Second Circuit decision to uphold the sentence on his appeal. Some think that the sentence of 2 life sentences plus 40 years was excessive, which is a different topic of debate. However, it is notable to mention that Trump could have commuted his sentence, but instead chose to do a full blanket pardon. So instead of it commuting, he decided to just pardon him. I believe strongly that Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous person who has no regard for life if it interferes with his business. His pardon is a blatant attempt to win over libertarians with little cost to Trump's agenda. And it's another example of Donald Trump pardoning dangerous felons who have committed violence and sexual crimes, including to children and law enforcement.
Thank you. And Ghosty, to you.
Okay. So yeah, Ross Ulbricht is the creator of Silk Road. And Silk Road was an online black market, mostly known for selling drugs, but also sold access to hitmen, men for hire, purchase for hire, body parts, weapons, cyanide, and occasionally humans and child pee. Even though he did not allow that, things like that do slip through on these dark web websites. The website was responsible for $1.2 billion in sales of illegal goods and services, which the site initially took a 6.23% commission on every trade. He was a libertarian, so he believed in the legalization of drugs. And as a former drug addict, you know, this intrigues me, definitely, but for all the wrong reasons. And he created this anonymous black market because of his libertarian belief system. He saw it as freedom, which, by the way, drug addiction is the furthest thing from freedom. But nonetheless, he created this in the beginning of 2011. After the first year, the site is estimated to have made $500,000 in sales every week. And his goal was to be a billionaire by the time he reached 30, which he looks like he was on track to doing. When he first started the site, he didn't have product to sell. So he started growing mushrooms and started selling them. And if you want to talk about the legalization of drugs or how illegal they should we treat dealers different from users? Like, I'm all for that, like certain drugs decriminalized, blah, blah, blah. But Ross sold mushrooms on the site, but he also created different categories, including, sorry, where'd they go? Okay, cannabis, dissociatives, ecstasy, opioids, others, prescription, psychedelics, and stimulants. So although the first item sold on the site was mushrooms, he intended the site to be used for much more. One of his moderators messaged him one time, should we allow people to sell kidneys on the site? And he was like, he determined that it wasn't up to him to decide how users use the site, used his platform. But, you know, these sales were authorized and approved by him. So, and yeah, Trump pretty much just pardoned him, not out of principle, but just for libertarian votes. That was it. He likes freeing people, and I really can't think of much ways to excuse this guy, especially because his messages did include the assassination attempt of 6 people, including one of his close employees and friends. So we'll get into all that though.
Perfect, thank you. And Flow State, also known as Powder Dusty.
Yeah. So if we look at what Ross Ulbricht was convicted of and what he actually did, what he did was he made an online marketplace that uses cryptocurrency. So think eBay, except with crypto. Marketplaces aren't illegal. Crypto's not illegal. Everything is perfectly on board. Then he got held responsible for anything and everything that was alleged to happen on his site and got 2 double lifetime sentences with no possibility of parole. That's insane. First charge, aiding and abetting distribution of narcotics by means of the internet. For that, that's 10 years to life, and for that he got a life sentence without parole. However, the prosecution charged that Ross delivered these drugs. They convicted him as if he was delivering them, yet no evidence was presented at all to support that. They're holding him responsible for the things that happened on his platform. Never did they present anything that showed that he did it. So that's a massive. The application of justice here is way out of whack. If you could hold people responsible for every single thing that happens on their platform, then we need Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg arrested for what happens on Twitter and Facebook. Another charge, continuing a criminal enterprise. This charge was added by the prosecution when Ross chose to go to trial instead of taking a plea deal. That right there undermines the right to a fair and speedy trial. Conspiracy to aid and abet computer hacking. It was not alleged that Ross ever hacked any computers, but that others who had listed hacking software on his site for sale had done so. So he, again, being held responsible for other people's actions. Conspiracy to traffic in fraudulent IDs. Again, it was never alleged at all that he trafficked in fraudulent IDs, only that was a product sold on the platform by others. And finally, conspiracy to launder money. Again, it was not alleged that he did anything, only that counterfeit stuff was being sold on the platform that he produced. Everything that he was convicted of were the actions of other people. The assassination attempts have been referenced by both of them, and however, he was never charged with assassination attempts. So there's something the math doesn't math on this assassination attempt, and why he was never charged with that. But a judge would think to reference that in sentencing seems a little bit absurd to me. That's all.
Thank you. And Grid 1 to you. You're muted, Grid. That's okay.
I did mute myself. Stand by. Sarah, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Going to have a nice spirited debate tonight. I can tell already. This is going to be awesome. So a couple of things right out of the gate. Ross was accused of many things. None of them stuck. The only things they got him for was drug trafficking, which they never were able to actually prove, but he was convicted of it. We'll get to that in a minute. Computer hacking, as the Powder Dusty said, there's no evidence of that either. Not one shred of evidence that he ever hacked a computer anywhere on the planet. Money laundering. Money laundering is interesting because they were pissed that he was using Bitcoin, which they couldn't tax. More on that in just a second as well. So this is great. This is really great. The prosecution never proved that he trafficked anything. Not one thing. All he did was develop a website on the dark web specifically for people to exchange things in secrecy. And that annoys the government when you do that. It deprives them of all kinds of things like regulations and taxes. The government hates that. They really do. And so they were motivated to track this guy down, and they used an undercover agent to solicit him to move drugs, to traffic in drugs. Notice they never convicted him of that because he never did it. The agent was never actually able to get him to traffic drugs. They just had conversations about it. Now, and that agent was actually represented himself as a prolific mover, large amounts of drugs. That's NBC's words, not mine. Yeah, so that's what, at best, it allowed people to conduct business in secrecy, which the government hates. Now, sure, I'm sure some people abuse it, but every single day I see people hawking T-shirts on Facebook that their autistic kid all of a sudden knows how to do art, and please buy his shirt for $25, and you never get anything. So that's, if we're going to talk about scamming, let's just be a little more intellectually honest about it, shall we? And moving on, the judge biased the entire trial from the word go. Now, this is not unusual for that court. It's the exact same court that Trump was tried in federally, where the judge actually convicted him of a felony. Oh, how about that? And that was in Manhattan, by the way. Guys arrested in San Francisco, but they bring it to Manhattan. Why do you think that is? It's very interesting. They actually ended up trying the court. I believe they finished the case in D.C., but a change of venue 3 times is interesting in and of itself. They were literally just browbeating this poor young man into submission. But that's a guess on my part, but it seems to be a popular prosecutorial tactic. Now, the judge biased the court by literally saying in the court that Ulbricht had actually solicited 6 murder for hires, 6 incidences, no bodies, no accounting of any money changing hands from one person to another. By the way, that you need that for murder for hire. They do have a couple of conversations where he said, yeah, I wouldn't mind if this guy disappeared, but that is not soliciting murder for hire. I've personally said that I wouldn't mind if my teammate disappeared, and he knows that. And I'm not arrested as yet. Maybe after the show. Now, there is even more reason to be suspicious of this because the prosecutor's tactics in going for the maximum sentence is interesting in and of itself. But worse is that during the investigation, 2 federal officers, 2 of them, stole Bitcoin. And would you believe that those agents, Carl Force of the Drug Enforcement Administration and Sean Briggs of the Secret Service, betrayed the public trust and sought to profit from their official positions? Who would have thought? Government agents, crooked. Who would have thought that? It's absurd, I tell you. But anyway, upon conviction, they received 78 months and 71 months, respectively, and they actually stole stuff. They actually committed a federal crime in concordance to their duties as federal agents. Why did they not get a life sentence for this atrocity? One wonders. Anyway, again, I can't wait to dive into this. At best, they get him for tax evasion, for not paying taxes on the money that he made by secretly exchanging Bitcoin on the open market. However, he, as near as I can tell, he didn't actually cash in very much of it. He just held it. And holding on to millions of dollars is not a crime, as much as the United States government would want you to think so. It is not a crime to have money in your wallet that they don't know about. And with that, I'm going to cede my time and let's get into this. It's going to be great.
You didn't have any time left, Grid.
Oh, come on.
All right. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your opening statements. And as a kind reminder to the viewers and chatters, we will go into open panel at the end of this. They're going to have their debate, closing statements, read and respond to any super chats. Then we will open the floodgates to hell. All right. The floor is open.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you mind if I go first, sir?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. I have to be honest with you. I'm sorry. Who was the last person who just spoke? Motorsports? Is that
Yeah, I'm grid one. Grid one works.
Grid one?
Mhm.
GRED one? All right.
Mhm.
I noticed most of your position was just from like incredulousness, so I'm actually going to go and address.
Yeah, I'm sure you
other
did.
friend
You didn't
here.
actually research the
Yeah,
facts.
because
you just went by feelings.
well, the funny thing is you clearly didn't. So I want to actually go back to what our other friend here, Powder, Dusty, I think. You mentioned earlier about like your online marketplace, and one of the main. Feel free to repeat this, but you said that you didn't feel like a seller is at all liable for the things that are sold on their market. Do you still stand by that?
I don't think that a marketplace, is responsible
Yes.
for every vendor within it. Correct.
So would you think that if like Amazon was selling child porn, would you be like think that Amazon should not be? Because you did say something later where you said that eBay and if they were doing something like that they should be
I said that.
responsible. And I would agree. Well, he also might have said that, but like I have it all written down, so you might have both said it, but I was more paying attention to what he was saying. But like, would you agree with me that they should be held accountable?
I think that if they know about it, that they should be required to remove it. And my understanding of Silk Road is that they did have actually that policy in place regarding CP to pull it off.
Okay, but you're trying to also equate, but you think it's like okay to sell the drugs? It's just not the CP.
Ethically or legally?
Both.
Yes, I think I'm absolutely fine with drug sales. Ethically, I understand legally that there is there could be nuance.
And from my point of view,
Well,
it's irrelevant to the conversation because we don't know that he knew that drugs were being sold on his website because they were numbered
We do
off.
know
Of
that.
course
This
he
is why I know
knew.
you didn't do any
How did-
research because
He made
we
the
do
site
know that.
on purpose. I already told you the categories that he originally made on the site.
What were the categories?
The categories were...
You didn't actually say that, Ghosty.
You didn't.
You did.
I literally read them off. Here, the original categories. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
you
here
looked that
here
up.
they are.
I also.
Okay, I
Have
found them.
you seen the DMs?
Can I read the
Oh,
categories
go ahead.
first?
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were looking.
Okay, so in alphabetical order: cannabis, dissociatives, ecstasy, opioids, others, prescription,
She did.
psychedelics, and stimulants. Those were the categories that he put on the
Are
site.
all of those drugs illegal?
Yes, to sell.
Are they?
To sell without a
In
prescription.
in
Yes.
which country? Because they were
In
actually
the
selling
US.
across the
He's
world.
an American.
Yeah, in all.
I understand
countries.
he's an American. It's an American website, but when you do business
Yes.
across the world, you can't
doesn't
say
matter.
He was
just
selling
because
to
his
Americans.
website
He was
does it.
selling to. This is how I know you don't have any idea what you're talking about because he
I
was
know
selling
exactly
to
what
Americans.
you're talking
Did
about.
you
What
not
you're
read
trying
any of
to
the
do
court cases?
is what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, hey, just
what I'm
because this
trying to do
website
is
does
just give
business
the
in
right
China where
facts.
this is legal,
My God.
they can't do it because
He wasn't
it's based
selling
the
in
US.
China. He was selling in the U.S. and Canada. Most of his product was in North America.
He also sold mushrooms himself, which morally I don't care, but
The
legally that's
law
illegal.
for distribution of drugs is to manufacture, distribute, or dispense or possess with intent to manufacture, or to create, distribute, or dispense or possess with intent.
Create,
He
distribute.
created a platform. If you never have the drugs, if you never have the money, if you have no part of the
So you
exchange,
think that a
you're not a
kingpin, like a
transactor.
drug kingpin, like a mob boss,
A cartel
do you-
leader.
yeah,
Yeah.
a cartel leader, do you think because they never physically touch them that they're not guilty of the crime
Do
of
they-
drug trafficking?
do they call the shots? Do they direct the supply
Absolutely.
and
Yes.
receive the revenue? Yes.
And receive. She
did
just
he do
told
any of
you
those
that like every single purchase that they would do, they would get. I think you said 8%.
Every single transaction.
Initially,
correct.
it was
It's a
6.3.
platform.
Six
It was
platform
6.3.
transaction.
Yeah, he was getting a cut of everything that was being sold on that website. So the idea of you denying the fact that he's getting a cut, he's literally the same as a cartel leader.
And
Okay,
the
so
difference
He's not anywhere
between
near a cartel leader.
the
Come on.
difference
Right.
between eBay and Craigslist and stuff like this is those websites don't allow or approve those trades. So he
ever
allowed
heard
and
of this-
approved
you
the
ever heard of a little
authorization
piece
of
called
these
Backpage?
Let her
trades.
finish.
But on other sites where these things do happen, that's not allowed, and they try
Have
to
you ever
take those
looked
things
around
down.
Wish or Temu?
Yeah.
Do you think Do you think that if somebody buys drug ingredients off of Temu, for instance, and they
Drug
pay with
ingredients, not drugs.
it's still possessed with intent to distribute.
Okay, like what?
And
like
and
what?
they buy them with a Visa card. Should Visa
Like
be
what?
responsible?
You can buy things from Home Depot to
I mean, like
make drugs.
Correct.
Yeah, like salt and like
Should Home
manure and
Depot
shit
be-
like
Literally
that.
proving out.
Should Duracell be
There's-
responsible for the lithium strips that get?
No, he is selling the actual drugs.
He
He
didn't
did not
sell anything.
I mean, he did sell mushrooms,
okay,
but
so
he
if Jeff
created a
Bezos set up
platform
a
intended
marketplace-
to
yes.
sell drugs. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was with you. Like, yeah, do you think if like a marketplace was if I set up a marketplace, because this is again also a lot of cartels deal with each other. Like, you could argue that there's a marketplace within like the cartel trade that is a similar but less just directly online aspect. Would you? I want to get you to agree with this. Do you have a problem with that or no?
I don't understand the question. It didn't make sense.
You
Sorry,
did
let me
make
rephrase that. I had a lot of ideas there at the same time. Let me rephrase that. You're right. Would you be okay with the way that the modern cartels work, where they work within creating a marketplace, or they have a partnership with other illegal gangs or whatever, to sell drugs to people? Are you okay with them because they're creating the marketplace? Do you, even if they're not directly the ones selling it, the fact that they're creating this illegal, we know it's illegal. Obviously, if you look at any of the statutes, it was clearly illegal. Stop. Would you both agree that that would be bad, illegal, and you would be against it?
Let me
answer loaded questions first, and second, do you understand?
Of course, it's a loaded question. I would like you to answer it. That's how questions work. So
it's a loaded question. I don't answer loaded questions. So, do you understand the disconnect in your argument?
Okay, well then you don't have to be a part of this conversation. I'm asking your friend here.
let me answer because it was kind of a jumbled question, but I'll answer this. I think that I personally think all drugs should be legalized. I think it's a voluntary exchange, and there is no direct victim, and it should not be illegal regardless. What was the rest of do I think it's illegal and I guess I didn't understand.
No, I'm asking you, are you okay with like the cartel where like obviously the idea of it being set up is it's a marketplace.
I'm okay with drugs being sold, and it's not illegal. Let me also say it's not illegal to profit from drug culture or drug, right? The biggest show on TV is Breaking Bad. We listen to rap music.
What year are you?
You can walk into a gas station and see hats with weed leaves on them. Drug culture.
Well, weed's legal in most states.
Well, okay, not federally, it's not. But to profit from derivative drug businesses, right? To profit off of drug culture in such a way is not illegal.
Specifically illegal ones. You're trying to distract us here. We're talking about illegal drugs.
No, he answered your question perfectly.
Like, what about fentanyl? You think that fentanyl should be able to just be sold?
I think every drug should
you should go on Amazon. There should be like an Amazon for fentanyl.
Like alcohol. I think we should handle everything like alcohol.
Grid, do you agree?
I'm sorry, I don't want to interact with that specific question because you know that it's a fallacious question.
Oh my
it's
God,
not dealing with the argument.
No, many people. Many people.
My
like
belief
Flo
on
State,
whether or not drugs should be legal is irrelevant to the conversation.
I mean, it's not because
It
you're
is
arguing.
absolutely irrelevant. We're
You're
talking
arguing.
about justified.
It's an attempt to pearl clutch.
No, it's just going. I want to know what your positions are because you little weasel will not actually agree with anything.
There was the crime that he was, the crime that they tried to get him for. They couldn't even get the crimes right. Like if they wanted to get him for drug charges, they would have got him for drug charges.
He had a kingpin statute. He had a kingpin statute.
You're right. We should get back to the main thing.
They got it.
He literally did get got. Do you want me to reread? Did you not
All right,
listen to my
let's
opening
go into
statement?
one at a time. Grid, finish.
Grid, finish
the thought.
Totally out of bounds. And the judge and the prosecutor was had lots of misconduct. In fact, they had to put 2 of their agents in jail. You are not dealing with the actual argument. Is it justified? You're trying to make this weird argument about drugs. I don't care about drugs. I don't care. I don't care what he was selling. I literally don't. I don't care if he was selling machine guns out of the back of a Jeep. It doesn't matter.
So
Because
do you
the
care? Do you
government-
care about the cartel coming over our border and selling drugs?
That is irrelevant to the conversation.
Why? It's
No, I
basically
don't
the
care.
same thing.
I don't care. I'll concede that. I don't.
Well, I
give a
think no.
that's
It
fine. Okay.
okay. So you're okay with again? Do you want to read the counts again to you about what he was?
I read them to you, and I showed you where they were fallacious. You simply keep trying to go back to what about
To the facts? Yes, I
What
try and go
about-
back
what
to the
about
facts.
so
I'm not
bad,
trying to
but
be
this
that
is so
fucking
bad.
crazy about it, my guy.
It's irrelevant to the question. The question is, was it justified? Was the pardon justified? It absolutely was. There was
So yeah, then the conversation about drugs is relevant, and what you would think is okay is relevant. You can't say that's on. That
I
is
absolutely can't
ridiculous.
say that. You can't not say
If
it.
you're saying that everything's irrelevant, and in the conversation
No, I
about
said all of the
pardoning,
dru-
how is
whether
it the
my
fact that
feelings
somebody
on
being
whether drugs are
pardoned
illegal or
No,
not
it
are
is
for
relevant.
selling drugs?
It is
in this
relevant.
country?
It is
It
not
is
relevant.
no Grid. The reason
It's a
it's
red
relevant.
herring.
The
It's a
reason.
fallacious
Let
argument.
me
Hold on, I wanna
explain
hear
to
from
you
Ghost.
why
You're
the
arguing
fucking
with it.
the
It's
reason.
irrelevant. And you,
The
I-
Grid, I
reason
want to hear
the-
your reasoning, please.
The reason
Ooh.
it is relevant, Grid, is because the reason he created the website is based on his libertarian
I don't
philosophy. Excuse
That is
me, that he wanted to sell drugs.
I
He
don't
wanted
care.
a place
It is
for people to sell illegal
fair.
items anonymously
Hold
on the
on,
website. That
hold
was
on.
his
Okay, all right, hold on, hold
intention.
All right, let me take it back a notch.
Does intention matter
Why is
in a court
his
of law?
motivation? What is his motivation to create a website have
Money.
to do
His
with the fact
philosophy
that he
and
was
money.
charged with 3 charges that have nothing to do
Well, okay,
with
let's
creating a
reframe
website.
that then. Do you think that
Creating a
somebody
website for
who-
the sale of drugs. That's the part you're
yeah,
missing.
do you think that somebody who's dangerous should be pardoned?
Do you think that Ross
I'm not
Ulbricht,
asking you to
an
ask
Eagle
me a question
Scout,
back.
is a
Can you just
dangerous
answer
human
my
being?
question? Do you think
Okay,
somebody
That's a
who
whole other
is
question.
I'm
Everybody's
not going down these
dangerous.
red herrings, but I will ask you,
Everybody's
what
dangerous.
about
not everyone
Ross
is the
Karen
same
do you think is dangerous?
dangerous? You guys are ridiculous. Are you kidding
No.
me?
No, you are
I'm as
ridiculous.
dangerous as
Everyone
Will
can be
Ulbricht?
dangerous in the right
If you're
circumstances.
going to, if you're going to if
Well,
we're going
I
to interact,
haven't
you
proven to you that I'm dangerous.
continuously
Yes. Okay, sure. I'll
throw out
grant you
red
that.
herrings.
Anyone could be as dangerous. And you know why? Because our system of our legal system means that we make predictions off of people's behavior, and that's how we decide if they're going to be dangerous or not.
But
Like,
pre-crime.
everyone
Yeah,
could
okay,
go
all right.
hell, but like,
done?
if you
Pre-crime.
committed a crime,
done?
like, come on, stop being such a
Are
silly
you
Billy
done?
here.
A
Like,
silly
let's be
Billy.
real here. Do
Are
you
you done?
think? Do you not think that Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous person? Somebody who tried to
No.
do a hit
No, he's an Eagle Scout.
on 6 people.
He's an Eagle
and-
Scout. Okay, so was
I
fucking
think
like.
I think that the
what-
cops and judge and prosecutor involved are all more dangerous than Ross.
Absolutely, 100%. They weaponized the legal system against us, man.
That's a whataboutism.
That is
That's
not a
nothing. That is
That's a
not.
fact.
That is nothing to do
That's
with
okay.
what.
That was my
Did
answer
the
His
cops
anyway.
sell
crime.
You
to
can call it what about it,
100,000?
it doesn't matter. That's still my answer.
100,000. Did the cops sell drugs to 100,000 people? Like one cop?
Absolutely,
one
cops sell drugs to
operating
100,000
They
people.
literally stole Bitcoin. Federal agents stole Bitcoin.
Yes, they did, and they were prosecuted
correct.
for it. What does that have to do with
Yes,
anything?
and they got exactly.
Yeah, they got
Were the feds from Operation where when they sent the guns to Mexico, were they prosecuted? No.
Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious, thank you.
Yeah,
right.
there's plenty of other shit that we
Right.
should
Talking
work
about
on
me?
in our criminal justice system. That doesn't
Why do you
excuse.
Wait,
Ross
did you just
Ulbricht.
try to
You
wanna go
compare
after
this to a
dangerous
movie?
people.
All right.
I'll wait. Are you done? Can I go now?
Oh, I thought the moderator said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was trying to settle everybody down. I wanted to hear from Ghosty because she's kind of been interrupted a lot, and I wanted to at least give her an opportunity to finish uninterrupted, please.
I mean that was just pretty much the comment. Like, I feel like we're just trying to obfuscate by talking about all the other things wrong with our criminal justice system, but that doesn't excuse what Ross Ulbricht did.
Yeah, again, the question is all about like, should he have been pardoned? Why should he have been pardoned? I guess that's because you guys, again, as she said, obfuscating.
I'm not
Why do
obfuscating.
you
I literally
honestly
answered.
think
Let her finish,
do you
Grid, and
think
then
that
to you.
Ross Ulbricht is contributing to society in a way that because he tried to kill 6 people and he thought he killed multiple people? Why do we want somebody like that in society again?
Are you going to interrupt me again, or can I finish
It's
this?
your turn, Grid. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, Ross Ulbricht's not a danger to anybody but himself, and that's because he's probably likely to trip over a tin can. I guess I don't know. He's stupid, but at the end of the day, literally the entire justice system failed. They did the exact same thing that the criminal justice system does when it doesn't understand something, but they think they got something. The prosecutor made a mistake. And this is actually the actual argument. The actual argument is it justified? Is the pardon justified? It absolutely is. Trump can look at that case and say, yes, there is prosecutorial misconduct.
That's not why he did it.
So many. I'm sorry.
Let him go. Let him finish, please.
You like to talk now?
You can keep going.
Contain yourself?
Go on.
If he's going to be too triggered, I think we can't have this debate then. I mean, let's just cut to the chase and stop wasting time, because it's only a 2-hour debate, and I would like to have more conversation about this. If you want to have
conversation about,
you're saying the prosecutor made a misconduct. Where is that? I read through all of that.
The judge literally said, I will quote again. Well, let me find my prep sheet here.
Okay, can you link that to me in the chat? I will look at it.
The jury by determining by mere preponderance.
The judge said that?
The evidence. The judge in the case literally said, by mere preponderance of the evidence, Ulbricht had solicited murder for hire and advised the jury of it. Do you understand how much that literally ruins the jury right then? It should have been jury nullification. It should have been thrown out and the prosecutor started fucking over, but they didn't. You know why? Because
they already, they had two appeals. They did 2 appeals and they failed both of them because of the fact that the evidence was strong enough for it to stick. So do you have anything else?
This is something I wanted to point out after your
I know. Do you know what evidence they had?
Yes. So they did have the transfers, the Bitcoin transfers that were linked to Silk Road that linked to his hitmans for hires. They have those. They have they have those transactions that cannot be repudiated or fucked with
from his website.
No,
not have hitmen. There were no
come
hitmen.
From his wallet that he has had multiple interactions with. That was the person.
The hitmen never existed.
Grid, this is why. No, they didn't. But this is why the prosecution didn't. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! This is why they didn't want to include. This is why they didn't want to include this in their prosecution case, is because there were no dead bodies and it would muddy the water and it would muddy their case. They knew they had overwhelming evidence to just prosecute him on what was already there. So even though there was proof to show that he had hired these hitmen, he believed these people were dead. He believed that.
Okay, so you're saying
I looked through the evidence on the FBI website.
Let me show you
it. What did you go to the free Ross Ulbricht website?
Stop, everybody, stop. All 4 of you, sit the fuck down and shut up. You're getting on my nerves over each other like that. Flow state to you, please. You haven't had.
So really much what you're saying is that they had clear-cut proof of him hiring hits, but chose not to convict on that. Instead, they chose to prosecute him on shit they didn't have proof of.
Because exactly what Ghosty was saying, where it's like if they're, and also Motorsports saying is because there's no actual dead people, so it's very difficult to charge off of people.
Attempted murder is attempted murder.
The thing is, it was done by it was a sting operation. Like, this is not like a fucking new concept.
So why?
Like they
the same agent?
Because Flow State, because the guy, it was an agent. It was an FBI agent. So if the prosecution starts showing like, oh, one of our own, it wasn't an FBI agent. It was a Baltimore task force.
No, it was
not a Baltimore task force.
It was a DEA agent.
Okay. I think he was.
Now we've changed the
worked
agency
for Baltimore
4 times in 1 sentence.
Yeah, can we figure out who did that?
It's a hold on, give me 1
It was
second.
Carl Force. I'm pretty sure he was a part of the DEA Baltimore task force.
Yes.
So, so if the prosecution starts saying like, "Oh, he hired a hitman," which happened to be one of our own DEA agents, that doesn't look good for the prosecution, even though there's proof of him doing that. And the prosecution is allowed to present the evidence.
Illegal. Entrapment is illegal.
But the point is that Ross still believed that he had murdered these people.
They didn't prosecute because their own agents were dirty and were stealing money. They didn't prosecute because what they did is called entrapment. They didn't prosecute because they didn't have it. It didn't exist. You were making shit up, just like
I'm not making shit up.
Sitting here,
I'm literally not.
You're replaying.
I literally just kind of repeated what you said, but you're framing it differently.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
There's a singular way of framing it.
Okay.
Ooh, everybody taking
Have
a
you guys
breath.
ever heard of Ruby Ridge?
Did you just say I'm not framing it differently? It's just a different way of
Yes, I
framing
probably
it.
know more
I
about
didn't-
Ruby
I did
Ridge
not
than you
say
do.
Do you guys ever heard of Ruby Ridge?
Yeah, and I probably know more about it than you do. What's your point?
Oh, really?
So what's your point of bringing it up? I don't understand why it would be related to this particular conversation.
Is that a justified federal operation? Were they coerced?
You're talking about something that happened in like the 80s?
Wait, is this
No, there was a
Waco?
lot of malpractice there. However, was
Janet
the
Reno,
guy who was
Waco,
wait, was
you
are
just-
you trying to tell me that the guy who was killed in Ruby Ridge was innocent?
Yeah, absolutely was.
He didn't there was
Murdered his
no
wife. What are you talking about?
So wait, hold on.
What
the
is your
fact
favorite
that-
flavor of boot?
He had children. Right.
That's what I want to ask him, bro.
If you were to suggest a flavor of boot, what would you suggest?
Well, let me ask you, what is your interpretation of Ruby Ridge? Since we're
I don't
getting a
know
little
enough
off the
about it to
rails
comment
here.
on it.
So Ruby Ridge is very simple.
What the fuck are you trying to talk about, asshole? You guys don't know anything. This is embarrassing. Like, this is like an
It is
insult to
embarrassing
both
that
Koski and
you
I that
are
we came in here with
so-
all of our fucking facts, and you
You
guys don't know
literally-
anything, and you're just gonna
you
be
are so
indignant. I'm just like,
indoctrinated.
nervous about this. Holy shit, I got my teeth out.
Yeah.
I've been
Why do your
Invisalign.
teeth
It
come
came out a little bit because I have
Oh.
Invisalign and I go like rubber bands.
So
Yeah.
I get a little passionate
Ruby
sometimes.
Ridge, literally, it's literally a black eye on the FBI. It has been for decades.
I know that
The
Waco
FBI.
is. I know enough about Waco.
Waco's
to know.
like, yeah, same Janet Reno, but both cases.
Okay, so you're just kind of saying broad statements about like
I would- if
governmental
you
like
would shut
systems that
your
you don't
fucking
like
mouth,
with
I would
no
tell
idea
you,
about
but
the
you keep
complications of
talking.
it.
You
Yeah,
just
I keep
shut
talking
up.
because I know more than you do,
You
and it's
don't know more
amazing
than-
to me
you've
how you
literally
just
been
have
wrong
this
about
like
everything. You don't
weird
know.
passion about like nothing. Like you don't
Literally
actually
wrong
get.
about everything.
Why do you like Ross Ulbricht? Tell me that.
I don't like him, but he was wrongly convicted, and Trump did the right
So the
thing.
reason why you think that he should have been pardoned was you think that he was wrongly convicted because of what? I'm gonna.
What do you mean
let's
because
just
of
go
what?
down
They
your
didn't have
threads
any-
here.
Because
I
he
don't
didn't
have
commit
any.
the crimes.
He didn't commit the crime
shit.
they accused him of.
That's
If
how
they-
he was.
honestly,
He
you
was
know,
caught
you
with his
haven't-
laptop fucking open on
It
the
literally
admin
was
site,
open.
logged
That has
in. What
nothing
the
to do
fuck
with
are you
anything.
talking
You are
about?
Yeah, you're allowed to be an
literally
admin. What the
insane.
fuck?
It's
What the fuck are
absurd.
you talking
You
about?
want me to read
You're not allowed to be an admin on a drug selling site. No, you're not. That's illegal.
It's
That
a
is
marketplace.
100% fucking
show me that
illegal.
You're
Right.
allowed to be an admin on a
Pull it up for me.
marketplace. Yes, you are.
No, you're not. If you are
Yes,
if
you
you
are.
are creating a market to
you're the one-
distribute drugs, no matter how you
Yes.
do it, that is fucking
Yes.
illegal.
It was a marketplace for all sorts
If
of things.
Amazon
For
was selling
illegal-
drugs, Jeff Bezos would have gotten
Dude,
fucked, dude.
You
come
guys
on.
are trying to skirt around
They
this
tried to
because
get
it's
him
just
for
so fucking
selling
obvious
weapons.
you're wrong.
Did you know that?
He
They
wasn't-
tried to get him for
So
selling
what's
weapons, but they
the
couldn't.
laws that he were convicted of were not things he did. He didn't traffic drugs.
He
didn't do it.
created the marketplace to do it and
He
approved
helped people
of
to do
it.
He
He
would
helped people do
there
it.
is
So
method
you're
to
saying
it.
he's
many things. I
You're
hope
saying
I'm
There
not
is
he's
method-
guilty of
arrested
being
for
an
it.
accessory.
He
Yeah, I know.
intended for it to happen.
So he's
He
guilty of
intended
being
for
an
the site
accessory?
to be he intended for the site to be used to
Is-
sell
but
drugs
what
and
would he
approved
guilty
of it.
Which crime would that be? That would be being
That's
an
a kingpin
accessory.
statute. The fucking
it's the same as if-
conspiracy.
Yes.
Yeah, to
we're-
distribute.
It's the same as
Conspiracy.
if you were a cartel
Who did he
member
conspire
and you
with?
never actually touched the drugs, but you just like, oh, I have
He's
like
not in
my guys do
control of
it.
any
It's
of
it.
like the exact
Yes, he is. He created the fucking website. Are you
No.
kidding me?
He
He
never-
had the
Hold on,
authorization to
hold on,
allow
hold on.
what
Yeah,
could and
yeah.
couldn't be sold
Calm
on
down.
there.
Calm down. Let me ask you this, guys.
Okay.
If I sell Flow State, whatever fentanyl comes in, I'm not a drug
Sell me a
addict.
gun.
I sell Flow State something highly illegal and I send it through the U.S. mail. Can I put the Postmaster General in jail for that?
No, you could go to jail for that.
Yeah, no, yeah, you-
because
you
I
could
sold
have
it
done
to Pope. But the Postmaster General supplied.
There is an
If they-
element of that
Grid,
is
if
true,
they
but I
knew
don't- I
about
think you're
that,
just- yeah.
if they knew about that and they allowed that to
Yes.
happen, then yes, they would go to
perfectly
jail.
legal to
Yeah,
ship
she's
guns,
100%
by the way.
right.
Yes,
If it's illegal,
It's not illegal. It's not legal for me to have.
It's legal. It's not legal.
I'm
for him
saying-
to have it.
I'm saying
That's what was using drugs
I'm
for.
saying what you are
Let's say
selling
that
is illegal.
Rasher of meth in the
Look.
in the U.S. mail. Is the U.S. Can I then?
You are.
I just want to follow your logic train out.
Uh-huh.
I can then have the
Mhm.
Postmaster General arrested for providing the service.
If he allowed it and authorized
Correct.
the
He absolutely
trade.
There's his symbol right there on it. It says Postmaster General stepped right on the box.
Did he know about it like Ross Ulbricht did?
That's
You think
literally
Ross
how
Ulbricht
legal
knew about
statutes
every
work.
single transaction on his website.
Yes,
He knew that
literally
drugs were being
recorded
sold
them.
and intended for drugs to be sold on his website. Yes.
Correct.
That's like saying that just because I know
Oh, you're
drugs
just
are
gonna
gonna be
move on to
sold
something
in
else. You guys, can we just
UK
take a
that are
dub and
legal.
like kick these people
I
off?
do
They
do
clearly have no
recognize
idea
we
what they're
are
talking about. This is a little bit of an
Understand globally.
insult, honestly.
we are kind of on the drug. Is it illegal
Yeah.
to do what
Yeah, I don't
he's
really
doing
care.
at this point?
Oh, I don't
Hold
really
on just
care.
a
So why the
second.
fuck are you here,
Let's-
dude?
Let's let that piece settle. We can
I'm
always come
here
back to
to
it.
make your life hell.
Ed.
Eating.
We can always come back to it later, but if somebody has another piece of the topic that they'd like to bring up, that would be fine as well.
Well, here's the thing that they keep glancing over is that he didn't sell anything. He created a platform, a medium
it
for
first.
two. Hold on, let me fucking finish. A medium for two people to facilitate their own exchange. At no point did he sell any of the things that that he was prosecuted for selling.
He did in the
assisted-
beginning, but it
yeah.
doesn't
Also,
matter.
he assisted in people selling. There are messages of him talking
Okay.
about how like he would
Messages
give
of-
advice to
okay.
people to put it in the mail. If you're gonna sell something that's going to be very smelly, he would suggest having it like a what is the thing where you like
vacuum seal bag.
Yeah, vacuum
So-
sealing. Yeah, he would give people
Okay.
advice on this. He
So
knew
what was the
what he was
proper-
doing.
What would the
He
proper charge for that
knew
be?
that drugs are being sold on his
What
website,
would
as she
the
said, where
proper
like she had,
charge-
that there
All
was
right,
multiple like.
y'all are just gonna pretend like I'm not
channels
asking
for
this
it.
question.
I
aren't
just
you?
want to finish my thing, and then we
I
can.
know,
And then
but you
we
haven't
can, I'll let
answered
you
my
come back in here.
The
But
proper charge is what he was charged with.
No, it wasn't.
No,
Yes,
that's
it
not the proper
is.
charge.
what do you
it
think he
is
should
the
have been
proper
Have
charged
you
charge.
with
read
then?
the legal statute?
Yes,
I
Okay.
personally have
and
not.
I know
but
you
the,
haven't, so I know that's why you're gonna back
No,
down.
I have. I literally fucking read it to you earlier.
Mhm.
I'm probably the only one here who's been
Yeah,
charged.
you
with
said
Make your
you
point,
said
make your
creation.
point. I'm letting you
Mostly
talk. Make
has
your point,
personal
dude.
experience
Again,
in
I
this
can't
area.
fucking hang. And this is like
You
fucked
said
up.
creation-
I'm mad.
He's the only one
I
who's
know
been
what
to
the
jail
fucking
for it.
charge is.
You said creation of distribution. Wasn't that
He
on your
did not
list?
Distribute. At no point was he in the pipeline. He was not the pipeline.
I mean, he
made-
did in the beginning, but again, that is
Do you
irrelevant
understand that
because
aiding
he
and
created.
abetting is the same thing as
responsible
distribution?
in
Do you want me to
Verizon is.
reread? Do you want me to reread to you the things he was charged with?
I want
No,
somebody to
I
read me
understand
this
the things he
story
was
to
charged
bed.
with. You want to
To
clutch
be
your
honest,
pearls
Right,
again.
count
More
one,
about what they were
distribution,
able to
aiding,
do.
distribution, and you know what? They are the
Aiding.
same thing. Distribution and aiding are the same thing in our statutes here. Aiding distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count two, distributing and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet. Heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Conspiracy to
He
distribute
wasn't
narcotics,
convicted of those
heroin,
charges.
cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
She's reading his charges.
Conspiracy to commit, or
Convicted
these
of
are
those
the
charges.
legal things he was charged with.
But he wasn't convicted on even
I'm
one
not
of them.
making this up.
Yes, he was. That's what
Which one? Which one, Ghosty? Which one? Which one?
he was convicted on 7 charges.
So aiding and
No, not.
abetting.
those charges. Yeah. So
Three
what does
charges.
aiding? What does aiding and abetting mean to
He
you
was
guys?
convicted on 3
Prosecution
charges.
charge.
None of them, any that
No,
she
he was convicted
named.
on 7 charges.
That
You have no
he
idea what you're talking
delivered
about, you
the
fucking
time.
idiot.
7 charges.
Delivered,
Yes.
distributed, and dispensed. He did none of those things.
Distributing, aiding, and abetting is distributing.
Distribution, aiding, distribution of narcotics.
What does aiding and abetting mean?
Charge. You didn't even do any fucking research. Holy shit.
You
Telling
did gotta
you,
get
our
those
dentist
teeth
is gonna
under
get really
control.
mad about how the fact that I keep popping out my fucking teeth here.
It's
So you're
getting
gonna keep
intense.
insisting that anybody who facilitates a means of communication, which is what he did, is responsible for the content of the communication. So Verizon is
Can you
guilty.
re-say that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes. What you're proposing is that somebody who facilitates communication is responsible for the contents of the communication.
Correct. That is basically how the law works.
We need
I'm
to take
not
down
giving you
Verizon.
some
We need to take
theoretical
down
thing.
Sprint.
I'm
No.
telling
We need
you
to take
how
down
the
Facebook.
law
We
works.
need to take down
No.
X. We need to take down Craigslist.
Dude, I was
Every
looking at
fucking
all this
facilitator
shit
No.
today because I
Those
thought
sites
I was
aren't
gonna have a
aiding-
debate with some people who knew what the fuck they're talking about. It just seems Ghosty and I are the only people who actually looked into any of this shit.
Those
No,
those
you're
companies
literally-
you
You're
listed.
You seem to be the only ones who are confused about how the law
I've
works.
actually never
No,
debated anybody.
Those companies you
Ironic.
listed are
I've
not
debated some really
involved in
stupid
the aiding and abetting the crimes that the communications are happening on. Like Verizon isn't actively, intentionally trying to create a place to sell drugs and other
Correct.
illegal goods and services. Ross
Again,
Ulbricht
Well, they're not doing anything
purposely
to prevent it. They can read all the text messages.
Facebook and like Craigslist and eBay, they all have like moderators
Craigslist
to try
literally
to.
has a
His
section
moderator
for
asked him, should we allow kidneys to be sold on the site? He said, yeah.
prostitution. They literally know it happens every day. What do we shut down Craigslist?
So why
They
wasn't
did
he?
Backpage. They
Why
did
was he not
Backpage.
convicted of?
I literally
trafficking
just-
body parts.
Because
Sorry? I missed that part.
that wasn't a main thing that was sold on the
Again,
site. It was
you're
sold on the
saying
site.
these
And
things-
also the
He
spyware,
tried
the
to hire a
hacking,
hit.
the hacking charge, they did have
a.
a security section where they sold ways to hack personal webcams,
Yep, she's right.
counterfeit credit
He was
cards,
charged because of
passports.
that.
Yeah, and I have a.
And he
I
was
have a
charged
website
with that.
that teaches you how to build
Ulbricht bought
suppressors.
9
The sharing of
fake IDs
information
from
is
his
not
own website.
illegal, you
How did
dummy.
you defend this?
Selling
Oh my
fake
God.
passports is not illegal.
I'm sorry.
He didn't sell them. Again, he made
He
the
aided and abetted in it. He
Aided and
allowed it
abetted,
to
dude. That's how
happen.
standards
This
work,
is a
dude.
dumb argument. There's literally sites right now
Well,
that
then
will
get
show you
mad
how to
at the
build
fucking
a
No.
Come on,
I can
I'm
defeat your
sorry,
argument right now. I can defeat your argument right now. Somebody goes,
Okay. All four of you have been just interrupting each other left and right. So what it sounds like to the viewers is the whole fucking time. So let's just try to at least, even if the person says stupid fucking shit, wait until they say stupid fucking shit and then come back and say that's stupid fucking shit and here's why. Let's just try to be mindful. Everybody's fucking spurging right now and you all look stupid. So back to you, Ghosty, go ahead.
okay, thank you. So, when there's a driver and they want to rob a store. The guy goes in to rob the store and he kills the cashier. The guy in the car didn't mean for the guy to kill the cashier. He still gets charged with murder. The driver still gets charged with murder. Murder 1, same thing. So even
I
though
don't
he
know if
didn't actually kill somebody. Yes, that's how the law works.
I don't think that he'll probably. Even if I concede that, okay, I'll.
Yep.
I'm skeptical of that
True.
claim, but I'll concede
There's
it
a
just for the
reason
point of argument, and say that Ross didn't drive a fucking car. He didn't deliver anything.
The metaphor is that he was involved
It's a bad metaphor.
It's not
Bad
a bad metaphor. It's
horrible
he was
metaphor.
involved and aided and enabled and authorized
Yeah,
the
better.
sales of illegal drugs and goods.
He-
And he intended for it, by the way. It's not even like,
He
it just
actively-
fell out of his hands. He meant
Can I
for
go
the
a minute?
website.
Can I go for a minute without being interrupted? It would be great. So, okay, let's grant that he did actually aid and abet. I could actually go along with it. To be honest with you, I do think that Ross should have been charged with something, but he shouldn't have been charged with what he was charged with, and he should never have been convicted on it. That none of it was convictable, and therefore it's justified to give him a pardon. That's the question here. I don't honestly care about the drugs. I don't know why we keep going back to drugs. I don't care. There are literally websites that show you how to make a suppressor in your backyard with a beer can. That the sharing of information, no matter how illicit, is not illegal. It doesn't matter, people.
It's
It doesn't
part of free
matter.
speech.
It's
Part of free speech is not to sell drugs.
He didn't sell drugs. My God, he didn't
Well,
sell
no,
drugs.
he did.
Let me steal man your guys' argument then. Let me steal man your guys'
I'm
argument.
still talking.
Well, I'm trying to help, but you also
You're
give
not
me
helping.
1 minute,
You're-
dude. Come
the
on.
one thing that you're
You're gonna tell
doing
me to
is
shut
not
up? Did I tell you? Like, come on. Like, is to steal
Seriously?
man your argument? Like, do you want to just
Shut
yell at
the
me, or do you
fuck
want to actually
and
have a
let me
conversation? Because I
finish
can just
my
leave.
point,
Like, I guess, like, if
you
we're just
raving
not even
son of
having a
a-
debate here.
I will say the both of you are spurging on each other.
I'm not spurging you
All
on.
right.
I do not think that's fair at all.
Grid, everybody's fucking spurging at this point.
Okay.
Grid, chill out. Finish your statement.
No,
land
thank
the plane. Land the plane.
actually timed
and then Nina, go ahead.
All right, so I'll definitely. I feel like Ross should have been charged with something, but not what he was charged with. It just didn't fit. There's too many problems with it. The agents were getting arrested. That's why they didn't go forward with half this shit. Is because they were being criminals themselves. It's just bad. It's just bad all the way around. He should have been pardoned. He is pardoned. It's the right thing to do. I understand you want to make it about the promise that Trump made to libertarian people. That okay, he promised his mom that he pardoned him. But I think that Trump did the right thing. I think that pardoning him was the right thing to do. Now, relevant, drug and everything's all relevant to me. I don't care. Absolutely. I don't know why we get into this whole conversation about drugs that I don't care about. And I've never done drugs. I have no frame of reference for it. But I do know that if you're going to convict somebody, you need to have enough proof to do so. And he really didn't. They got lucky on it. They got lucky on appeal, mainly because of jurisdiction. If it had been another portion of the country, they never would have gotten a conviction. I think they know that. But it is what it is. And that's where I'm kind of, and that's kind of the last thing. I mean, you can keep going on with
how long does he get to speak?
This. By the way, the interesting thing about the platform
go ahead,
is
Nina.
have a very specific.
All right, I'll go ahead and keep a timer then. If you feel the need that I'm gonna, you're so fucking weak when you do this whole like, oh, am I talking over you? Like, come on. It's because you know that you don't have anything. Like, what the fuck are you talking about with this shit? You have no idea what you're talking about in this debate. You know what? Now you're talking over me, asshole. You know, and I shut the fuck up when you were talking, and now all of a sudden you feel like you can talk over me. See, it's annoying, right? It's annoying. It's stupid. All right, so I'm gonna actually get to the main point of what I'm trying to fucking say, right? So, what the fuck do you think that they didn't have on him? Like, honestly, where are you at? You don't even know any of the case. You have no idea what you're talking about. They had so much on him. They had his laptop. They had to do this like weird sting operation where they had to like pretend like there was a couple fighting so they could steal his laptop because he had a system on his computer where if he closed his computer it would like basically mean it would like encrypt his data like crazy. You don't know that though, do you? Because you have no idea what you're talking about. And this is what's like fucking driving me up a wall. Anyways, what do you actually think is the issue with the prosecutor? Let's just try and keep this simple instead of you bitching about like, oh, if somebody's being annoying. What are you talking about? What did the prosecutor misconduct was? He was convicted. He was convicted straight up of 7 counts that I read to you earlier in this. So can you give me anything that shows that any of that is illegitimate?
Are you done?
She just asked you a question, dude.
I have no tolerance.
Are you able to answer?
She clipped.
Okay, well, we have no tolerance for your bullshit either. So
no, I asked you a question. Can you give me any of that?
I've given you many. I don't need to repeat myself.
Oh, now you okay? So you just can't answer.
You just want to keep circling around drugs, and
no, I want you to answer a fucking question.
I answered the question.
Well, you can reiterate it.
I could.
Wait, did you forget?
Are you going to ask me 4 different ways?
I'm going to ask you one more way, and if you can't answer it, then I feel like
why are you being so fucking difficult right now?
About.
Get out of your feelings and answer the fucking question. Jesus.
Close date. Do you have any thoughts to it?
I'm not going to
Any thoughts to what?
Thoughts to whatever she said, since Grid doesn't want to answer.
What was the question again? You clipped out because you were spurging.
What? Are you talking to me?
She asked about the prosecution.
What about it?
Yeah, I asked what was the problem with the prosecution. You weren't really the one that was making those claims, so I didn't really want to ask you that. He was. So, I mean, but you can answer if you...
what was the problem with the prosecution? There was all sorts... They prosecuted him for crimes he didn't do, then sentenced him for what he apparently did, but they didn't prosecute him for. Like, what's
You're
not
just doing
wrong?
general statements. I gave you the specific things.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
No, I can't let him get away with just his generalities. He's not saying anything.
He doesn't have an answer. That's the problem.
A weak argument is when they spurg over and over and over about the same thing.
I don't even know what spurging means, but I'm just is spurging just asking you to clarify your statements? Because then I guess I'm doing that, and that's just because you're too retarded to be able to do it. I don't know.
He did not sell drugs. He did not.
That doesn't matter.
That's not what he was. He was not accused of doing that. He did not do any of that.
He did not hack shit. He did not.
That was again.
Any of the shit.
Do you need me to reread you the counts?
No, I need you to zip it. He didn't do a damn thing that he was charged and convicted for. and then they sentenced him for lots of things. Well,
No,
but
but-
what about this
okay,
other thing? Well,
Can
then
we
charge him
rephrase?
with
Can
the
we
other thing.
reframe?
You need
Okay, Mod, can we
to
reframe?
mute
Can we reframe?
yourself. You need to mute yourself and let me answer the question. He
But you're
didn't
not
do
answering the right
what he was
question.
convicted of. I'm answering how I answer. This is the way conversations work. I'll
Okay.
say my side, then you can say your side. He didn't do what he was convicted of. He did do other things, but he wasn't charged with those things. Your turn.
He was contributed with distributing, aiding distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamines. He was convicted of distributing and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamines. He was count 3, conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and none of this means he did it directly. You're saying that there was some prosecutorial. I haven't even finished. Sorry. Continuing criminal enterprise, conspiracy to commit and or aid and abet computer hacking. Aid and abet does not mean that you did it. You just helped it happen by something like as a source, like having a platform to do it on. Conspiracy to traffic and fraudulent identity documents. That does not mean that you did it. It means that you had a platform for it. And the conspiracy to commit money laundering.
If you assist in a crime
I keep-
taking place, you are charged with that crime.
Okay, so why
So
was
we
why
never
is it
claimed
fair?
that, and he was never convicted of that. We never
Why?
said that. We are working on the facts here that
Mm-hmm.
are that he was convicted on 7 counts of not doing it directly himself, but helping that shit happen. Is that layman enough for you to understand?
I understand it perfectly. You don't understand my response. Why is he
Okay.
why is he being held responsible for all of the drugs, for every single thing distributed on his platform, when he did nothing more than what Verizon or Facebook does?
He did so much more than what Verizon and Facebook does.
Well, let's
He
even go.
Is it
over-
illegal to have a platform, a marketplace? No. Is it illegal to
that
use
sells
Bitcoin?
illegal stuff?
No.
Yes.
None of this is. Did he
Yes.
To
sell
sell
it?
Yes,
ille-
He did
to
it.
sell
Motherfucker.
illegal
selling
things
illegal
on-
drugs. Yes.
If you
God.
approve and you help and you intend for a website that you created to sell illegal goods and services, you
Yes.
are culpable in that fucking crime. You
100%.
approved of it.
The-
You allowed it to happen. You
No.
enabled it. You intended it to be that
Even
way.
if it wasn't
and you
intended, if
profited
Amazon
off
selling-
of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
If Amazon's selling illegal drugs, you would hold them culpable, right?
If they were,
No, I
Whether or
wouldn't.
not
I
your
wouldn't.
opinion of
I
illegal
wouldn't.
drugs.
You keep asking me about how I would do it. I wouldn't do it at all.
Yeah,
I think
and
everything should be legal.
that's
Okay,
the only
legal
way
We're not,
using-
but we're not talking about that. We're talking about somebody being held entirely responsible for shit that he
Correct.
never
That's
did.
how the law works.
Well,
He-
apparently,
We create a
this-
marketplace
aided-
that
this
is to
also
do that.
how the law works.
He
Pardons are also
assisted
how
in
the
the
law works.
crimes.
So if we're just going by how the law works, the law's worked all the way through, I guess.
Yeah, to get libertarian
Yay,
votes.
pardons.
Good job.
Yay, pardons. Why do you think that they would go so hard at Ross Ulbricht?
Because they
Well,
wanted to
probably-
make an example of him. He was like the first largest sale
Correct.
of dark black market, like deep dark web shit.
Yeah, online specifically. Yeah.
And we could say like, okay, maybe they were a little too harsh on his sentence or something. We could argue that that's like a different conversation. But
Correct.
kind of the
he
same
is
conversation.
guilty for what he was charged with and convicted of.
That's irrelevant to me, to be honest. But again, if he had been tried and convicted of something he actually did, I wouldn't have a problem.
But he did do.
and the-
he
and the
was tried and he
sentence
was
commensurate.
convicted of all the stuff he did. I don't understand why
Holy
you
shit,
saying
you
that he
can't
wasn't.
stop spurging, can you?
She
You are
can't.
the dumbest person I've ever debated with. I usually debate with really pretty intelligent people, but you are literally the
I
dumbest.
love how
fraud
you
I've
just
ever
do
had
like
the
ad
pleasure of
homs
being
instead of actually making your
You
point. You're
can't
doing a
stop
really
talking.
good job of
Grid,
proving
what do
that
you
you're
think?
correct.
What do you
I
think
want you to.
conspiracy to sell
I'd
drugs
love to just have a
means?
conversation, but you just keep running your mouth.
Really? Because every single time. Is that some like Marvel shit behind you?
Marvel.
What?
I can't tell what your background is.
Mine?
I've got this Sweet Limp Biscuit poster.
I'm a pirate.
Oh, because you like pirates or something?
No, I just changed my
What are
background.
your thoughts on
I change my
Hassan
studio all the
and,
time.
his
It's a thing.
opinion on Houthis?
I just change my studio all the time. It's just a thing. I think it's not a good distraction, but anyway, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what do you think
you
conspiracy?
guys still haven't made the case beyond. You feel like that he was doing it, so therefore he was.
No, I have all
You
my
can keep
I
saying
got
that over and
plenty of
over
them,
again, but we
bro.
keep
Can
presenting
give
you
me
facts,
anything?
and you can't say anything. You literally haven't said anything this entire
I've
debate.
said many
except for-
things. You just are.
All right,
You
let's
haven't. You just said,
refocus
I
here. Okay,
feel
let's
like he should be
refocus.
free.
Yeah, do you think that Trump should have pardoned Ross Ulbricht? Do you and the reason why obviously is the premise of the argument. So why would you obviously
It's a
you're
premise, not a
you're
promise.
saying that he should.
I hate to be pedantic.
Why? Do you
It-
think that he's good for
Because
I
he
guess
agrees
to
with
reform,
anything
like,
Daddy
do you think
Trump
it's good
says,
for the community?
and he knows nothing
Like-
about this case.
Do you think that he's like gonna contribute to like the world? I guess let's just change a
Can
little
one
bit.
of you
on
two
that.
talk,
That's-
and the other one
yeah,
be
that's-
quiet? Because you're very confusing when you both talk at the same time.
Sure. Do you want to go or I can go?
I think he contributes more to the world than most of the people who are involved in the prosecution.
See, and
Can-
Flo State's
Okay, well,
argument,
thank you
I
for
respect a
listening.
little more because he has a
Yeah,
principled
thank
stance
you.
on this. But Grid literally
Sarah, can you
knows
share my
nothing
screen
what
real
he's
quick?
talking about.
Yeah, hold on.
Look what you can find on Alibaba.
I'm not. Nobody's defending Alibaba. I don't
Are
care.
they?
What is
Why-
Ollie-
why are
That's
they allowed
actually
to
why
do
it's so
this?
dangerous that they're out of the United States and that it
Oh, for
I don't
fuck's
know.
sake! Holy
Yeah, I was gonna
shit.
ask, are they an American? owner?
Alibaba is a Chinese company.
Yeah.
Would you be
Can't help
okay
you
with
there.
Alibaba in the U.S.?
Alibaba
Yes,
is
Alibaba operates in the U.S.
And
But the
are you okay with
owner-
it?
Am I okay with it? Yes, I'm fine with it.
Then why are you trying to use that as some sort of dunk?
Why aren't you outraged about Alibaba? Why is Alibaba's allowed to do this continuing? It's continuing its operation.
I don't like Alibaba.
Wait, what was that a sale for?
So,
I'll put the
should
link
we-
in the back
will you
chat.
prosecute the owner of Alibaba USA.
Probably,
or the CEO of,
yeah. If they're doing
Which-
exactly what Ross Ulbricht was doing, 100%.
Which brings me
I don't
back
know
to my
why you
original
feel like the need
question.
to do this appeal to like I don't know
Yeah, you don't know the
hypocrite
fallacies.
or being a
What
hypocrite or
is your
something where I
favorite
would agree
flavor
with
of
that.
food? That was my original question.
I don't know. Ask Grid.
Sorry.
I'm literally the only person that has not licked a boot, period, on this
That's
panel.
your.
What?
That is the most bootlicker ass
You're
statement
about to
I've
throw some
ever
infighting
heard.
here.
Flow State had to because he was
I'm
in
more
jail.
anti-authority than all of you.
Yeah.
These two
Yeah,
women.
it's
Well,
You
so,
don't even
by the
know
way,
who
you
I
two keep
am.
on
How could
talking,
you
is a
possibly
UPS
say
driver.
that? I think that Ross
I'm
Ulbricht is a
inferring
piece
it.
of
I'm
shit
inferring
who
it. Let me
tried
ask
to
you
get.
then. Let me
Okay,
ask
what are
you.
your thoughts on the fact
Do
that he
you
tried to get
think
multiple
that-
people
Do you
killed?
think that drugs should be illegal or legal?
Do you think that it should be legal to kill people?
Yes.
I asked you the
Just
question
so
first.
that-
What do you
because
think
they,
about
like, are
war on
annoying
drugs?
or blackmailing you?
You answer my question and I'll answer yours.
I think
Okay.
some
I'll
drugs
show
should be
you mine if
legal.
you Tell me yours.
I think drug use should be largely decriminalized or like a different way of
I agree.
handling that.
Okay.
But
So you
drug-
guys don't even
drug
believe in the laws that
distribution-
you're accusing him of breaking.
No, because he wasn't
No.
a drug user. He was a drug distributor, which is much different. I would
The
prosecute
lines are
them
not
differently.
are very that's not
Most
really a
drug
thing.
dealers don't even do drugs.
Yes, they do. Most
Lots
of
of
them
them
Okay,
do.
that's not
Lots
really
of
the
them don't,
argument. What was
but
your
yeah,
other
that's-
question?
Most
Or
of
was that
them
your
do.
one question?
I think I can speak. I'm the only card-carrying convicted drug dealer here. Most of them do. And what was the other part? So you guys are supporting the conviction of somebody for doing something you don't even believe should be illegal.
No, I don't
I'm
believe
not-
in the
no, you weren't
distribution
Wouldn't
of
necessarily.
opiates and most stimulants and things like that. I
It
don't
wasn't
believe
just
in
some like
distributing those.
random. Yeah, it wasn't just some like random dude doing drugs. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about somebody who was profiting off of, as I read in my opening statement, that he's been profiting off of addiction for like years.
You know who else profits off addiction? Police,
don't care.
court, rehabs.
Every doctor's office. and
Yeah,
whole
that's
criminal
bad.
Wow, you know, you
That's
really don't have a
bad.
good argument when you have to do whataboutism.
Well, you
You
just
keep
a bad
asking us what
thing.
we think. So
you asked us a question. It's not a
Yeah.
what about.
Well, Flo asked us a question actually.
So nobody here actually thinks. I mean, I don't know what Grid thinks. You all agree that most of these things should at least be decriminalized.
For the users, not the distributors. That's
Well,
my
how the hell do you
Yes,
even get
I
it?
agree.
Do you know the difference
a
between
different-
a user and a
Yes, I
distributor?
think that a
Yes.
person that is trying to distribute things is a completely different. Do you have any idea how like it is
Do you
to
know-
be like somebody on
Possession with
drugs?
intent to distribute.
I don't never put my feet up, but fuck, this one's got me.
Possession with
Yeah, 'cause
intent to
you have nothing to
distribute, which
say.
is a distribution charge, starts at 1/8 of an ounce. That's about $50 worth of meth,
Uh-huh.
for instance.
Okay.
That's how the law is written. They scale it up
Okay.
dramatically. You don't need any proof or evidence even of intention to distribute.
All right.
So the legal
Well,
distinction
That's not what
between
he got for. So I
the
don't know what you're
legal
talking about.
distinction,
this.
the legal distinction between a distributor and a user is deceptive in and of itself and requires no evidence of distribution. Do you agree with that?
Because it's based on the amount you have. It's also
This
based
is
on like
this is
how the
unrelated.
drugs
Oh
are,
my god.
how the drugs are found if they're like divvied up separately, and they probably look into text messages and like burner phones and shit like that. Like they do an investigation. But
No,
yeah, if,
not with
if you
possession
have
with intent to
over-
distribute. All the
if
quantity,
you have
quantity
over
alone.
a certain amount, like they're probably gonna assume that
It's an 8-ball. That's 60. That is $60, $50 or $60
Wait,
worth of
what's your
stuff.
point?
You think that
We could forgo the what is this, and just tell me where you're pointing.
my point is that the laws are unjust, and you're trying to make a distinction where there isn't really one in real life.
So, this is why I go, okay, so if that's your point, thank you for being concise with your point. Thank you, Jesus Christ. So do you think that it is unjust for the distribution and aiding of distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine should be unjust? Let's just go through all of his charges. Let's make it easy for you.
Do I think that the law itself is unjust, or that he was charged and convicted of it?
It's too
No, I'm not asking it. He
separate
was. I
things.
mean, that's not really a question. I'm asking it. You're talking about unjust laws. Let's just
I
go
think
through
I-
every one that he was convicted
Yeah.
by.
So, like I said, I believe that every drug should be treated like alcohol. So, yes, I think it is unjust that is. I think that law's existence is unjust.
Okay, so count 2. Distribution and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
Unjust. I also
Unjust that he
hear.
was convicted of selling those online.
Don't you think you might be a little bit biased?
Well, let's just say focus here.
Everybody's biased.
I know what you're
That's why
saying,
we're-
but hold
agree
on,
with him,
hold
and I
on.
don't do drugs and never have.
All right, count 3. Conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
All the drug laws are unjust, in my opinion.
Okay, continuing a criminal enterprise. Count 4.
Way
Is that
unjust.
unjust?
I think that those RICO things, that's a way of them charging people for crimes without actually having
Okay.
to have any crimes committed. That's massively.
That's
even
exactly
more
why
unjust.
RICO is created, because then how else were you going to
Right,
get the
it's a
guy at the
loophole
top?
to do due process. They don't have to illustrate that you did the damn thing at all. They just have to illustrate that you.
Right, that's kind of the point, because then you don't have to have the
So
fall
you
guy.
don't believe in due process.
All right, count 5. Conspiracy to commit or aid
We're not
abetted
bouncing
computer
over that. We're not
hacking.
bouncing
Can we,
over
no,
that.
we
We're
gotta
not-
do.
No,
Oh, we can
no,
go.
no,
We can
no,
come back.
no.
We can go. No, we absolutely can come back. I just want to get through all the list.
We can't. You won't stop
Conspiracy to
talking long.
commit or aid and abet computer hacking.
Do you believe in due process?
I'm no. We gotta stay focused here. I'm almost.
No, no,
There's
no.
2 more.
No, no. You
That's
need to answer.
Conspiracy
This
to
is the
commit
master
or
thing.
aid and
If you
abet
don't
computer
believe in
hacking.
due
Are you okay with
process-
that? Do
if
you
you
think that
don't
was?
believe in
Yeah, do you
due
think that's?
process-
Do you think that is unjust for being? If somebody
It's
goes
a-
into your computer and then
We're
hacks and
we're
takes all your
stuck.
information, do you think
Yeah,
that that's
we're
okay?
not moving until you
I
answer
believe-
the question.
You think
as
that's
believe in
okay?
due process. I
Do you think that that's okay?
No one's answering until you answer the question that was asked.
Which was conspiracy? I can't answer that question. No, I don't think that's okay. Can you guys
asked
answer
if,
it?
You don't
he asked
believe in
if
due
you believe in
process?
due process.
Oh,
which
absolutely. I
we
believe in
do,
due process.
obviously.
That's
So
what
then
he's
how are
trying to
you okay-
reform.
Then how are you okay
Count
with
5,
RICO laws?
conspiracy to commit or aid and abet
Hold
computer
on.
hacking. Are
How-
you guys okay with that?
how
Are you
are
guys
you
okay with
okay?
that?
Stop
Are you
talking.
guys okay
Stop
with
talking.
No.
Stop
See,
talking.
we are still stuck back here on your response to the RICO charges. If you don't think that the government needs to demonstrate
that?
anything,
No.
to
We're
find
going
somebody
through
guilty-
every count, and then we can go back to that. Jesus
No,
Christ, you guys are
no,
so afraid
no.
of what I'm saying. You're so pussy coded that you have no idea. Like you really can't say.
Pussy-coded.
You
Are
just
you okay
whine,
with
just
conspiracy to
whining,
commit or
Keep
aid
whining.
and abet computer
Keep
hacking?
whining. It's
Are
okay.
you okay with that?
I love
Oh,
this.
whining. Yeah, okay.
You are.
You're
never
whining,
heard
you're
pussy
whining, you're
coding.
whining. I can do the same thing back to you. It doesn't matter. You know
Nina,
how
you are
important that
a
is for everybody?
firecracker.
Hey, it's okay. Calm down. It's okay.
So conspiracy to commit or aid in a bad computer hacking.
So are RICO laws just?
So we're really just not
We're
mod?
really
Hello?
not going to move.
Hello? I thought this whole thing was that it's modded. You're really not gonna like make them answer that?
If you guys could at least entertain the hypothetical or question or pretend.
It's not a hypothetical. That is a count 5.
What I'm saying is even if you answer it hypothetically to some weird degree,
Sure.
that would be great. Or don't. That's fine. Don't. I mean, we can stop.
Have
I
a
can
fun time.
open the panel. Everybody, go figure out her
We need to
something.
go back to to understand her philosophy about the law and what it even entails, because the way that she just bounced over the RICO thing makes me think that she either doesn't believe that in anything except for authoritarian government, or that she doesn't have a foundation and she's just whimsically changing her position based off the specifics of whether or not she likes the political implications.
I think it's kind of irrelevant though about the RICO stuff because
Oh, no.
he did have due process. He had due process and he was
entrapped
by a jury.
That's not due process.
He was not entrapped. What the fuck
How
are
is he
you
not
talking
entrapped?
about?
Who of the officers went to jail? What are you
Yeah,
talking
that has nothing to do with how they caught him. You know that, right? Yeah, you don't know that. Put your hand in your head. And
I do know that. I
that
just can't believe you're this.
How
just
did-
because
okay.
2 officers stole from him had nothing to do with
That has
that's how
nothing to
they
do with
caught
it.
him. Do you know how they caught him?
Do you know how they had access to those funds?
Yeah. How
Yeah.
they had access to his IP address in Iceland and how they found his server?
That's
that
not
what
how
you're
they stole
asking?
That's not how they stole the Bitcoin. That was how.
Because that has nothing to do with how he was caught. That's what I'm talking about. He was caught.
No, you don't understand anything about this case.
No,
You-
you literally
Bounce
don't.
around
You're
like,
joking.
no,
Okay, what is she
no.
wrong about? What is she wrong about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
She hasn't said anything.
You've got to answer
All
the
she
RICO.
said
She
is,
said
do you
that
know
the
how
reason
she?
Trying
why
to
they were
say-
able to find the thing was because they found the server in Iceland. She's not wrong about that. So
Yeah.
you can't possibly have the indignation to be able to like say, "Oh, she has no idea what she's talking about." Just
Do you know
prove
how
her
he was
wrong then.
caught?
How was he caught?
He was caught because the tax agent found
Yes,
his
because of entrapment.
no, because they found him through Google searches. He slipped up in his early days. He put his personal email address in a forum, and then they tracked him to another username, Frosty.
Yes.
And then they tracked that to the FBI looked into
One of
Here's-
the big things also
code
was
Here's
if you
why I
look
asked
at
that was
the question.
released.
yeah, she's right. She's absolutely right. And one of the big things was
right.
Mark
She's
Capella
right.
was one of the biggest
She's
one
right.
of the
And
reasons
it is
why
right. And that's how
matter
they
at all.
entrapped him.
they were targeting
matter at all.
again.
Let
This is
her
what anyone
finish.
who knows about cryptocurrency would know. Us bringing up the whole Iceland server and Mark Capella, they would know that you're full of shit. You have no idea what we're talking about because
Doesn't matter.
she's right
if
in
they
what she's
tracked
saying, and
him
the
through
Mark
his
Capella
email.
was
It
the
doesn't
original
matter how
target,
they
and it
did
actually
It-
ended up that they just
being
kind
able
of
to track
fell
him is
into
one-
this shit.
Actually being able
Do you know what
to
MT
get-
Gox is?
There was so
You
much
know what MT
overwhelming
Gox is?
evidence. Like they
There's
Say it
never
closer to
been-
the mic, intimidate him.
There's never been evidence. There's never
Love
been
it.
evidence that he was charged. He was accused of distributing drugs. He didn't do it. You guys are trying to say that
There's
because
no
he had a
evidence,
platform,
even though he was
because
charged
he
with
had
it.
a platform.
You want me to link
that
you the indictments?
facilitated it.
facilitated
That's
it.
enough.
Thank you. Yes, he
Yeah, that's what he
aided,
was charged
abetted,
with.
and assisted in the sale of illegal trades.
Yeah, okay, so
Done.
No.
you're so
Crime
we're
done.
right. All right, debate over. We're
no
right
more than every cell phone provider.
about that.
Nope,
No,
they're so
this-
different.
The means of communication and the contents of the communication are not the same thing.
They are not facilitating and aiding and abetting in the sale of drugs.
If
Like
your
Russ
Verizon
Ulbricht was
agent
saying.
was like being like,
if
"Hey,
Ghosty
I'm
and
gonna
I
give you a
arrange
bunch of
transaction backstage here, that's illegal. StreamYard's not responsible. YouTube's not responsible. Sarah's not
But if
responsible.
a member from a representative for StreamYard who loves Raging Potato's content, who then got in content with her and worked with her like she was a content, creator on the platform, and if that person then knew she was doing that, absolutely they
Okay,
would
so
be
you
in
think that everybody
site.
who's aware of something is responsible for preventing it?
Yeah. Do you know
Pretty much.
how laws work?
That
And-
is kind of how laws work, yeah.
Do you
If
know that
Verizon...
drinking
Now,
and
what do you
dri-
think-
Do you not
now-
realize that drinking and driving is illegal? You're telling me I can't get drunk and then drive?
Yeah, if you
That's
leave
not
a
at all
bar,
what I asked.
if you leave
Not at
a
all
bar
what I
and you're
asked.
drunk,
You
if you
just
leave a
understand
bar
the
and you're
basic
drunk,
shit.
the
He's
bartenders
tracking your
are held
face. Answer the
responsible.
question about
Exactly.
process. Glue your teeth in and then tell me what you think.
I know,
about
I don't know
this
why. Maybe I
process.
should take him out if I'm going to keep yelling with how stupid you guys are
Wait,
being
no,
with
we
this
can't
shit.
change topics. The bartenders are responsible.
trying to
if
go
a
back
drunk
to this
driver
motherfucking
leaves their
topic.
bar.
Wait, do you know that? Yeah, she's right. That bartenders are...
So, and Verizon doesn't have access, like, they're not looking at chat logs all day. They're not looking
Well,
at
they are.
and they
messages
are
and
to
stuff
some
all day.
extent
Insanity.
vaguely.
The NSA is as well still. Why aren't they responsible for this shit?
They are...
Well, they're tracking that shit. Right?
Anyway,
The thing is
I'm
they
muting up
are.
until we
I
get
don't
back to
think
due
I don't think
process.
they're allowed to. Wouldn't that be an infringement of like your rights? Unless they had some kind of warrant.
Oh wait,
Generally
the
speaking,
thing that
they
they
could
didn't
be.
ever have that they used they actually had to entrap the guy for.
No, wait,
They
Grid. Can you
entrapped him.
Grid?
Look,
Please.
you know they
No,
entrapped
can I ask
him.
you a question? How did they entrap? Explain to me how they entrapped Ross Ulbricht.
Seriously, you don't know this?
No, I know they didn't
What?
entrap him. I'm asking
Yeah,
you
just
to
like
explain
asking
why
the
you
same
think he
question.
did.
Hold on. The way they entrapped him was an agent contacted him posing to be a mass mover of drugs
Yep.
and constantly asked him, hey, can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? I could be really good for your organization. Ross says, I don't have an organization. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I run a website.
That's
then
not
he
what
says-
happened.
And then I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But then he said, but the guy, they couldn't even introduce that into
He
evidence
said?
because Ross never agreed. Never
So
agreed
what-
to it.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Moving drugs.
So
No,
why
he
did the
didn't.
agent?
No,
Why
he
did
fucking
they?
didn't. You
Yes,
dummy.
he fucking did. They literally
Stop
worked
talking like you know what
together.
you're talking
They
about.
worked
You read a
together.
news article and think you know something.
You literally have no idea what the fuck
Well,
you're
at
talking
least she
about.
read
I
something
literally
instead
just
of
told you
you
their
not
entire
reading
fucking
anything.
thing.
Yeah, and you're
so-
wrong. You're
I'm
fucking
not.
wrong. That's
Yeah,
what
and
I'm
you're
telling you.
literally wrong.
Do you
Hold
know
on.
what?
Let me get this
the
in.
agent was supposed to be undercover, and then he ended up
Even-
screwing over the other agents by saying like, oh, there's a mole, and he was actually the mole. But he started selling
Even if-
information about the case to
Even
Ross
if-
Ulbricht. That's what fucking
even-
happened.
Even if he agreed to it, it still fits the definition of entrapment. There's two elements of entrapment.
No, it doesn't. They were already on him. He was assigned as a
If
mole.
the government induces the crime and the defendant's lack of predisposition to engage in that. If I say to you, Ghosty, help me traffic drugs. Even if you're already a drug trafficker, the crime that I'm inviting you to engage in with me, you were not predisposed to until I brought it to you.
But that's not what they got
It's
him on. They
exactly
didn't.
what they did, Ghosty.
No, they didn't. They caught him with his
Yes, they did.
laptop. They caught him with his laptop,
No
and they
shit, they caught him with a laptop.
got it through
No,
the
the
fucking
laptop
IP
because he
address
knew
that they
it was on it
found
because
and
they
the fucking
sent it.
email address. It had nothing to.
God, you can't be this stupid. Holy
You don't know what
shit.
you're talking about, so I don't
I know
understand
exactly
why-
what I'm talking about. You guys
Just ask
trying to
follow-up
move
questions
things,
about it
and
then.
You are literally dumb. You are the dumbest person.
No,
I
you're
know.
fucking
Yeah,
retarded, dude. You're
dumb.
dumb. You just keep
You're
repeating that.
exactly-
You're
Yeah,
dumb. No,
yeah,
you're
yeah,
dumb.
yeah.
No,
Was
you're
involved
dumb.
in communicating
No,
with
you're
them.
dumb.
I don't know
Stop
what the fuck's
talking.
going on
I'm
with these.
talking now. The adults are talking.
Well, you're dumb.
You literally
Who's the
admit
adults?
that- yes, they literally communicated with him first. They
All right,
literally
taking my
said that.
teeth out.
When he said, "No, I'm not really interested in that. That's not my thing," they kept going. That by
He
definition,
didn't say I'm not interested in that. That's not my thing. That's not what fucking
Wait, did you say
happened.
he
Literally
like,
did. He's like,
he
I'm
paid-
sorry, I'm not-
he
like,
I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 'cause you're my Patreon girl and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
All right, right,
A
children.
little bit of a jump scare, Jesus.
All right.
Can
All right.
can we-
One at a time.
can we talk about Nina's position on due process?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do you believe that the government should be required to prove somebody committed a crime in order to convict them of the crime?
Do you think that? Yeah, sure.
Do you believe that laws like conspiracy or RICO laws that allow law enforcement to bypass having to convict somebody of a crime in order to find them guilty of the crime, do you think that those are just?
A loaded question, but yeah, I would generally agree that they are, because I do think that obviously RICO statutes are created for specifically being able to avoid the middleman, right? Like if you say to your friend, okay, go, I don't know, kill this person. Do you think that you should be completely? I'm just hypothetically. You don't have to actually answer this. I'll continue with my answer. Do you think that that person should be completely exonerated from any culpability? No, I don't think that personally. I don't think that person should be exonerated from any culpability.
That's not.
If you
that's
told
not-
somebody. No, that's a lot of why RICO statute was. Again, it seems you have no
No,
idea where you're
no.
talking with this. But okay, well, you asked my
Yeah.
opinion, so let me finish.
But you're
my
answering.
sentence.
You're
I didn't
confused in your
talk
answer.
over me. That's all I already said. I was going to give you my opinion. I'm almost done.
Yeah,
Okay.
just let her finish.
So like, I'm just saying that the idea of like, okay, I can't tell this other person to do something, and if I didn't ever do it, then I'm free to go. That's where the RICO statute, generally speaking, comes from. So go
You're
ahead.
wrong. That's not how RICO comes into play. In that example, somebody was actively involved.
Can you give me a reason why I'm wrong?
I'm trying to. In that example, somebody who orders a hit is actually directly involved in the crime. Somebody. But
Because of the RICO statute.
no, because that counts as attempted murder, I believe. It depends on if they did it.
But if you told somebody else to tell somebody else to tell them to do
If
it,
I
then
tell Grid,
that's fine.
if I tell Grid to commit a murder, but we're all on this platform together and we all get hemmed up because of what me and Grid did, that would be how RICO works.
What if you say, "Hey, I'd kind of like this guy to take a little path into with the fishes."
That was a
Again,
good
And they know
try.
what that means.
Again, RICO
do you think
allows.
that they should get away with it? Do you think that they should get away with it?
Hold on, I'm going to teach you something. You're asking me questions that demonstrates that you don't understand what RICO is.
Give me
RICO
the statute.
allows
I'll look up the
people-
statute right now. I know you don't like looking up stuff. Give me it. Okay.
Look up RICO. While
Which
you
one?
look it up, let me explain. RICO.
What aspect of RICO?
All right.
RICO,
Yeah.
RICO allows prosecutors to convict people of crimes they have no
Do you
evidence.
know what RICO
they-
stands for?
Racketeering, something, but that's a deflection. It doesn't matter either way.
Influence and corruption organization.
Okay.
Influence is one of the big aspects of it. If I just pressure you into doing
No,
something.
it's not required. You don't have to in the crime that you're convicted of. You don't have
so
to have
RICO does
any
not
part
stand
of
for
it.
the words I just said?
The Patriot Act stands for something, but it doesn't mean that if you follow the Patriot Act, you're a patriot. Like you don't understand how linguistics play out, how propaganda works.
Love that. Okay, go
Love
ahead
that.
and say how it works out in your mind.
How RICO works out, I've already told you a ton of times. You can.
Well, then
you
tell
can,
me one more
talking
time
to
if
a
I'm
guy
too
that
much of an
lived it.
idiot that I apparently,
Wait,
I guess
Objection, relevance.
I'm unable to.
I
I'm
love
going to read
all
it
of
to you maybe so you know what it actually is, because I feel like you're just going to lie to me.
What do you want?
I'm going to read to you what RICO is. I feel like if you just explain it,
Okay.
you're just going to lie to me.
Okay.
You want me to?
Read it. Right. Yeah. What does it stand for?
Okay. The Racketeering Influence and Corruption Act is a United States federal law that provides for the extended criminal penalties and civil cause of actions for acts performed as part of an ongoing criminal organization,
Do you
which
want me to
again
interpret that
obviously
for
would
you?
apply to Ross Ulbricht because this was considered part of
So
a criminal
if we're
organization.
on this
RICO
panel
was enacted
together,
in title.
hold
Oh,
on.
what?
If we're
Oh,
on
I thought
this
you wanted me to
panel
actually read
together,
what you
we're on
wanted.
this panel together, right? You could say that we're an organization. Now, are you responsible for the shit that I do?
No, criminal organization. There are other
which is
legal-
defined by whether or not you break the law, right? Criminal organization.
It's a legal statute. You couldn't just like say, "Oh, we."
So where do I sign up? Where do you have to enroll to become a criminal organization?
Well, probably when if you commit crimes as an organization, like drug trafficking.
Ross Ulbricht organization.
So if they suspect us of being a gang,
yes, he had a company that was doing crimes.
Let me explain to you how this works.
He absolutely
let me explain to you how this works in the real
Mm-hmm.
world, and I can tell you this: the way this works in the real world is if they want me for committing a crime, and they know that you all know me, they will hem you all up on charges. So
well, let me tell you how it actually works in the real world. No, that's not at all. They're not gonna. If you just have friends, there is no possible way that they would think that they would take you under RICO charges. I have never heard of that at all.
You know, you're talking to a guy who went to jail for RICO. like he knows what. Like this is.
Yeah, so his dumbass got fucking grifted by his associates. That just means he's a dumbass. That doesn't mean he has any idea what the statute is.
First of all, I didn't get RICO charges, but I know people who did. Second of all,
you didn't? I thought you did.
No.
I don't know. I'm not.
We can't hear you when you clip.
Embarrassing for you.
We can't hear you when you
to,
clip.
Like, leave? Like what the fuck? He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Even when it comes to you.
Nobody's going to hear you when you're screaming. Your mic clips.
You know, your mic clips that out.
It does. It goes too loud.
I was just making fun of how stupid not knowing that is, but you could probably fill in the
not
blanks
knowing what. I do know what this is. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You think because RICO stands for this and this and this. Okay, MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. Do you think that MAGA makes America great again?
Can you stay focused?
Does MAGA make America great?
Can you stay focused?
I am focused. Does MAGA make America great?
I don't care. This is unrelated. Let's talk about RICO. What is your point about RICO? You forgot what it was, wasn't it? Isn't it? You forgot what your point was, wasn't it? Because I yelled too loudly and I guess it scared you or something.
Does MAGA make America great? What was your
point in RICO? Go ahead.
Does MAGA make America great?
What was your point in RICO? I don't give a shit.
No, we'll go back to there. I am focused. I'm staying focused. You want me to stay focused? Does MAGA make America great?
Sure.
Wait,
sure what?
Law?
You did forget what you were saying. Oh my god, I spooked you. I yelled too loud.
I don't know what
you're
you're wanting.
Lemming.
I said that you answer my question, then I'll answer yours. So you haven't told me what your question is.
What?
What is your fucking question?
I didn't ask you a question.
Okay.
We're talking about RICO statutes, and my last question I asked you was talking about if you knew what RICO was, and then I had to read it to you, and then I said I would read it to you, and then I read it to you, and then now you're acting like I was asking you a question? That's what just happened.
You were waiting for me to talk.
So go ahead.
I know what RICO is. I know how it plays out in real life. You just read the first paragraph of Wikipedia.
Okay, so
and you
how
think
does
you
it play
know
out
more
in
about
real life,
RICO
then?
than me? RICO allows prosecutors to bypass having to demonstrate that the person that they're convicting of the crime actually committed the crime.
Okay.
And you're okay with that. You better
Generally speaking, yeah. Yeah, you're like going back to
you
like
don't
15
believe in
minutes
due
ago.
process. You get one or the other. You get
That
to
is due
believe in
process.
due process.
So do you think?
or-
Wait, do you not think those people get their time in court?
Most of them don't. Most of them take plea deals.
So would you consider a plea deal not a time in court?
You have self-conflicting beliefs that you need to iron out.
I love how every single time you're just like, you do this, instead of like actually answering what I'm saying. So do you not think that that's a time in court when you have your day, when you take a plea deal, would you not consider that your time in court?
Exchanges again. You seem to be able to understand exchanges. You answer my question, I'll do yours, then you do mine. Okay, we'll do back and forth.
Do you think that plea deals are due process?
We'll do back and forth like this. Now it's my turn.
Okay, go ahead.
How do you rectify claiming that you believe in due process, but also being just fine with laws that bypass due process?
That is such a broad question that I feel like I don't. Do you think you could answer that question?
I don't believe in RICO laws. I think that I do believe in due process.
But it's such a broad. It's like, do you believe in law? How could you possibly believe in law? Like, it's like, what are you talking about? I'm clearly do believe in the idea of if you want to get into what RICO is about, I do believe, I'm just going to assume your question in good faith then, or steelman it, where, yeah, obviously I do think that,
Did she cut out?
Yeah.
Okay.
RICO laws are a somewhat new thing, a phenomenon, because we didn't have organized crime the way that we used to, or sorry, that was poor phrasing. We didn't used to have organized crime when RICO laws were a thing. Like, I have it open here. I can look it up really quick. In the 1970s, it was a big thing. So we didn't used to have organized crime in that, or able to prosecute organized crime in that way. So we really didn't, our government in America, I mean, I assume you guys are all American, right? Our government in America didn't really have all of the abilities to deal with all of this kind of bullshit. So our laws change and have stuff like RICO because people are always able to kind of, circumvent them, right? I mean, would you disagree with that?
So, if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that the reason that we need RICO laws is because our government does not have the ability to prosecute crime effectively with due process.
Hold on. She was going to steelman your argument, and now you're steelmanning her position?
No. Well,
you said, let me steelman your argument, and then you gave a position that you assigned to him, and then he steelmanned your position back to you. What?
Okay, you're just getting mad at me because you want to be part of the conversation. I know. Okay.
No,
but if we're actually having a conversation back and forth, can you repeat what you said, Powder?
What you're saying is that we need RICO laws because our law enforcement was unable to deal with organized crime without them. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, correct. Yes.
So you understand that you're saying we need to bypass due process. Because
that became due process. That became the due process. That's why we process. No. If we put it's a law. RICO is a law. We're that we were given the ability through due process, directly through due process, to be able to prosecute that way. So it was not just some I don't know, dumbass Donald Trump ass executive order. It went all the way through Congress. It was something that was asked for to help prosecute this problem of gangs and stuff like that. It was literally the most due process thing possible.
Yeah. Okay.
I still don't know how this is relevant.
You've said a lot. Let me help you out for a minute. RICO.
Wait, I'm not talking to you.
Well, I'm talking to you.
Powder, what's your thoughts on that?
So basically,
you're gonna let him talk for you,
so you understand that
he's gonna obfuscate. Are we done with the conversation then?
No. He's part of the conversation. There's four of us here.
Yeah. I'm. This isn't. I'm not here for my good looks. The entire thing of the RICO was to take down the mob. Once that happened, they kind of reinforced them and changed the laws. RICO's real issue is, and what my colleague is trying to get to, comes in punishment and charging, because they charge a group collectively. So even the guy who drives the truck gets the same charges as the guy who literally does all of the criminal action.
I explained
earlier. RICO does that to create friction so that people turn on each other. I don't know really why we're talking about.
No, it's also because it's also to prevent crimes from happening. If you think
that's bullshit.
Because if you think as a driver, as a getaway driver, I can get away with money with this, but I know if I can be charged with murder if the person goes in there too, you're less likely to do it.
She hasn't been talking at all. Let her talk.
That is true, Greg. Let her have the floor, please.
I was in the middle of talking.
She was.
You know what? Fuck it. Run your own panel. I do want to hear from Ghosty, though. She has been very quiet for a while.
That was just my comment. He's just wrong. It's also to prevent
Not
crime.
Wrong.
Obviously,
you're saying I'm wrong, but you can't prove I'm wrong right now. Go for it.
The moderator told you to stop talking.
Stop talking.
So if you're trying to if you want a bunch of money and you're oh, I'm gonna go rob the store. I explained this earlier. But
that's not RICO though. That is specific murder charges. You dumb broad. Stop talking.
I was not talking about RICO charges. I was responding to what you just said.
But
you said that
we're talking about RICO.
I was responding to what you said. You fucking Oh my god. Okay. What did you
Does
just say?
everybody want to just
Do you not
cuss at each
understand- do
other
you not
for like a
understand what
hot
we're
minute and
talking
get it
about?
out?
Brit, do you even
Maybe you need
remember
to
what
do
you
this for
just said
drugs
like
or
30
something, because
seconds
you guys
ago?
are off.
You don't. Okay,
Yeah.
you don't remember. Do you
All
have
by yourself.
dementia or something?
Why don't? Does
Okay.
everybody want to get their ad homs out now? Can we just go ahead and
Yeah.
just spurg it all now? Just go
Yeah.
ahead. Floor's
I was
open.
clearly responding
Yell at
to what
everybody.
Grid said, that the reason they prosecute people involved in crimes that didn't actually commit the crime, but they assisted in the crime with the same crime they assisted in, is to prevent crime, obviously. You said it's to like get people to turn against each other, which I mean, I guess there's a part of it, but that's also to prevent crime, especially if you assisted in the fucking crime.
Are you done?
Get it?
Are you done?
Are
Get
you
it?
done? Are you done? Why are you doing debates if you don't give a shit about what your opponents have to say? Like, I give a shit what you guys have to say, generally speaking. Like, I don't know why you're so fucking
But
annoying about it.
That
She would had
entire
a thoughtful answer, dude. Like,
that
just
entire
engage. It's not that hard.
diatribe has nothing to do with RICO.
I was responding to
nothing.
something you said.
Okay, then reformat. Then what do you want to talk about? Then look, it's all about you. What do you want to talk about?
I would just like to clarify what we're talking about. I don't even know why we're talking about RICO exactly, because Albright
don't-
Well,
wasn't.
because he got charged with, as I said, basically around RICO statutes. Again, this is why you have very much proven that you are not paying attention. That all of these things, talking about conspiracy, all of that, that basically is a big element of what the RICO statute has to do with. Are you
charged with RICO? That was the point. You defining it is irrelevant. This whole line of all of this,
because you don't want to be seen as being wrong. I get it. I don't
know what you're talking about, which is why I like.
Okay, because let's go back to what we were talking about when we started this. Okay, it counts for continuing criminal enterprise. This is why we're talking. I will remind you. Instead of you arguing about this, I can just remind you.
The continuing criminal
I can
enterprise
just
charge.
remind you of what we were talking about
This
initially that
charge-
brought up RICO.
Continuing criminal enterprise charge was added by the prosecution punitively because he chose to take it to trial instead of take a plea deal.
They didn't bring that
Conspiracy
up.
to
The only
commit
reason
and
that-
abet, computer hacking, conspiracy to traffic and fraudulent identity
We've
documents,
heard the
conspiracy
charges.
to commit
What,
money
I don't
laundering.
Why do you keep reading?
Well,
them?
I mean, I left halfway through that because you got mad about whatever I was saying. So I just want
Nobody's mad
to
at you.
continue with at least the
You're
through line that I was going
astounded.
with. So you guys are all okay with the trafficking in fraudulent identity documents?
Okay, with him being acquitted of it, yes.
Yeah.
Or
You should-
pardoned.
He didn't
I'm
do
fine.
it. So
So he was. What if
He
it
didn't
was?
do it.
Yeah.
Wait,
Did-
he didn't do.
did-
Okay,
did
so
he-
he had
did he sell
he had a
someone
website
documents?
that was able to
didn't have proof.
people could
They had
just
proof
like
of him
fake
selling documents.
like 16-year-olds were able to like get drunk at a bar. You're cool with that?
What?
Are the bartenders responsible for selling
16-year-old.
for allowing the sale of beverages to minors?
If a bartender gives a minor a drink, yes.
The whole bar gets in trouble for it, not just the bartender, right?
Correct. The
Yeah.
bar sells the liquor through its employee to the customer.
Yeah, and
It's
they
not
have
a
a
bar.
right to
This
make
is not a
sure their
bar.
operations
not a
are
bar.
legal. They
This
have
is
the
not
right.
a bar.
Okay, but any
Not a
company,
bar. This is
any
this is
company,
Let her.
any company has the obligation to make sure their operations are conducted legally, correct?
And it is legal to have an online marketplace.
But it wasn't
It
being
is
conducted
not legal
legally.
to sell fake IDs.
It's
It
not
is
legal,
legal
to sell
to have an
heroin.
online marketplace.
That
it is
sells
legal.
fake IDs.
It is legal.
it?
It is legal to have an online marketplace. It is legal
But it
to
is
have,
not legal to have a marketplace that sells fake IDs. Yes.
I actually don't know if it's what I don't know what the legal requirements of the platform
Well, I can tell
are.
you right now.
Hold
it's
on,
not.
let me fucking finish. Of the platform are to seek out and enforce crimes on their own. And that's what this was about, was setting precedents.
Well,
They
count
wanted-
6 was
they wanted to
conspiracy to
establish
traffic in
precedents.
fraudulent identity
Hold on.
documents.
They wanted to establish precedents with this case that they can go after anybody ever. This was about getting leverage over all
Well,
the
do you
online
think that people
retailers.
should be gotten if they are selling fraudulent IDs?
I think that I don't think that a platform should be responsible for all their users. And obviously, society agrees with
Do
me
you think
because
it should
in
be
every,
legal to
hold on,
sell
in
fake
every
IDs?
other case, publishers aren't responsible. Like Facebook, X, they might have
That's-
policies.
But they
do
don't
try to work within
authorize
the law.
that shit. They don't facilitate in the sale and trade
Yes,
of the
they
illegal
do.
things. No, they
Let's
don't.
assume that they were. So you think that Facebook should be able to sell fake IDs
Facebook doesn't. No, I
to
didn't
like
say that. They should.
16-year-olds?
He didn't sell the shit.
I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
if that doesn't happen. to be
No,
honest.
and
Yeah.
Facebook wouldn't be selling that shit either. Do you
Yes,
think that
there are
Facebook should
transactions-
be
This is
able
sketchy
to
Facebook
facilitate the
business.
You're
sales
crazy.
of fake IDs?
Lady, you're crazy. There are illegal transactions that
I'm
happen
not crazy. I'm asking you. I'm
They
actually
happen
like
constantly
you
on
seem like a fucking
Facebook.
psychotic person. Do
At least
you
my teeth
think?
staying.
Do you think that Facebook should
You're
be
the only
able?
one that's
It's
been
my
yelling all night.
Invisalign. Okay.
That's not
Conspiracy to traffic and fraudulent identity document. Do you think that Facebook should be able to sell on their Facebook marketplace?
Objection,
how-
relevant.
Why are you wasting our
Don't
time?
steal my
Do
line.
you think that Facebook should be able to sell fake IDs
No,
on their
think
marketplace?
but why isn't Facebook being arrested for people scamming people every single day?
Because
So
they
you
don't
would agree
allow
with
and
me
facilitate
then?
it.
So then
They
you
do
would agree
facilitate
with
it.
me
They do
that they
facilitate it
should
in
be
exactly the same way.
held
No, don't.
legally responsible for fraudulent IDs.
If
Objection, relevance.
What's the point of Facebook?
Because they don't.
Is it a social media
Facebook
platform
doesn't
or is
sell
it
the
is it
ID.
a platform
Like
to
Raw,
sell
you
drugs?
you've never been on
the ID.
Facebook Marketplace, I'm sorry. You not aware of that?
Oh, is the purpose of Facebook Marketplace to sell anonymously illegal goods and
Yes.
services only?
Absolutely, it's
Oh,
anonymous.
really? The
What
Facebook Marketplace is
purpose of
intended to
Silk
sell
Road only-
drugs.
Was the purpose of Silk Road
Interesting.
only drugs?
No.
Basically,
No.
It was intended.
her fucking opening statement tells you what the categories. Yeah, they also
Yes.
sold
Yeah.
like hacks
They-
They
and
sold
Cyanide
you know,
is
like,
selling
illegal-
cyanide.
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it sold a lot of stuff, but mostly all illegal. Yes, the idea of the Silk Road was that it was for illegal shit.
Because of his
That's what you've
libertarian
been told.
beliefs.
That's what you've been told. The idea was by.
No, it's his libertarian beliefs,
If
just
you
like yours,
told-
Flo.
If you
Oh,
search,
I mean, I'm sorry, they just told me it. Like, what are you,
Look,
like a fucking Trump supporter?
I'm
told that, like,
I'm gonna
we're
search.
gonna ruin the
Here, I'm
country,
gonna
but
search
no,
Ross
he's not gonna do
Ulbricht
that.
right now.
My God.
Why does the Libertarian Party care so much about pardoning Ross Ulbricht?
I'm not in
Because
the
he was a
Libertarian
libertarian,
Good question.
and that's why
Because
he is
I'm
he
not
was
a
a staunch
fucking
libertarian.
bootlicker.
I think his parents are Flo.
Really? Because
let's-
it sounds like you're a bootlegger.
He
Let me
has a
read
whole
these- look, I
diary.
just searched Ross Ulbricht. Let me read these to you. How Silk Road drug lord kingpin Ross Ulbricht.
Wait, you just
Trump
Googled
pardons
Ross
Silk Road
Ulbricht for the
founder
first time to get
online drug
prepared
schemes.
for
Making
a...
a point.
Why
debate
Silk
about-
Road's dread pirate Roberts? Ross Ulbricht is free and would be a billionaire, but the U.S. sold his Bitcoin. Okay, that's what I'm telling you. These
okay.
headlines, all the headlines agree with
Hey,
your.
what do you guys think the age
description
of
them.
consent should be?
Wait, real quick. There's another thing we
What does that
haven't
got to do with
even
anything?
mentioned yet.
You
Is the
libertarian
diary.
assholes. I feel like you're gonna have some
Fine.
crazy takes on that shit.
There's something we haven't even mentioned yet, which is the diary Russ Ulbricht wrote, which was found on his laptop, which he had open while he was caught, about documenting everything about creating Silk Road, including
He created Silk Road. Nobody's arguing that.
But he documented in a diary what he did, and in that was talking about allowing the sale of these drugs and working with these drug dealers.
Allowing a sale,
You guys didn't respond.
allowing a
on your
sale, and
platform.
selling are different things.
But being a distributor, part of
Yes, those are two
distribution-
different things. But but everything that she's saying is not for some reason like discounted because they're two different things.
They're two
Being
different
part-
things.
Being
was-
part,
Yes.
if you help and assist in distribution of drugs and facilitating it, especially on like a platform, like the platform is intended to do that, that is distribution. That's how the law works. And that's what
and
he
you know,
wanted
then, if,
to
if
do.
we only care about how the law works, then how else the law works is pardons exist. He got a pardon. You have nothing to bitch about. That's how the law works.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't give a shit about the idea. Is the should he been part? That's the idea,
yeah,
the
he
premises
should
of
be.
the argument.
the
I mean, I know you
idea
guys want to
should he.
obfuscate it as much as possible because you did no fucking research into
If
this.
the idea is
No,
should he
that's
be
The
pardoned?
not-
idea is,
that's
I don't think. Okay, again, do I have to reread you my fucking
and
Ross?
shut down? Well, let's do this. It's 11:50.
I like her, but she's dumb.
I like all of you.
I mean, she's
I love how
spicy.
you have no reason to, okay, whatever. Go ahead.
Just
Sorry.
ignore
All right,
him.
let's go ahead. What we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to jump on open panel, the link is pinned. You can go ahead and start shuffling backstage. I've already got 2 back there. It does fill up quickly. Usually, if you want to get ahead of it, the link is pinned. We're gonna go into closing statements, read some super chats, and then we'll go into open panel dumpster fire. Grid 1 to you, if you'd like to give your closing, please.
Yeah, sure. Look, as much as we can argue about why he was convicted and all of that, which I still believe, and there's no evidence otherwise, it was bad prosecution all the way around. His pardon is absolutely justified. It 100% is. There's no doubt about it. I think Trump did the right thing. The real question is, why didn't Biden, who basically pardoned everybody, why he didn't pardon his fellow drug dealer? But I'm not up on drug dealers. I don't really know that much about them. But it's been a nice spirited debate. I've actually enjoyed quite a lot. What's the last thing I want to say? Yeah, I don't know. This was fun. It was a good time. Had a great time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grid. Flow State, Powder Dusty.
I enjoyed myself as well. I will say that there's a lot of pearl clutching going on by the opposition. They feel some certain sort of way about bad people doing bad things, which is basically the gist of what I heard. In reality, this was a massive miscarriage of justice. He wasn't guilty by the letter of law, nor the spirit of the law. And I think that if we really want to look at who's dangerous and impacting society harmfully here, we need to look at corrupt cops, entrapping law enforcement, dirty judges, and malicious prosecutors, not at a dude who made a website.
Thank you, Flow State. And Ghosty to you. Oh, you're muted, honey.
Thank you. Okay. So yeah, the main difference again between sites like Craigslist and eBay is they, one, are not intended for the sale of illegal products or goods and services, which Ross Ulbricht did intend his platform to be used for. He also worked with these drug dealers. He was aware of them. He authorized these sales. He profited from them, and he intended for these illegal sales and goods. So there's a huge difference. He got a kingpin statute, which is like basically the same, which is mostly used for cartel leaders. And that is a minimum. Actually, I don't know the minimum, but it's a life sentence, like almost always, usually. So, and Trump's pardon, again, wasn't on principle. It was just for the votes of the libertarians. There was other terrible things sold on there, again, like cyanide, body parts, weapons. He actually tried to open a separate site called the Armory, which wasn't very popular, so we shut that down. But yeah, he intended for these sales. It's not like he had no idea what he was profiting off of. He facilitated, he aided and abetted, he conspired to distribute drugs or whatever. He facilitated and distributed these drugs and a lot of other terrible things. It was his philosophical beliefs, and his pardon is not what's the word? Not justified. Yeah.
Thank you, Ghosty. Nina, to you.
Jose, could not agree with you more. I think that we really have to know is from this conversation that Ghosty and I came with information, we came with facts, we came with like logic here, and we noticed that like basically we're getting just nothing. We're getting nothing from our people on the other side, and I really hope that it's embarrassing. I hope that you guys realize how embarrassing this is, that they clearly did not do any effort and do it every single time that we made it a point. They'd be like, oh, you're annoying what, you're stupid. Like, are we really in this type of level of like discourse like right now? Like, oh my god, pearl clutching. I'm sorry that I think that somebody who again commission multiple hits. Ross Ulbricht thought
Allegedly.
that he killed 6.
Allegedly.
It is her closing statement, Grid.
I am going to take my time back. Shut the fuck up, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry because I'm passionate. All of a sudden I'm pearl clutching. No, it's fucking ridiculous to think that I'm pearl clutching the fact that a man who wanted to kill 6 people, he thought he killed 6 people. I know they didn't do any effort into actually looking into this. I did. If you didn't, you know what? I got all the links for it. If you're interested in, I am more than welcome to give it to you if you want to add me on Discord or whatever. But you know what? They won't because they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about any of this. They just want to talk over me and call me stupid because, you know what? As I hope you guys see, they have nothing. Me, Ghosty, did the work. I was actually kind of worried that, like, oh my god, I don't know if I know enough about all this crypto stuff and all of that. We were concerned about like doing the work, about like looking into this type of stuff. They didn't even fucking try. So I hope that it's as embarrassing as it was to see, as it was to feel, of how much they just don't care. These people have no care about the debate itself. They didn't know anything about what they were talking about. I had so many notes, and now I feel like an idiot. Maybe that's their troll, right? They trolled me real bad by not knowing anything, so they're just too stupid for me to argue with. And it was not about pearl clutching. It was just about the idea that I think that law is probably a pretty good thing to have in this country, but I mean, I guess they're willing to. I mean, you're gonna get cold before I will with your fucking low IQ.
I love it. And thank you to everybody. This was definitely a very interesting one. This goes down as the second worst panel ever. Just
Wasn't I on the
behind
first one?
just behind Jim Bob, Flow State, Resi, and Ice Beans. You guys took second of the second worst. All right, let's hit the super chats. If you feel like you have something to respond, please feel free to do so. If you don't, just shut up and we'll keep moving on. Rude Mudcrap coming with a big 5 says, I was fucking with Bitcoin from as early as 2012. We definitely bought and sold stuff we shouldn't have on Silk Road. LOL. Any responses?
I feel like that's from the pro Ross Ulbricht side.
Probably not.
I don't know why you would buy illegal things.
No, like as a response.
Public and trackable coin. That's what doesn't make sense to me. Bitcoin is a worse medium for illegal activity than to cash.
Well, Silk Road at the time though was like 2013 because again we actually did the work. I know that Ross Ulbricht had Silk Road from 2013 2016. I don't think people really had a lot of understanding of what crypto was.
The date is not relevant. Bitcoin's been the same the whole time.
It was
no, they bought stuff on Silk Road.
He started it in January 2011.
The date is not relevant.
It absolutely is relevant because did you know what Bitcoin was in 2011?
The way that Bitcoin works is not changed.
No,
well, he heard of Bitcoin in 2010, and he had this idea for this black market website, but he knew it couldn't be totally anonymous because of credit cards and bank accounts. So he started it after hearing of Bitcoin in 2010, and the site launched in.
I don't think that you should be embarrassed because you didn't do enough research to understand what my objection is, what my point is that I'm saying. Bitcoin is public. That means that people can see the transactions that take place.
Well, it was in response to that chatter who said that they bought stuff that they probably shouldn't have, and they were able to do it on the Silk Road.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people thought it was untraceable. Some people still do. I don't know why, but they're, idiots.
This was like super early cryptocurrency days.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Well,
I understand when it was. I don't care. I'm not making any comment on when. I'm only talking about the mechanics of the cryptocurrency. It is a worse medium for illegal transactions than cash. That's the only claim. Nothing about the dates of Silk Road.
Yeah, but if you're selling things online, cash doesn't really work, right?
God.
Right? You can't make global transactions with cash.
Yeah, a lot of people I think that crypto is like super anonymous, which again was one of the big things of the Silk Road. That's why he threatened to kill somebody that was going to out all the vendors because all the wallets. Again,
Can
this is
we?
what's a really interesting
Can we
story.
we need to be real here and throw out the whole he tried to kill people thing, because if
he
that was
did. That's true.
if that was true, and if it was
is
a
true.
legally obtained crime,
Well,
right? That
I can give you the indictment. He was
They
indicted for
would
it.
have convicted him for it. That
I
would
can
have
read
been a
you.
way
I can
O.J.
literally-
Simpson killed Nicole Brown too. He wasn't convicted for that.
Yeah, he went to court. He was indicted for it. Do you not understand? Do you not understand?
He was also indicted. He was indicted for.
Did they try him for it?
Sorry.
Did they try him for it? Did it?
Yeah,
They
I'm just saying.
needed to because he was already convicted for
No, that's
multiple
never
life
the reason.
sentences. And what do
That's
you mean no?
literally never the reason why.
No, it's again because of the fucking DEA agents.
you just
and it
don't-
would make it just like didn't help their case that they already had.
Yeah,
so
it
they
didn't
didn't
help.
include
One of the big
that,
things that
which
was in Maryland-
which prosecutors are allowed to do. By the way, they don't have to. They have to present exculpatory evidence, but they don't have to present all the evidence that hurts their case.
What's
Yeah,
your
they didn't
favorite flavor of
Wait,
boot,
what?
Dusty?
What? Wait, what? No, stop.
They have to present exculpatory evidence, but they don't have to include all the evidence if it doesn't help their case.
What
No.
argument do you think?
They
But
you have, my
anything
guy?
that's exculpatory,
to
they
turn
have
over
to.
all
There's
the
nothing wrong
evidence.
with anything.
Yeah, but they don't have to present it in
Evidence they've ever
trial.
gathered, you.
They don't have to
debate.
present it
We
in
need so much
trial.
researching.
This is
All
fucking
right, all right,
insane.
all right.
All right, we're off the topic of the super chat. Anson Knowles coming with the big five. Nina is using a logical fallacy called red herring to avoid talking about the crimes Ross was pardoned for because she does not want to engage in debate. And you're welcome to
I'd
respond.
love to see
Nina.
that person in the panel
He
afterwards
is
because
backstage.
that is the most retarded shit I've ever heard, and I don't think these people know what those words meant.
Well, they've heard the most retarded thing they've ever heard tonight, for sure.
Yeah, I know. You're just gonna say stuff because you got blown the fuck out, okay?
Yeah,
Oh
keep
my.
digging.
Hey, good
Because
job, Blown.
Ghosty
didn't
and
get
I
blown.
both actually did some fucking work, and you did none.
No blowing on the panel. K2 keep on trucking in with the big five. These girls debating can't cook. They need to go back to the kitchen. Too much emotions in their debating skills. Ladies, you're welcome
That's
to
so
respond.
My
fucking
boyfriend just
retarded. We
presented
can't
me a
cook. Why would we go back
cheeseburger.
to the kitchen?
I want a cheeseburger now.
Maybe we would take
Jeez,
another position.
Anson coming in again with another five. There was a separate indictment in Maryland for one of these alleged
Texas,
hitman
no.
for hire attempts, but this was later dropped due to lack of evidence.
Correct.
Everyone
I
is
actually
welcome.
have the evidence or that file, so they're not wrong about the statement.
Fair enough.
But these
Rude mud-
idiots have no idea what they're talking about, so it's not even worth arguing with them.
Fair. Rude Mud Crab coming with a big five. Throughout the function of the site, did Ross profit from the sales of illegal goods? Debate over.
Yes.
Everybody's welcome. Anybody else?
What was it? Sorry.
Did Ross profit from the sale?
Ross
You get a
Ross
percentage
profited
of
from
the
all
transaction.
sales. That's how the exchange works. Just like how Verizon profits from all the cell phone plans. So sure, it was indirectly the same way the courts profited, the same way that the law enforcement profited.
So that's why he was legally liable for him, huh?
Then I guess we better prosecute the prosecutors too.
They were.
The prosecutors were prosecuted?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that the entire law enforcement apparatus profits
Oh
off
my
of
god, you're
crime.
just being that stupid. Never mind. Move on.
Robert Schweitzer coming in with the big five. Love the rage and the flame. Blood for the blood god. Blood sport debates all days. Thank you, Robert. This one definitely got a little cray-cray. Shots fired all across the board. Larry coming in with the big five. Nina is killing it. Thank you, Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Killing those drinks.
Oh yeah, dude. What are you not? You pussy.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't drink.
Anson, I know I've got two non-drinkers on the gentleman's side.
You're still as stupid? What the fuck happened?
I listened to you.
Don't
tonight.
lose your teeth in that.
I'm trying
Oh
to.
my
Well, no,
God.
they're here again. They were just Invisalign. I spent like $2,000 for these fuckers.
Uh-huh. And Anson
They're
Knowles.
still falling out.
Yeah, you're too poor to understand what Invisalign is. I get
Whose
it.
Invisaligns did you steal?
You think I stole the Invisalign of
They
somebody
don't fit
else?
your teeth, apparently.
No, I have rubber bands, but okay. You think that's a really good one?
If
We
you
love that for
if
you.
you squeeze them in the back on the back teeth, it usually helps keep them in place. Anson coming in with the big 5. He
Only
was
if they're yours.
Anson coming in with the big 5. He wasn't
Adorable.
convicted or pardoned for anything related to those points. This is a fallacious red herring because the gals are bad faith in the debate.
Well, they need to
Ladies.
be specific on those points. They were absolutely convicted on the points that I said in my opening argument. If you are too stupid to be able to even just do a Google search to either me and or Ghosty's points, then that is a problem on your end. I don't know what to tell you.
Anybody else?
For you not to understand what prosecutorial misconduct is criminal.
That's not what that chatter said.
She doesn't care because the boot tastes good.
What is this boot thing? Who's
Boot liquor?
Bootlickers. He's trying to like.
I think it's
Oh.
make a
weird.
joke.
Boot liquor's
it's
with
funny
authoritarian.
because
I don't even
it's
know what they're
Flo
trying to get
stating
at.
that. The funny thing is that it's Flo saying it.
I was the window licker. Anson coming in with the big 5 again says
Sometimes they're nice and
new
cold.
rule to increase the fun. The gals have to take off an article of clothing and the guys have to put one on for each logical fallacy they use.
Deal.
That actually would be kind of a fun sip and stream night. K2 keep on trucking with the big 5. Is that girl that's losing her teeth like 50-year-olds? Because that's a lot of makeup on these girls. I need to calm down and get some. What is that?
Hooking.
So I did like the bad fallacy
Something in
of
blow?
or thinking that your fucking community, I guess, like would not realize that these are Invisalign. I don't
And my
actually have my
14-year-old
teeth
has
coming
those.
out.
Was that an
It's just a
Omibod?
little bit of a goof. A little bit of a goof. I have multiple trays if you guys know what Invisalign is. But
Yeah, my 14-year-old has those. Why?
Adults can get them too. I had to.
You
get
better
'em
check and make
fixed.
sure he still has
I'm
them.
telling you, I think it's a complete scam for like kids to get because they're not gonna wear the retainers for the rest of their life. Like I got braces when I was growing up, and I feel very strongly about this. This is why I'm saying it. I think that it's like complete bullshit to give your kids like a bunch of dentistry because they told me I have to basically wear a retainer for the rest of my life. I know I'm not gonna fucking do that. Come on. And imagining that the idea that like a kid's gonna do that, I'm gonna get like a bar installed. But like, do you really think that your kid's gonna get that or wear that for the rest of their life?
No, fuck no. My kids like.
Then
There's no
the
way.
thing is with orthodontistry,
My
it's gonna
wife-
move back.
Look,
It's gonna if they don't, it's gonna move back. Like
Yeah.
I got my
Now we're
orthodontist to admit to me.
arguing.
My wife is
Interesting.
Chinese, and so my kid will have perfect teeth regardless. So whether she has
That
to get in there and
is
straighten
super
them
weirdly
by
racist,
herself.
but okay. You think Chinese people don't have shit
Tiger
teeth,
Mom,
dude? I'm
maybe
Japanese,
Indian.
and our teeth are dog shit.
Tiger Mom. No, that's just my wife. Literally, I didn't even think he was old enough to get braces or Invisalign, and she's like, he's got to get them, and I'm like, whatever.
Oh,
Sorry, kid,
Jesus.
I can't fight mom on this one.
All right, everybody go fix your teeth. Anson coming in with a big 5. How do you know if a pardon is justified? Were all of Biden's pardons justified? Just to get a definition of
I really
justified
wanted to be
for
in
the
on this
debate.
one.
That's an interesting question.
Anson's going to come in. I have a
I
feeling.
have
hot.
no idea. I would have to look into the details of them.
Well, he
Probably not all
did.
of them.
He did categorical
Pardons,
pardoning. So just everybody who, if you got put on house arrest during the cough, because you were say old or in bad health, if you were still on that program, you were pardoned with no regard
No,
for
he-
what crime
he-
you committed.
Yeah, what a lot of what he did was he just what is the phrase where he didn't like let people free. It wasn't like a blanket pardon. He would just commute.
In fact, was exactly.
It was
blanket.
a blanket.
prior to any conviction.
No, commutation
been
is
done
not the same as a blanket pardon.
You're
You
right.
guys
You're right.
know
I
that,
misspoke.
right?
I misspoke. It was a blanket
Yeah.
commute.
Yeah,
Yeah, and those are fine. That just means basically that they're not. It's very different than what Ross
No, a
Ulbricht again.
A blanket commute. The cash for kids judge, one of them was pardoned. Or you think that
Oh
selling
no,
kids?
that was dog
You
shit.
think that
I agree with
literally
you.
selling kids is less
No,
bad
I
than
agree with
creating
you.
a
That was
platform?
a really bad thing that I don't think that they should have done. I agree with you.
Biden pardoned people that hadn't even been convicted yet. That's never been done before. I'm not even sure it can
No,
be
that's
done. I
not
don't know
true.
it's going to hold up.
That's
I
not
don't know that it's going to
uncommon.
hold up in court if they do go there. But it's crazy the things that I mean.
You're
obviously
just making up
Biden
stuff.
didn't
You
do
have
it.
no idea.
He doesn't
Again,
even
you
know
just
what
say
trigger
stuff. You have
anymore.
no idea what you're talking about.
I love how nobody
him
on
his
this
son's
panel knows what
Invisalign
they're
back.
talking about today.
Really?
keep
You think
on
I don't?
trucking. K2,
Why do
keep
I do
on.
any work to be on your show, dude? I guess I'll stop doing it then.
K2,
You can
keep
come
on.
on my show. It'll be fun.
Oh Lord, don't.
I
do
would
it
rather
without a
kill myself.
mod.
We don't do business on at the Continental.
Oh
No
God,
business at the Continental.
I don't know what that means.
you're killing me tonight too, Grid.
I know. I'm having a great time.
About
though.
how fucking
So
I
much
boring
know
and
you
annoying you are.
are. I know
You're
you are.
embarrassing.
I think we're all embarrassing ourselves
I
this
think
evening. Can somebody send alcohol?
I
for
don't think me
please?
and
I need a drink.
Ghosty are
Me
embarrassing
too.
ourselves.
That would be
I-
conspiracy to
that's-
provide alcohol.
If I was a minor,
I know, but the company that sends the alcohol to her probably has sent it to a minor at some point in time, and we don't want everybody to get taken down in RICO.
if the company was meant for providing alcohol to minors, then
I agree. It should be taken down. Yeah, this is what you guys can't get through your head because you like the idea of just
Black or
nothing
brown, which
happening.
tastes better, black or brown?
Black or brown what?
Boots. What do you think?
You
I don't
think
think that
boots
they
only come in
understand that
black
you're
or brown?
anti-authoritarian yet, Flo.
You think that you fucks are anti-authoritarian? That's adorable.
I didn't say that,
He's
but
a
Flo
firecracker.
definitely is.
How? Yeah, I definitely am. How
I'm
the
sorry,
fuck?
who is the one
how
that
the
is
fuck do you think you're
sucking
not
the fucking
authoritarian?
balls? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer balls over boots. I get it.
What?
That's fair.
Who was talking about
You prefer
balls?
to suck balls over boots because you're sucking the balls of Trump. Whatever the fuck he says, you'll just agree with because you have
Ask me
no
who I voted
fucking
for.
make
reason-
America guzzle
between-
again.
Ask me who I voted for.
It's so interesting the leaps that
Yeah.
I mean.
Ask me who I voted for.
I don't think that they're big leaps, motherfucker. I think
Nobody.
you
I
love
voted for
them.
nobody,
Lick
'cause
it,
they're both
look it
the
up,
same-
bro.
Show me how.
You're
Show me how.
embarrassing.
Take those
Don't
teeth out and
sexually
show me how to
harass
give
me.
a gummy.
No, tell me. You're the one who's
Come-
good at doing
Come
it.
on that microphone. How much of that
I mean,
microphone
I
can you fit in your mouth without
don't,
choking?
Wait, what?
Let's see.
What?
How much of that microphone can you fit in your mouth
wait,
without
I'm sorry.
choking?
What did you just say?
How much of the microphone can you fit in your mouth without choking?
We have the same mic. You go first.
I don't throat things. Do you throat things?
Oh, pussy! All right, move on.
That's the sound that I want to hear.
About somebody calling you a
Lord.
pussy? That's weird.
Make that throat fuck sound again.
You do it first, dude.
Sarah, are you okay?
You guys are killing. This is another. I love it. She's a fucking firecracker. Ghosty's over there thinking y'all are crazy to begin with, hitting us with the one-liners.
I just can't believe Ghosty
Flo
and I
is a
host
total
work.
pervert, and Grid is just off the charts today. I don't even know where you came from today, Grid. K2, keep on trucking it with the big five. So are these girls making the argument if someone ships drugs through UPS, that UPS driver that picked it up is guilty?
Dude, you're
Yeah.
fucking so brain dead. It's
Literally.
if UPS was
Yes.
meant to
Yes.
sell and trade illegal services and drugs, and they facilitated that and allowed that to happen and intended for that to happen, then yes. But no, UPS is just
100%.
meant for legal trading of goods and services. They're not like
Yeah, oftentimes even
my
like even within the context of the Silk Road, UPS or whatever, Ross Ulbricht, if you guys did any work to look into the messages he would send, he would be like, you have to like bind up your packages so you can maybe ship it through USPS or whatever. And like, yeah, they were willingly aware of that. I mean, I'm even being I guess more charitable than she's saying, but like, if they knew that was the case, yes, we would both agree with that.
yeah.
Hello?
It's pretty
Anson
simple.
coming in with the big five.
Yeah.
The debate prompt is, was the pardon justified? Not do you think he should have been pardoned? Y'all haven't discussed precedent of previous.
To be fair, that's not
pardons.
true. I told you that I don't think Ross Ulbricht should be pardoned. To be fair.
Anybody
Also,
else?
I don't think those things are particularly divorced from each other.
That's fair. Anson coming in again. President Obama pardoned Clint Lawrence, who deleted unarmed Afghan civilians. It is justified because pardon power is a king's power. It is a royal decree.
You know what's gonna
Anson's
blow this
been
guy's
good.
mind? I don't agree with that.
Anson's been in the liquor. Anson, put the bottle down. He's from Alabama. It's okay. It's not gonna hurt.
She thought you were calling her Anson for a second.
What?
Anson's
Anson Knowles.
the one who sent the super chat. All right, Anson, again, coming up with the big five. Y'all are stuck
I
in
guess I just
legalistic argument, appealing to authority instead of discussing
I tried
if
to
the
get it
pardon
back.
is justified philosophically. Y'all ain't lawyers.
Anytime somebody presents facts and evidence, it's like appeal to authority. Oh no.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, like we did the work to look into the info, and it's like just at least with the info we're providing you, don't be like, oh, you're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I'm giving you the info.
But we
Can we
already
not have a
said
conversation
we
related
understand
to
the
it?
info. We don't agree on one point, and that is
I don't give a shit about what you agree with, but I'm giving you facts. Like, I don't understand. Like, you were such a fucking idiot when it comes to this shit.
The prompt is it justified? I believe it is. You never even
It doesn't
addressed
matter,
the
but-
issue
Grid,
of
she
justified or
straight
not.
up
You
Grid,
just
she
wanted to talk about the court case. That's why you're stupid. And that's why
She-
you gotta sit there and
she
play
straight
dumb
up
with me.
asked you what your issue with the prosecution was, and you didn't
you couldn't
reply.
answer.
Gave you specific things. And you never
Things
addressed
and
them.
stuff.
You
You
just
just think
kept
because you're
going
a
back
white man
to
and
I
you know,
charges
addressed
what
your
go.
was the joke we're making
entrapment
here. I don't even get
argument.
the charges go, guys. The
goof here.
charges. The charges are what's
You know, at
important.
least you could be funnier than me. At least then, like, you could be like the
I
fat
am
funny
not only
guy,
funnier,
dude.
I'm
Like,
smarter,
you know,
and
at
I'm
least
better
that'd be
looking than
cool.
you.
Like, I mean, I'm an
I probably
Asian woman dating a fat, funny guy, but my husband is way funnier than you are. So what the fuck are you doing?
Brrr.
Oh God, that was
Anson,
ASMR. You should do that to get us to stop talking. That was way
she-
too in my ears.
she
love it,
she needs
Nicole.
to stop by Sunday nights then, and she'll never leave on Sunday nights.
Oh no, stop it. Make me uncomfortable.
My wife's probably watching this going like, shut up.
Whoa.
Oh, hi, wifey. Anson coming in with a big five. Nina, I'm
Probably
attracted to vexing feminists who use emotional reasoning and have an undeserved sense of superiority. I'm in Tomatoes Discord. DM me. Brrr.
So you're willing to be interested in me?
I don't know. He's backstage.
Getting
Or
married
maybe-
in 2 months.
Oh, really?
You
Congratulations.
got 2 months,
Thank
Anson. You've got
you.
2 months to get in there.
Make it quick.
There's a time limit.
Carpe that
Clock's
diem.
ticking.
No, my funny fat guy husband, I love more than I.
Oh, Anson coming in with the big five. Ross wasn't charged under RICO's statutes. This conversation is unrelated to the debate prompt.
I agree. I don't know why we talked about Rico.
That's fair.
Well, it was related with the idea of like him having
Well,
like
no,
these.
Flo was only asking you because he was trying to get you on. Do you believe in due process or not?
She
No,
doesn't
but
believe in due
generally
process.
speaking,
No, that-
no, but generally speaking, there is a legitimacy to the idea that RICO statute being like because he ran a industry, right?
No,
So
he ran a website.
Yeah, but his employees.
okay, I'm
were
not
all
talking to
in on it.
you guys.
Who are you
Okay,
talking
whatever,
to?
whatever, it's fine.
Fair enough.
Somebody who actually did the work knows what I'm talking about.
Bin talk with the big two. Thank gosh, Nina and Ghosty don't design law.
Oh yeah.
Just
because
they want to argue that, or they just want to say some generic bullshit.
God forbid if
is-
mass heroin distributors like are in jail.
Clutch, clutch,
God
clutch,
forbid.
clutch.
I'm just responding to the comment.
Clutching those pearls.
All right, you guys want to 2v2 and What's a game that I'm good at? Pretty much anyone. What's the stupid one? Marvel Rivals? You want to 2v2 Marvel Rivals?
What's
I know
is
you
that a
guys will
game?
get fucking
Video game.
slammed by both of us.
What is that game? I don't know the game.
I don't.
This is what I'm saying. Exactly like how we actually did the work in the interest
You're
on
talking
this.
about Marvel
You guys are
Rivals.
such
Is that a
fucking
comic book?
loser nobodies,
I think
bro.
it's a
Like, are
video
you kidding
game.
me?
It's a
You
video
don't even
game.
know what. Do you not play games?
No.
No, I don't play video games. No.
Sorry. We're losers. David Harbor coming in with the big
Oh,
2
not
just to
David.
say, fuck this panel. You're all crazy, but I love you though. Wrongful Rage with the big 10. I just walked in and already want to leave. Who is the drunk chick talking about balls? Don't answer. Just get into the crystal, lady. Yes, and we have our own personal
I
crystal.
assume it's the
You
guy on the
can
right.
enter into that one, all of you. K2 keep on trucking with the big 2. They do not know how logistics work. I believe that's a shot to you, ladies.
Explain it to me, please. I would love to know because I've been asking them all night about how to explain stuff. This is, I hate to do this, but like I really do feel like we're having a little bit of a sexism moment here. Where it's like we came out here with all the facts and they just do not care.
No, you didn't.
We're
And
having
I
a little bit of a
identify as
sexy
non-binary personally, so I don't really like to pull that card at all.
You're-
I mean, I've been a
first of
gamer my
all,
entire life.
How did your
But
internet get drunk
holy
too?
shit, if you retards have no idea what you're talking about, it is amazing to me that you just like thought that you would, I
Give
don't
your
know, take
internet
a
some
dub.
bread and water, and
Sorry?
we'll refocus. Did you say we're having a sexy
Sober up the
moment?
internet. That's funny.
No, I think you're. I was saying I think you're a little sexist. I think it's the, and I don't like saying you didn't
I
listen
think
to
that
anything I
she
said.
said
That's
we're having
fine.
a sexy moment. I agree. This is a sexy moment.
I didn't
like
say that.
Sexy.
So the only reason that you would say that is to try and sexually harass me, and that's great for you.
You can't
And
sexually harass a
shout
woman.
out to Ty Cobb with the big 2.
you,
just to
you piece of
say
shit.
nothing at all. Let's just ad hom the shit out of this. Is anybody leaving the panel before I open up the dumpster fire?
Oh, I wanna take some. I'm mad right now.
I've got
Like
Anson
10 minutes.
Knoll backstage just for you, Nina.
I got like 10 minutes or so yeah.
No,
I
you
guess I have
don't.
to ask you though
Yeah.
before it starts. If somebody's like going to hyperly harass me, are you gonna actually
No,
just
we
let it happen, or
like
what?
I usually play it based on the receiver. If the receiver is dishing it back and fucking shit up too,
Yeah, I
then
remember I
let
talked to you
guys-
about it, Andrew Wilson or whatever, and like sometimes
Yeah.
you go on that panel, there's that one guy, and he's sexually harassed me multiple times, and I'm
Oh,
like,
if it's like
it's
sexual harassment,
Oh,
it's
is that-
kind of like no,
getting
we don't put up
serious?
with that. If it's like oh god, imperial.
I'm not saying
he's
Andrew
not allowed
Wilson
to.
sexually harassed me. I'm just saying.
No,
like,
I'm saying, was
No,
it
no.
serious? Was that the guy who?
does he have like what is his profile picture?
I don't.
I think he just has an eye. Either way, if anybody's doing that to you, they'll immediately be. We don't allow any of that.
He's
kind of
really the
shit
only
here.
one I know of that actually.
It's more of the spurging and ad hom and yelling at
Yeah.
each other that we typically like. As long as
I
the
just flirt.
receiver or
Sure,
as long
sure,
as
sure.
we're going
I
back and
just,
forth.
all right, just as
Flo's
long
just
as
a creep.
we're.
Stop being
You're
All
Stop.
right. Well, let's fuck shit up.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
Women can't be funny.
I was going to say that very thing, but I knew you would beat me to it. Anson
Where-
Knowles, what's up?
Everybody says it. It's good.
Anson, I'm already flirting, so don't you come in here with your sexual harassment.
Hey, you got a beanie on, dude. You're covering your most masculine feature.
Yeah, my bald head. Yeah, I just have to live with the beard showing my testosterone level. So, not as good as yours, but it'll have to do.
Oh, bye.
Bless you, my child.
Let me kick
How's
this
Alabama
off.
tonight, Anson?
Say what now, Grid?
How is Alabama tonight?
Oh, it's chilly tonight, man. I went to my kid's soccer game, and yeah, it's been a good night. He was in goal for a while. He got a save, and yeah, it was good. Yeah,
Solid work. Solid work.
From what I remember, all right, the dude's pardon in the discussion there. But from my memory, the dude started the Silk Road for illegal activities that he did not want to be traced by the government. Not once, twice. I think 3 times he got caught. The second time, he took complete control of every transaction on the Silk Road. Therefore, he's culpable. He also, by the notes and chats and the logs that they got, he was guilty. Now, the dirty investigators did get, I think there's 2 or 3 of them that did get prosecuted and sent to jail of the investigators.
Yes.
But he was convicted by a jury of his peers, as everybody gets convicted.
He wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Nope.
Yes, it was
Yes,
an unanimous
he was.
jury.
He's
Yeah.
100%
Let me
correct.
point something out. A
The
jury
judge
of
gave
your,
the sentence.
A jury of your peers. You'll never get a jury of your peers in a criminal case because they pull.
Oh, they're gonna move the
pull
goalpost.
jurors from voting rules. A jury of my peers would be other felons. I bet you they'd acquit.
You know
Let
what he
me
means by
interrupt.
Oh, bull.
Pardon me for just a moment. I gotta go tend to my daughter really quick. Caucasian Sasquatch is in charge. If he tells you to shut up, just shut
Oh,
up.
Lord.
All right, and I'll just be 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
This is gonna get real good.
Yeah. So
Don't look up.
That bassy voice.
my only and Nina, I want to say, I make jokes in the chat, and I don't know if any of my jokes were, I guess, off color and made you feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry if they did. That wasn't my intent. I'm just
I
a
don't know
jokester.
who is speaking. I'm hearing some accents here.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's the guy who was leaving all the super chats that you were responding to.
I told you he was.
Oh,
from
the one that's
Alabama.
in the shadows?
Yeah, I'm
And
the
the-
guy in the dark. Yeah.
And the
So
black and white. Yeah.
Oh.
Gary Fillmore.
You want to turn on the light?
no, I don't. But I appreciate
God,
y'all.
no.
Okay.
My only issue with y'all's debate is that y'all never
Okay.
followed the prompt. The prompt was whether or not the pardon was justified. Y'all were stuck in relitigating the actual
Well,
case.
the big
that
problem
occurred.
with that, I understand. I actually agree with you. I do actually agree with you because me and Ghosty actually did all the effort into look up. Like, I have a bunch of like notes and all of that, and we actually had our facts there. And I feel like I absolutely agree with you. I wish we could have gone back to the prompt more often, but it was just because these idiots had no idea what the fuck they were talking
Well,
about. And
I
I
also
really
think-
hope that. Go ahead.
So those
I
are
also
all
think
ad
it's-
hominems.
Well, I also
No,
think
no,
it's
can we, like,
relevant to talk about why he was arrested because that kind of justifies why he shouldn't be pardoned. I think that's why I focused
Yeah,
on
and
a
then
lot
they
of
kept
that.
denying us being able to talk about that because they're like, "No, you don't understand. You don't get it, you idiots!" Like, and
Yeah.
that's what I was getting really
Yeah.
upset. But
and-
like, obviously, because I get a little passionate.
Well,
about space. It makes
Greg
it fun,
can't
right?
handle women talking.
Well, and
Sure.
and I can understand, getting emotionally caught up in the debate and then kind of losing your spot. That makes sense. But the pardon
Oh.
aspect is what actually interested me. Is that the pardon was part of the founding of the country, and the reason for the pardon is from British royalty, and the model was designed for the president to be able to show mercy when the law was overly severe or when there was a need to calm down political strife.
So then
And
maybe I
it's-
should ask you, what's your position on that? Do you think they yes or no on that one? And then we can
Well,
get into it.
Well, we did bring up that the reason Trump pardoned him wasn't because of principle or because of the like he
Start
thought
dying?
the punishment was too harsh. It was because he wanted libertarian votes, and I don't think that's like
You
a
already
good enough
had
reason
the
to
vote.
pardon somebody.
Can you prove it?
No.
Can you
Well,
prove it?
So as
Yes, there's a literal clip of him talking to Libertarian Party. I will free Russ Ulbricht if you vote for me.
Well, yeah, if you
And
go on the Wikipedia,
Libertarian,
it's one
head
of the
Libertarian
first
Party
things, yeah.
asked him he said, "What's one thing you want to get done?" And she was like, "I didn't want to ask for too much, so I just said I just want the freedom of Russ Ulbricht. That's the most important thing to us as a Libertarian Party." That's what she said. I literally watched a video of her talking about this.
Yes, it was her son. She said, "Yeah, if you could free my son, that would be great."
No, it wasn't her son. This is the head of one of the Libertarian Party's heads.
Ghosty,
it was
you're
not
right.
his family.
Ghosty, you're right, and I know that because I'm a libertarian activist who's active in the actual Libertarian Party. You are correct about what you're saying, but the way pardons work, and y'all are kind of getting stuck in the weeds, right? The pardons are justified if the president decides they're justified, right? So as long as you're following the original model of what the intention was for the pardon, meaning if you think that the law is overly burdensome, or if it's to quell some sort of civic issue, and that's the most narrow interpretation possible. The arguments that the Powder, Dusty, and Grid were using were arguments in favor of the law being overly burdensome. And in that case,
you're being too charitable. I think you're being way too charitable. I think that they had no idea what they were really arguing, and I think that you were being.
You had no idea what we were arguing.
Bullshit.
Well,
you had no idea what we were arguing.
Well, you come from a biased job of explaining it.
Everybody comes from a bias. Your ass doesn't come from a bias. Your ass doesn't come from a bias.
If you think that that you're smarter than me or something because you're so unable. I don't know how you could argue that, but like if you think that you're, I don't know, able to, your arguments are nothing besides how to portray them to the other people, right? Like if I could sit here and be like, well, I have the best opinion, and then I couldn't
an argument, madam.
Couldn't display it to you.
Say that again.
To what I'm saying. If I just sit
you
here,
listen to what you're saying, madam.
Shut up. If I just sit here and I just think it's if I say like I just have the best opinion, right? If I just say I just have the best opinion, right? And then like I don't do anything, then why the fuck would you ever believe me, right?
I don't.
So
exactly.
I believe that you only accept your own authority and will accept no other source of judgment, and that's it.
Sorry?
You only accept your own authority and what you believe, and that is your only source of judgment.
But to be
that's
honest,
not really what I'm talking about. My position being like, if you cannot portray your position to people who are not in the same camp as you, then your position, you were kind of useless in the way of being able to portray your position. Like
you were just shrieking like a spoiled
Does that make sense?
Does
that make sense?
But to be honest, nobody sitting here on this panel knows exactly why Trump pardoned the man. Only Trump knows why he pardoned.
Well, I did in my opening. I'm pretty sure that the reason why he
said why he did it, but
you're pretty sure he said why. How long ago was it that he said that?
While he was campaigning.
That was campaigning.
Well, he went to the Libertarian convention. Like I don't know when was
that?
So
what?
A few months ago. He went to the. Let me finish my statement, and then you'll know why I'm saying it. Because he went to the Libertarian convention. Because not only was it Trump that said that, RFK said that he'd pardon Ross Ulbricht. Jill Stein said that they would pardon Ross Ulbricht. The idea was they just wanted the coalition of libertarians because
that's why
there
you're
was
opposed to it,
there
because
was
you're
multiple people who said they were a single issue voter.
No, we're just talking about the justification.
She believes Politico.
Having that. I mean, if you think I'm wrong,
Politico,
Nina,
you are wrong.
Disprove me. Please disprove me.
I can disprove you.
Please.
I can disprove you. See, the Libertarian Party had nominated a far left woke Democrat as their party presidential candidate. And so all of the conservatives in the Libertarian Party were already going to vote for Trump anyway, because the person that they nominated as a presidential candidate was an uber left woke
party.
Are you talking about Jill Stein?
No, I'm talking about the Libertarian. I'm talking about Chase Oliver. Chase Oliver was nominated as the Libertarian presidential candidate. He was so far left that all the rights in the Libertarian Party voted for Trump.
That's not a leftist.
But either way, my point is that I don't think
Red, you're muted.
I don't think it's fair to, like, me personally, I just don't think just because libertarians personally have the belief that drugs should be legalized, that that's
Nobody cares about the drugs.
No,
The
Grid,
thing is
shut
not the
up.
pardon.
Shut
Right,
up.
shut up.
Just because
Let her
libertarians believe that drugs should be legalized,
Reform.
so therefore they want Ross Ulbricht
So do leftists.
free based on their philosophy. Then and Trump only he doesn't care about that part. He just wants their votes, so he
Who cares?
pardoned them.
He already
I
had
don't
their
think
vote.
that's a. I don't
didn't
think.
need it.
I don't think that's a
Let
fair
me-
enough
more.
justification.
Let me
You're just mad
do
Trump won the
a
election.
You don't
pardon
care-
me for just a moment. Let me do a voice confirmation. Are you crazy? Can you please talk to me? Are
What
you
does that mean?
crazy? Not you. Are you crazy? You're on stage. You've got 3. You're supposed to hit the unmute button. 2, 1. Goodbye. Are you crazy? You're not coming up. Let me go ahead and kick you, and then we'll do Wrong for Rage coming in with the Big 10. Go drink some water. Fucking whiny runk post hose. Woman ain't funny. Yes, we are fully aware we're not comical. We're not funny. We actually suck at jokes, but you still think
That's
we're
somebody
cute
coping
anyway.
because they know I'm fucking funny, and I am non-binary, so you don't have to even.
I think you're
um,
unintentionally.
What the fuck is?
take that.
There's no such thing as
I'm
non-binary.
unintentionally funny.
Oh god. Okay, let's
You're
not get into
There's
this.
unintentionally
only
Let's stay on
male
topic.
and female.
Nice cope, idiot.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't say gender, motherfucker.
Twist while you step.
I
Twist,
have-
twist while you step.
What is
Oh my god,
non-binary
being
refer to
so
if it's not
interested
gender?
in that is so fucking pathetically
So-
weird.
Y'all have still stayed stuck in the legalistic argument around whether or not the.
Well,
the
what do you
pardon
want to
was
move it
justified.
into then,
Well,
my
no,
guy?
no. I want to keep it in the legalistic argument because that's what
All
y'all
right,
are
go ahead.
using instead of using the philosophical one. So, the way that the pardons were constructed by the founding fathers was that because they had given the president so much power, they had put legal mechanisms in place to remove the president if he overstepped his legal powers to pardon. And therefore, it's only an unjustified pardon if Congress decides to impeach him and remove him from office, because that's the mechanism designed to correct the legal problems caused by overzealous pardoning.
Yeah, but
Correct.
the debate isn't about does Trump have the right to pardon Ross Ulbricht. It's about
like
our
anybody.
opinions on whether we think
Yeah.
that was a justified pardoning.
So you keep talking about the libertarian vote. He already had the libertarian vote. He
Yes.
said, you know what?
No,
Guys,
actually,
I changed my mind. Now that I'm
Are you
president,
part of the libertarian
don't
vote?
Trump
care about Ross Ulbricht. Let the guy rot in prison.
libertarians
you're
voted
gonna
for
stop-
Trump.
Look. I let
more
you
than
guys talk. I
anybody.
sat here very quiet. If you're going to, if you're going to make a claim like he only did it because X, and X isn't the case, he
Like what he
doesn't have
said.
any duty to pardon the guy. Your argument doesn't make any damn sense.
Grid, it does
Correct.
because he literally said it. And also, if you look at the votes,
Who cares?
libertarians
He didn't need their vote anymore.
but-
He's president. He doesn't
no,
care.
No,
This
he
is his
said
last
this.
term.
He said this while he was campaigning to
Yes,
get the
and he
votes.
got the votes.
And libertarians voted for
You
Trump
understand now
more
why
than
these are dumb people? You
libertarians
understand?
voted for Trump more than their own libertarian party in percentages more compared to any other election. Like he did
And Ansel
sway
just
them.
told you why.
It could be for a different reason, but the reason he
Why
said he was
would
going
a
to
libertarian vote for a losing candidate?
A leftist.
It wouldn't.
Well, some libertarians do vote for the Libertarian Party, obviously.
Yes, but again, he already
Because they're
had the
unprincipled.
votes.
Thank you for
He could
proving
have
that.
won.
We thought it was going to
didn't
be a
have to
tight
go up there.
race. He was trying to get as many votes as he wanted,
He
obviously.
already
It's not-
had them.
No, he wanted more,
Did he
obviously.
win or
Yeah,
not?
but he made that. You know that he made that promise to pardon him before he was elected, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Is that
so
going
once
to
he's
change your
elected, he
opinion?
doesn't have to
Is that
pardon
going
him.
to change your opinion? That I'm
But
going to
he-
tell you right now that I can show you. I mean, I don't know what.
Are you stupid?
You can have the brokies.
Give me a sec.
One big pond. I'm sorry if you're broke. It's not free speech. That is correct.
He's
And
a
you can
deal
try it
maker.
out for free
How can we
somewhere
talk
else.
about brokies, bro? Are you calling all libertarians brokies? Because
No, he's talking
are.
to the chat on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah.
He gave the promise. Oh fuck! What am I doing? Okay, brain work.
I was talking to
Okay,
people who have to steal Invisalign.
No, it's already 3 leagues down, baby.
Marion. I know, like, you guys don't like to look up stuff, but I will.
I could promise you the moon, but once I'm president, I don't have to give you the moon.
He doesn't
But
have
why did
to,
he
but
give it? Why did they give them
it's
the moon
right.
then?
it's
Listen,
good on
Use your ears. The things attached to the side of your head that you're supposed to fucking.
Dude,
listen
I
to.
understand what you're saying, but that
Christ.
doesn't.
I really
Yes,
like
I do.
Asding Grid.
Just because he's elected now, he could have just lied to them and not pardoned him. But maybe he just didn't want to lie to his.
That very thing.
Prove that's why he pardoned him. You can't. Nobody can prove
Well, yeah,
it.
nobody can. But if he said it, then I mean, why
What?
else? What else would lead me
I
to believe
said
that
the
he did
moon
it?
was made of cheese. Is the moon made of cheese?
I'm using the evidence that I have to make my opinion, right?
I don't know, but we got a bunch of crackers here.
How about we just grant that he pardoned Ross because he was doing a political favor to one of the most minuscule political classes available. And
0.03%.
Almost
and-
exactly what
and-
my point was.
and we just grant that and say, so what? What does that provide to your argument? Because
The fact that he only won the presidential election by 10,000 votes. Do you have any thoughts on that?
that's unrelated to what I
This is
said.
why you object to Ross, because you're
Okay.
angry that Trump is the president. The joke's on you, though. They're
You
both
are such a fucking embarrassment that you think that you have to reduce my argument. You are so unwilling to engage with what I'm saying that you have to just say
I'm
that.
engaging with what you're saying. Stop using ad
So then,
homs.
like, why don't you engage
Stop-
with it a little
stop
bit farther?
reducing me to
Then why
being
do you
embarrassing.
think that I don't know? I'm a little upset about.
I think
You
we need
think
to
that the
take
idea
a
that I'm
donation
mad
for a
that Trump's
room.
president is
Are you
like
mad that Trump's president?
indicative that's indicative of the fact that
Are
I
you mad
have
that
no
Trump's
ability to
president?
comprehend anything that's happening outside of that?
Are you mad that Trump's president?
Oh, absolutely. Are you not?
Okay.
He's really. Oh, you must be poor as fuck then, dude, because I have stocks, bro. If you have any fucking stocks, you should be pissed.
Oh my god.
Are you not? Are you just a bunch of poor assholes here right now?
Nina,
boy.
did you see what the market did after Trump got announced president?
Do you know where the market is right now?
Did
Do
you see what
got
happened to your
stocks,
stock?
and I'm happy about it.
Are you kidding me?
The market loves Trump.
Yes.
Said somebody who has no actual money in the market. That's adorable.
I do. I got
And you think
250,000.
that it's doing
Oh,
really
Lord.
well? What do you
Honey,
have your money in? What do you have your
you
money
have
in?
stepped far too deep into this
do you have your
one. This
money
is your
in?
one warning.
I have my
The
money in
markets
fucking
love
Apple.
Trump.
I have
Good.
my money in like fucking like Amazon and shit. Like, what are you talking
The
about?
markets love Trump. I'm going to say that while I'm holding 100 ounces of silver just to prove I'm not broke.
Why
Unlike,
the fuck
unlike
would
one pawn
why
down
would
there.
having a physical amount of silver have anything
This is
to
just
do?
a demonstration.
That's how much you're a
While
low IQ
you're
retard, dude.
sport
You think
Invisalign
you
braces are
having
falling out of your
silver
fucking
has anything to do with
I
Trump
kind of feel
and
like
the
she's
market?
harassing us.
No, wrongful rage coming in with the Big Ten. I don't even
My
know who
God,
this
you don't know
walking.
anything you're talking about.
I don't even know who this walking
I have
for
a
Nina
Jesus.
is.
Piece of
Cope
silver.
and
Sorry.
seethe into your cup, and all of our members hit the Riz donut for wrongful rage. We love him so much. He's got his own fucking emoji over here. We
I
love
love that
you.
you're getting $10.
is that
and this person
one
doesn't
cup,
even know
two
who
women?
I am.
Oh my god, this is great.
And
Wow.
then K to keep on trucking it with the big two. Trump is your daddy.
I thought Chuck was her daddy.
Chuck
It is funny. You know that
Yeah.
they're talking to you, right? You know that like they're talking to you.
Yeah,
It's
and let
your
me
fucking daddy.
let me voice confirm. Are you crazy? Are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh Jesus. Okay. All right.
Oh.
Are we gonna show any penis, vagina, boobies?
Okay,
or
now I'm
any
gonna
of the
go ahead and
short
bail.
on
I'm gonna
screen?
go ahead and bail.
All
if
right,
No,
that's
I'm
the
not.
concern.
Oh, come on.
Right, it's been very nice talking to you.
Nina.
That's the concern. I am
That's
going to
the
bail.
actual
Love you
fear.
all. Ghosty, you're awesome. Goodbye.
Whoa. What the hell caused that?
Oh, here.
Wow.
That's panic.
She probably
That
had
was
to
a
poop.
panic quit.
Wait, what? What
She
happened?
had to poop.
She needs to rehydrate.
She had too much to drink. She was done.
Yeah, she realized she was just on a full spurg and was like, hold up, I need to send up a balloon.
Caldy coming in with a big. I mean, we always ask that question to anybody that's in avatar mode that hasn't been here before. So, Caldy coming in with the big 5.
Hey, we see you, brother.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Sasquatch. I'm all
I like your setup, man.
It's
Thank
a
you.
banana.
Looks like
I'm
like an
banana.
alien sitting in a spaceship.
Minion. All of you
Look at
missed it.
this.
He's a
Look
minion.
at
Look
this.
at this man.
Dude, he is a minion. He's Grandpa
Yes, sir.
Minion.
Uh-huh.
Grandpa. Who the hell called me Grandpa?
Banana.
That wasn't me. You do have an excellent beard, however. Can I cuddle with it?
Do people do know if you tell people on panel not to do something, they're going to do something, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
By you
Fact.
telling everybody not to call you Grandpa, your name is officially Grandpa for the rest of the panel.
No, I didn't say not to. I said who did it. It sounded like Grandpa.
Oh, my
And
apologies.
he wants
I
to know
thought
who
he
to
said.
aim at.
Mm-hmm. Caldy coming in with a big 5 says,
Only man without a
Flo,
beard on this panel.
please explain Bitcoin to
You gotta
them
get some balls to
again.
grow on, Chris.
Jesus Christ, when I read a super
Got 'em.
chat, these
Ah,
people
shut
are
up.
paying to have their words read.
Yeah.
Not to be interrupted. Caldy coming in with a big 5. Flo, please explain Bitcoin to them again. I need another hard laugh.
Bitcoin has a public ledger. That means it's way easier to track where it goes and who's spending it than, say, cash.
How do you think they recovered the money from those folks that held ransom on these companies?
Yup.
Well,
Okay,
they had their Bitcoin on a public exchange platform, so they just went to Coinbase and had them freeze the Bitcoins. That's why they were able to take it. If they had put it into a thumb drive, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to take it back.
Right.
He
Right,
did have
but-
a lot of Bitcoin.
But
in
nobody
thumb drives.
is using a thumb drive to transact on a web platform. Like
Unless you're really smart.
So did you know that one
I
of
don't know what this
one of the
disproves.
guys who worked for Ulbricht actually stole something like 550 coins or 50
Yep.
something like 500,000, whatever it was, a ridiculous amount of coins, and then it split, and so he divided his coins, and when he went and made the transaction, that triggered the alert, and the feds eventually found him, and he had the rest of the coins on a single board computer under his floor. Like they were never going to find that shit until he went and actually made a transaction. And,
Right.
But the minute you make a transaction, it's like sending up a red flag. It's easier to track than almost anything else, except credit cards.
Yes. Yes.
You guys.
Grid, did we just touch
I
tips?
don't know what that proves.
that's what the blockchain. I mean, it wasn't a prove anything. It was just a point that
you failed
that
to
crypto is not good for using for illegal transactions. It's too easy to track.
Yeah, I just want to clap back to Nina's last point. Ghosty, you are awesome.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh yeah, no, I like the way you interact with people. I really enjoy it. It's better than most of the people who eventually become angry and spurg out. Because even though you're, by my political position, fairly weirdo, you're a rational weirdo, which I can accept. So more power to you.
Yeah,
I
and
appreciate
Caldy, the way that blockchain works is those transactions are processed externally.
It's safer than credit cards, though, right? And when Bitcoin first came out, people did believe it to be a anonymous way. I mean, people to this day believe, like, if they want to make anonymous transactions online, the best way to do it is Bitcoin.
Arguably,
And
both of them, you're going to need a government agency to want to look at it, right? Just one of them, like you could arguably have more privacy under like a credit card transaction where you need a warrant to access it.
Okay, but I guess like people didn't want their personal bank accounts linked to these transactions where they like their family members
Yeah,
could see them
Bitcoin
and
was
stuff like that.
advertised as being untrackable for a while. It's not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's also
That's
not
why-
new gold. It's actually a terrible fucking asset.
That's why he went with Bitcoin to start his platform.
Yeah, he had the idea for a while, but he didn't launch it until he discovered Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And he did set up that site for illegal purchases.
Pardon the Tiger King.
Porpoises.
Pardon the Tiger
Porpoises.
King.
Porpoises, you know, the
Like giant fish with air holes. Porpoises.
porpoises.
I'm pretty sure you could eat them on Friday.
I bet it's a great steak. Porpoise steak. I bet it's a great steak.
Sounds
You eat
pretty
it every-
bougie.
If you eat tuna fish, you eat porpoise.
You're not wrong.
So Ghosty, since you're the only one left here who I guess opposed the pardon, what is your criteria for what you consider to be a justified pardon?
I guess if there was, I don't know, I would have to
What about the Biden pardon that were unjustified?
which one? I don't know much about Biden's
The
pardons.
blanket pardon for crimes they have or may commit without even being charged.
So this is for the group. I didn't do this during the debate because it was too easy. But who was the victim in Ross Ulbricht's crimes?
The
Society.
people who
Society.
there was that one kid, Preston whatever, who OD'd from like the party pack he bought. There's drug users, like people who get addicted to these stuff, people who ruin their families because of drugs, people who sold their kidneys.
For somebody ODing usually. So
they should.
Wait, drug dealers don't get. Wait, if drug dealers are afraid of their clients ODing because the police then start looking into them. Like they do not.
But they look into
ODs.
dealing. They don't look into them.
Drug dealers are afraid of their clients ODing because it reduces the number of their clients.
Well, that too, but it also does. It leads to investigations.
Well,
I know
they
drug
should hold
dealers.
them to the same standard as they do a bartender. Then
I know drug dealers who like have had people OD off their stuff and they go low, like they are quiet for a little bit after that.
You know these people and you haven't turned them in yet?
Why haven't you turned them in?
You need to be picked up for racketeering.
So do you prefer like
I'm
low
not facilitating
their
Yes, you are.
Their distribution.
yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Sure, you are. By
I
not
am
saying anything, you are.
Yeah, silence is violence.
I don't have their platform. Like I'm not creating a platform for them.
I know drug dealers is what
I am the drug user. So again, I've already talked about the difference between the users and the
The
distributors.
guy next to you was a drug dealer.
Technically.
When you have an
He was an
addiction,
importer,
it's like
exporter.
different.
All right. Let's let her
As
cool
your
off.
lawyer,
Let's
as
shoot
your
somebody
self-appointed
else.
lawyer, I suggest that you say it only in World of Warcraft or some shit, because I don't know.
It is a federal crime still.
My client is just kidding.
Yes, even marijuana is still a federal offense.
Chuck,
Right.
nobody brought up things that don't matter but you.
Yeah, Flo brought up a good point.
But that mattered. Marijuana doesn't. No one's talking about drugs.
On a federal level, it does.
Okay.
So what?
So, Ghosty, you were absolutely right though about that libertarian convention. Like, so I have a lot of friends that went to that, and we're serving as in various roles, and I have friends that are in the actual libertarian upper echelon of their organization, and it was we're going to get Trump to agree to pardon Ross. But that doesn't really matter because presidents trade favors all the time as part of the political process. I mean, all presidents do that for pardons. You'd have to, indict the pardoning power in general to indict that as being unjustified.
Well, I guess I'm just like not okay with that. And again, I'm not like the biggest political person, so I don't know about like the history of like all the pardons and Biden pardons and shit like that. If I heard about them and it was just to negotiate votes and stuff, depending on like what the crime was, I probably wouldn't be okay with it. Like that's a personal moral stance.
If you're okay with drug dealers, which you clearly are, then what is the source of your opposition to this pardon?
Well, the site, I mean, it did sell more than just drugs, and drugs.
He's just a bigger drug dealer. That's all.
Drugs do ruin lives, and it
But
was.
you're okay with drug dealers?
Yeah.
This is on a major level, and
It's the same.
I'm only okay with drug dealers for all the wrong reasons. That like it's
Why-
not like a good. It's not like I like
Why
drug dealers because I
you
think
not
drugs are a
okay
good
with
thing.
This drug dealer. Nobody's saying drugs are a good thing. I never said that, and I think they should all be legal. Why are you okay with this? Not okay with this drug dealer?
I mean, I guess morally I'm not okay with like most drug dealers, but I just
But one
happen
that
to
you know
enjoy
you're fine
drugs.
with.
Yeah, you're fine with your own drug dealers.
Yeah, your
Well,
drugs are good.
Because I enjoy drugs, but I
Yes.
understand drugs are a bad
And so
thing.
did the people who purchased from Silk Road.
Yeah,
Right.
but I know that drugs
It's the
hurt
same
people.
difference.
So did they.
Whether it's your corner salesman or this guy, if they're
Like,
the same people.
So the
Should my
only
drug
drug
dealer-
dealers that you want to go to prison are the ones that you don't know.
Well, I would say my drug dealer probably definitely deserves to be in prison, like 100%.
Then why aren't you putting him there?
Do you want him in prison?
Because I'm not a snitch. I'm not trying to get out in all that and shit.
Do you want him in prison?
Are you gonna?
Probably not. He's kind of a
Double
nice guy.
standard. Double standard.
Yeah, rules for thee, but not for me. And she's perfectly fine with that as long as she's the one making the rules.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean he.
Yes.
The site
Yes.
was a black market site. They also sold things like cyanide.
All
and kidneys
drugs
and
are black
weapons,
market.
And hitmen. They sold hitmen on that site. Like,
Allegedly, no, but that was never proven.
He was never charged.
no, you're talking about did he ask people to kill somebody else? But there were hitmen sold on that website for murder for hire was.
Okay.
How do you know your drug dealer isn't hiring hitmen?
Keep saying things like they're facts, but
I don't, but I don't
no
know.
one's been prosecuted, but the one guy that was entrapped. You keep
wasn't
saying things
entrapped.
like this actually happened, but not one person.
I'm not saying that I do believe that he hired people for murder, but
You
I'm
can
saying
believe whatever you want.
I'm
but-
saying on the site there were listings murder for hire as well.
But
It wasn't
Grid,
just for him.
he did take over complete responsibility for every transaction.
Okay.
Which is absurd.
Yeah, it is that's a lot of transactions. Apparently, made a lot of money. But regardless of that, if you can't, why aren't the people that supposedly sold the drugs? Where are they?
All over the world.
Okay, why are they not in jail?
Because they can't track them. They're using the Tor browser, which
So they
is anonymous.
can't get the guys who are guilty, so they get someone else instead. What is he, Jesus?
No,
Does he die for everyone's murder?
again, if you assist in a crime, if you assist and facilitate and aid and abet,
You need to
are
turn in
charged
your
with that
dealer
crime.
then.
That's what you're doing then, Ghosty. You're doing the same exact thing.
I'm buying drugs. I'm buying
You're
drugs.
facilitating the
illegal.
man
I
selling
am
more
not
drugs.
creating a marketplace for drugs
Yes,
to be
you are.
sold. No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are.
I am not. I do not.
You're buying them, therefore you're contributing to the market.
I stated at the beginning
seller only does
I
that,
stated at the beginning of my opening statement, I would treat drug distributors different from drug users.
Why?
And they are treated in the law differently.
Because it makes you feel better?
Because
No, because it's two different actions.
There is no receiving, pardon me, without having a seller, and there is no seller without a receiver.
That makes sense.
Okay. But it's not the same thing. Just because they
Sure it
need
is.
each other doesn't make them the same thing. Being a drug user does not make you,
You
a
are
drug
more
distributor.
You are directly in the transaction of drugs, whereas
Yeah.
Ross was indirectly in the transaction of drugs.
But he facilitated it and
So do
authorized
you.
it.
So do you.
Have you ever driven
By
It's
paying
so
a drug
different.
dealer.
I got to cut this down right now. Have you ever driven a friend to a drug dealer for them to utilize that dealer's services? Don't ask for that. Because that is directly abetting both sides of that transaction.
That's being a drug buyer again.
No. If you are trafficking the individual to the location to
I'm
perform
buying
the
drugs
transaction,
myself. I've never driven somebody to buy drugs where I haven't bought drugs myself.
trust fund.
Let me try it. Let me try it from a different angle, Ghosty. Let me help you out here. So I get what you're saying. I understand it. It's cool. The reason that you're getting so much pushback on this is because the only guy they prosecuted was the one guy that they entrapped, that they put a undercover agent in who ended up, by the way, getting thrown off of the case, and they haven't put another one in because he fucked it up so bad.
That's not necessarily true,
They
though,
put
because
two of them in jail that I'm aware of.
there were other drug dealers that were caught selling on Silk Road and selling and buying in massive quantities on Silk Road that were also prosecuted. So they were also prosecuting the drug dealers if they were able to track them.
You just said, where are these people? And you said they're all over the world. I said, why are they prosecuted? You said they can't find them.
Well, like they can't go after they can't find every single person just from the Silk Road website. But there were like some packages that were caught in the mail, or drug overdoses that led to a dealer, and these people were obviously prosecuted once they were caught.
Not Silk Road dealer.
A Silk Road dealer, yes.
Used, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll get back to that.
If somebody was,
we'll get back to that in just a moment, because Jeff Gerard coming in with the big 20 gifted Raging Tomato memberships, and just we've had to send a lot of people into the crystal this evening. So if you did get hit with that membership, you do have your own beautiful crystal emoji down there. Compliments of Jess Gerald, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy.
So, Ghosty, I have a question for you. While Grid's mic is muted, nobody can hear what he's saying. The espionage.
He might be talking to his own audience.
Yeah, he's talking to another panel.
Okay, so there were 3 Chinese citizens who were pardoned by Joe Biden. 2 of them were pardoned after being convicted of spying-related charges, and the other one was convicted of possessing over 47,000 images of PDF file material. And they were all politically connected Chinese citizens. Now, knowing through what we know about Joe Biden's money that was received through the Chinese government through his son, wouldn't it be possible to say that he was paid to do favors for the Chinese government, like releasing politically connected Chinese citizens who were convicted of crimes back to them?
Biden pardoned people arrested in China?
No, in the United States. Chinese citizens arrested in the United States. 2 of them for committing crimes related to spying, espionage, and acting as a foreign agent. And the other one for having 47,000 PDF file images.
Okay, yeah, obviously that's not a good pardon.
Okay,
But
now,
that's true.
yeah, so that I keep going back to like getting a definition of what a justified pardon is, because that was the debate
Well,
prompt.
I guess it comes down to a moral stance or like a personal opinion, right? Because it comes up to the president's beliefs, essentially, and I just disagree with Trump's decision.
I think maybe the question of whether or not you can justify the pardon is really where we all land. Can I or you or Grid individually justify the pardon yourself?
I did. In my opening, I justified the pardon like in spades.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to read it again? I got it right here.
Read it again, Grid.
I clipped it and I use it for nightmare material.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh man.
Your voice, fingernails on a chalkboard, bro.
Amen.
That's what I was going for. I'm so happy now.
Good job. But I use it to make my nightmares more bright.
Josie, why do you think that it was an appropriate sentence of 2 life sentences plus 40 years for Ross Ulbricht?
You make an example of him, since this was like the first largest dark market.
Dark web.
Market.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
there was $1.2 million in sales of illegal goods and services.
Have you ever seen the way that cops accrue how much street value a drug is worth? It's absurd.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is based on the money that was made.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So you think it's your reasoning is that his crimes were so heinous that they deserve 2 life sentences?
I mean, I could say maybe it probably is a little bit overkill his sentence, but probably a life sentence or close to it.
Why a life?
I would agree with.
Who was his victim?
Again,
Society at large.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That's a
you running
fancy way of tricking people into thinking that there was a victim when there wasn't a victim.
Yeah, there's no
You just
victim.
said the state.
Drugs do hurt people. People are having their kidneys sold.
Those
People are
people
selling
bought
illegal
those
weapons.
drugs.
People are selling cyanide. Like this
Okay,
is
hold
hurting
on.
society.
Now, I got to stop you, Ghosty. I got to stop. Those people bought those drugs. They went out of their way to buy those drugs. It would have been easier for them to go down to a street corner, but yet they had to get a very specific web address and go through the trouble of getting Bitcoin. It's a lot of hoops to jump through.
The most people who bought the drugs were dealers themselves.
Okay.
So they're just buying drugs in bulk to sell to other people. So it's not like most of the transactions were like people.
I don't have that information. Do you have some proof of that?
Does your dealer buy in bulk?
Probably.
If he's smart.
I thought dealers, if they were smart, did credit. I don't know.
Oh, we got a super
I'm not a
chat.
drug dealer. I have no idea. So get that TTS there. I mean, not TTS, but get the super chat there.
Appreciate you, Grid. Wrongful Rage coming in with a big 10. First, you buy drug. Where does that money go? Dealers have suppliers. Those suppliers have distinct agendas. Some do human trafficking, death squads, and more nefarious things. Think, woman. And send those Riz donuts if you got the membership. Send them in for Wrongful Rage.
Okay,
And you're welcome to respond, Ghosty, because I think that was to you.
Yeah, I pretty much know my dealer is not involved in human trafficking. Maybe he's killed people.
Pretty
I don't know.
much.
He's probably.
Hold on, madam. If your dealer is dealing in illicit drugs, he's buying them from illicit places. Those
Okay,
illicit
but
places
I know.
deal in human trafficking.
I know these people personally. I've met them when they were young. I've
Uh-huh.
known them for a very long time. I can't know for sure, but I'm
Make it okay.
like, I don't know.
No.
It's not like he's part of a
Rule
cartel
for thee and not
or
for
some
me.
shit.
Sure he is.
Exactly.
Sure he is.
He's
Gotta go
not. He's
back
part
to-
of a local.
Hold on, Ghosty.
gang.
Calm down. I know you're tired. I'm
Totally
trying to be
calm.
You know, it's so
You can fucking
patronizing when you do
relax.
that, Grid.
I'm
It
sorry.
is.
Like, you
He
do
does
know
it.
that.
I'm
It's
literally
like
not even
now.
freaking out.
I could see
do
if she
now.
was. I could see
Grid,
if she was
You come
5 years
across as
old,
a
but
pompous ass.
it
Look who's
is
trying to get
very.
you behind me, boy.
I succeeded there, but I wasn't actually going for the rest. Pompous ass is definitely the look I was going for.
It is.
Acceptable.
Nailed it. So Ghosty, if people who do illegal things are buying illegal things from an illegal website, who is the victim there?
The people's lives who are affected by drug use and by their kidneys being sold.
I love the cope. I do.
You don't think drugs hurt people? Not only
Drugs are
the
bad.
user, they hurt their families,
Okay.
they
You
hurt
think-
society.
You think cops hurt people?
Drugs.
Yes. Cops
But
hurt
you use
people.
them. You still use them though, Ghosty.
Yeah, it's called being a drug addict and it sucks a lot.
Well, I never said it didn't. I don't really know, but
So the victim is the person who willingly buys the
And
drug.
their family and society. Drugs hurt families. It hurt my family. My dad was a heroin
Ross
addict and
isn't
broke my
hurting their
family apart.
Ross is
Grid,
not hurting their feeling.
may I?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
The victim was the state who could not tax those transactions.
That's what I said in my start. I literally said that. Yes.
legalized them.
Yes. You get me. You
I told
really
you,
get me.
I told you we touched tips.
Yeah. That'll give you nightmares, Sasquatch.
That's gross as hell.
I'm uncomfortable.
Yep.
That's what that is.
I'm aroused.
These guys need a room.
Jesus Christ.
Bow, bow, bow,
You all are so
bow.
judgmental of Grid and
Don't kink shame me. I thought you were the party of freedom of expression.
Ghosty, do you remember a chick named Brittany Griner?
Ew.
Yeah.
So she was in Russia and she got arrested for drug charges.
Yep.
And Biden traded a prisoner in the United States who
Hold
was
on. Traded the Lord of War Go ahead.
Yeah.
The Russian spy guy, yeah, that was probably a bad trade for sure, especially while we had Marines like still stuck in Russia and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
because Brittany Griner was doing something that hurt people because she's such a bad druggie. I mean, which one was worse, the druggie, or the Lord of War? Because based on your logic, you know, it's awful to society to have drug-related activities. So
do you think
I mean,
two things can be bad at the same time?
I'm just trying to figure out what your
do you think
moral
drugs can be
compass
bad
is.
and war crimes can be bad? Yeah, probably, right? Like,
well, I don't know.
Just because there's a crime that's worse than something else doesn't mean that the lesser crime isn't still bad. Like, assault isn't probably as bad as murder. Should we just stop worrying about assault crimes?
So I agree with all that, but for the sake of a pardon conversation, all the people pardoned have committed a crime because that's a precondition to being pardoned.
Okay.
So they're all guilty of something.
No, it's not.
It is.
Like, I would have to look into
Biden just
individual
gave
cases.
out blanket pardons for no crime.
Like a half a dozen of them.
I'm with Grid on this. I've never heard of the concept of a preemptive pardon being granted. I don't even think that's listed anywhere as a thing that can
I don't think
happen.
it's legal. He just did it. Or
Yes, I don't think it's illegal either.
He's not. Biden.
Yeah, but Biden didn't do that. He just signed the paper. Somebody else wrote that trash.
Yeah. Yeah. Man,
When you get pardoned, you're absolved of your Fifth Amendment right of self-incrimination because you have committed a crime, and by accepting the pardon, you have admitted your crime. And so
through the pardon, yes,
yeah, and that's a historical fact because that's been tested before. So the fact that if you get pardoned, you are a criminal and you probably have hurt people. I'm just trying to figure out what your threshold is still for what justifies a pardon, because that's the whole debate point. And without knowing what your justification is for a pardon, I don't feel like there's any kind of question about who won the debate.
I can't give you like a definitive line. Like, it's a case by case basis, right? Like, I can't just say that this is the exact finite line of what should and shouldn't be. I would have to be given a case per case basis, and in Russ Ulbricht's case, I don't think he should be fully pardoned.
So it's based on your feelings?
Yes, it's based on my opinion.
So
right. But in her defense, that is exactly the nature of the pardon power, is that it's specifically case by case. There's not supposed to be a blanket anything involved. It's supposed to be, you were guilty, but that went too far. That judge was corrupt. This was inappropriate. Pardon.
Right, which is why I went back to the whole argument for if the power is being abused, there's a mechanism to reverse it, and the only way to know if it's justified is if it's been reversed by that mechanism.
So I think a better question would be to the people who agree with his pardon to ask the reasons they agree with the pardon, specifically.
Well, then you just get into a conversation of back and forth about whose feelings are what. And that doesn't get anywhere.
That's what the debate is. Do you agree with the pardon?
This is about feelings when it comes to pardon, because nobody knows what the reason is.
Speaking of feelings, Trib One coming up with a big two. What should Ross's sentence have been?
Fair question.
15 years basic felony.
I mean, the thing is that I think really the only thing you could possibly get him for is maybe trafficking. Maybe. I mean, you'd have to prove it, which I don't think they did.
You could probably pull some level of money laundering out of there too, if you.
Well, the only money laundering he really did was not pay taxes on the Bitcoin that he hid. Right? It's not like he didn't pay taxes on the money that he claimed. Right? Like his business showed a profit. He claimed that.
Yeah, you're just agreeing with me with a long way around.
Well, I think that his sentence, I think his sentence was totally justified. Yeah, I think that you have the legal system that you deserve, and he deserved to get treated the way he did because our culture has allowed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a different take. I can't.
But
I makes no sense. On that one.
Well, it does make sense if people didn't want the legal system to be the way it is, then they'd change it. That's why we have things like pardoning power to correct it when it's overzealous.
Anson, for those who don't know, he's one of those you get what you vote for people and then laughs at you about it. And I love it.
Yeah. I want it to all burn down.
Voting.
Wrongful Rage coming in with a big 10. My drug dealers are nice, but their supplies would bury a mountain of bodies to hide their crimes and do. Don't say your dealer is good. They're peddling misfortune. Take it from an ex-bad guy. Oh.
Yep. Back. Back.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Where's Flo State? Because this came in on your end, Flo.
He's
He had to go take a hit.
Wrongful Rage.
Boy, he's shooting shots tonight, son.
Pow, pow, right? Hopefully it's not the one that kills me.
I hope not.
Thank you, Wrongful Rage, for the $10. And I agree.
What are you agreeing with? Oh,
I'm agreeing with the reality of what's behind the present
One
drug
number
trade.
one.
That's why it should all be legal, so that you can be an addict and not have to engage with criminals in crime.
Right. Let's take the least of evils that we can find. Your basic marijuana, right? If you could go to the corner store and pick up the marijuana, it would be a lot easier and you wouldn't have to deal with criminals to do it. But instead, you have to go to criminals who are into all kinds of other stuff, and you have no idea what. And in order to acquire this largely completely harmless thing, you have to deal with these very harmful situations because it's black marketed.
But do you think legalizing things like opioids, I feel like so many people would go and buy them. They'd be easier to buy, and it would be just such a detriment on society. Like it already is, but it would be more so.
Only for a short period, and then they would die.
Do you feel that because of your own personal bias and experience with it, and not taking into account that other people have self-control?
I had self-control for many years.
And
almost all opioid users have self-control for years, and it doesn't end that way.
Do you think the bill
lacks self-control, sir?
Even when I didn't have self-control, I was still a functional addict. I was still working, and I mean, I might have been falling asleep at work and stuff.
That's your opinion.
I was functional falling asleep, but I was functional.
We've all nodded off here and there.
I was
Right. No, Chuck has no idea, man. He's speaking from outside the box here. Like, he's never been sitting at a funeral nodding out because of the Xannies kicking in.
Oh my goodness. Plumpy coming in with the big 5, just getting here. But I support coke and strippers. Thank you,
Is
Plumpy.
that true? Is that true, Chuck?
Is what true?
You've never nodded off anywhere?
I could sleep
Not
on
on
a
drugs.
But drinking, he has.
Oh, God, yes.
What was that
There
one
is-
time we were on panel and Chuck was over there snoring?
Well,
We had
that's
to,
old
like,
age
we had to
there.
throw him backstage.
Yeah,
I took
that's
the whole
old
last
age.
short out of that and then took it down.
So, Ghosty, I've got a question for you related to the drug conversation. The United States has spent $1 trillion on the war on drugs since it started. So, do you think that if that money were spent on treatment and cultural related things to help people treat the problem as a mental issue instead of putting them in cages and then releasing them and having them OD 2 weeks later, which is the norm? Do you think that that would be a better way to help people like you who are struggling? Because if you could just go to rehab and get a facility that's clean and good anytime you wanted, and then have social support afterwards, don't you think that would be better?
Rehab is like, I don't know. I have issues with rehab anyways, but I believe in rehabs, but I think they are kind of like purposely meant to have their customer return over
They
again.
only work if the person wants it to work.
But if rehab and AA and NA were sculpted differently to actually help addicts more, then yeah, I would obviously.
So do you think $1 trillion could do that? Do you think $1 trillion could sculpt that better?
Putting more money into mental health
Anson,
and shit
next
like
time,
that.
take this approach. Name one
probably
person that $1 trillion saved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the war on drugs was like largely bullshit.
is. You have to use the present
We can
tense.
all agree on that. That we can agree on.
And there's a way to stop it if they wanted to, instead of filtering all this money the way they do.
What is the way to stop it?
You declare national emergency and bring in the army to stop everything
That's
coming
your
in.
answer for everything, Chuck.
No. I'm talking about stopping it at the border.
So how do we stop then the people within the army who will then take up trafficking?
You shoot them on the spot.
Now that is true. That's not. He's got a point there.
Okay, so now we have the army with license to kill anybody they see with drugs.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, how do we know?
If you catch a service member proliferating.
Okay, so now we've got service members shooting each other. Are we better? How are they fighting drugs effectively if they're shooting each other? Chuck, God damn it, you just destroyed the military.
You make them stronger.
So Ghosty, did you know that people who are released from prison within 2 weeks are 129 times more likely to OD?
I mean, that makes sense because when you're clean and you use again, you typically use the dose
Same
you're
amount.
using.
Yep.
And you
Yes,
OD.
sir. Yes, ma'am.
Fact.
Lost many friends to that very fact. You get out of prison, you get out of rehab, they're out for a week and a half, they hook up with one of their old people, and next thing you know, you're getting that phone call and buying flowers and saying words, and you know.
So wait
I
a
had
second.
my friend
you both
OD in
got
my
drug
room
dealers?
because of that. What?
Holy fucking Rico.
He didn't die. He didn't die. I Narcaned him, and the ambulance came, but it was very scary.
You
What's
just
that
have
movie
that
where they
stuff
take that
on
needle and
like
go back?
supply.
Yeah, I had it everywhere.
So
They
we're,
give it
we're-
out for free.
We're back to talking about drugs when I asked about, we're the victim of Ross's crimes. If society's the victim, then how is life an appropriate punishment? That's crazy. That's
Because you do what's best for society, because we're formed as a society. If we were living individual, that'd be one thing, but we're not. We're a society.
Sure, but again, and actually I agree that Ross should have served some time. I'm down. I'm with Sasquatch on that. I mean, he probably should have done a double nickel or something, but
Wrongful gets
Double
it.
nickel? You mean a
He's
dime?
saying the thing. A dime, bro? He wants me up on 2 charges. That's what he's saying.
Double nickel sounds more gangster though.
It does.
It's the hat. It's the hat. What does it?
It is the
Wrong
hat.
for Rage coming in with the Big 10 says, when I was in and you owed people, you met a bad man like I was. And we always get paid one way or the other. I got smart and I got out before my ticket was pulled. Now I work towards redemption. Praise baby Jesus.
Solid.
Praise be.
And that was over on your
just
side,
said
bro.
exactly this.
And I appreciate, and this is actually the perfect way to gain redemption. I don't know if everybody knows that, but donating to Powder Dusty is actually
he is the panel
way.
pope.
You got to put the hat on for that.
I'm not putting it on. I didn't. I'll put it on.
At any rate, so that's why I just keep coming back to why do we think a double life sentence plus 40 years is an appropriate sentence, and that's why
Because of the scale of the crime.
Yeah, I
The
think
scale.
most people, me and Nina were saying like it was a bit excessive, but they were trying to make again a point out of him. They were trying to use him as an example.
right, and that's miscarriage of justice. That's exactly why.
Yeah, he wasn't a corner drug dealer though.
All by itself,
Right, he
that is a
was.
justification for
It
pardon.
amplified by 100-fold. At
He
least.
wasn't a drug dealer at all.
Judges use
literally wasn't
making
a
an example out of people for consideration in their sentences all the time.
And that's why people get pardoned, because
And that is a miscarriage of justice. Just because
That is
this
exactly
is the is ought question, right? Damn it. Fuck, I just turned into Jim Bob.
Oh my god.
I'm telling Jim Bob on you. I'm telling you, somebody
Don't tell
timestamp this
You
shit.
heard it here first,
Flip
ladies
it
and gentlemen.
Strip it straight straight to Jim Bob. Oh my God, I can't wait to say it.
That
Flow
was your
Bob. We'll
You
call him
did-
Flow Bob.
You heard it here first.
So, Flo, that's why I was leading it in.
His problem.
Next thing I know, he's gonna have a really weak beard and like a Minnesota accent.
So Flo, that's why I was getting Ghosty to admit that it was just her feelings that she was basing everything on, because I was going to lead her into the is-ought thing. But you did it for me, so you can go ahead, man.
Well, I mean, here's one thing: when you're getting down to the question of pardoning and drugs and stuff, just like when you come across somebody who deals in crypto, they're going to be more lenient on white collar crime than they are on hard crime. Whereas someone who has addiction and is in that system will naturally be more lenient on those that have the same problems and issues that they have. This is the natural bias of our species. We do this unintentionally, and some people actually try to reduce that bias, but I'm not sure we should. We're being dishonest and disingenuous when we do. So if you're candy coating your opinion to the world, how will you ever reach whatever ideal you have in the first place?
And Ghosty, because you were framing a lot of your points on the morality of law, basically saying that the law is this, so that's the way it ought to be.
Well, did I say it was the way it ought to be, or it's the way it is?
Right, it's the way it is. But implied in that is an implication that it ought to be that way because you were using it for your justification.
I said at the beginning of my opening statement, though, if we wanted to have a different discussion about the decriminalization of drugs, the legalization of certain drugs, and the sentences and stuff like that, I said, that's a separate debate that I'm willing to have, but that wasn't what we were talking about tonight.
Right. Well, it really is, though, because the pardon is designed for preventing unjust laws from being implemented. Right. So the ethical nature of a law is really important when you're looking at whether or not it's justified for a pardon.
Almost.
And
very close. It's to keep laws from being enforced unjustly.
Right. Well, it's just like jury nullification, only from a king level. The point is, though, that the morality of laws is in question, right? The entire system is in question. So if you look at someone like the CEO of United Healthcare, who was responsible for the lives being lost of countless thousands of people following the law as it was, being a total law-abiding citizen, did he do the morally right thing by leading a company using legal means that resulted in the deaths of people not being covered by health insurance just because it was legal?
No, but I disagree with, I agree with the public health health insurance option for people. So I disagree with the law the way it is right now.
Single pay.
I disagree with that.
But again, I don't know if I agree for with free healthcare for all, because I know that lots of those countries don't have as good of a healthcare system as we do. So I think some in between is probably the best.
It's never free, Ghosty, no matter what.
No matter what. And that's what we
free to free.
Between. We are that in between currently.
Grid, are you heading out?
Yeah, I just rated you and sent everybody over here, and I got to get up in the morning, guys. I am an adult. I know I only play. You think I only play?
You definitely need more beauty sleep.
And, I'm sorry. What was that?
He said
you definitely need more beauty sleep.
I do need. I need less beauty sleep than you, but I still got to get some. So
somehow ugly and drop dead handsome. You figure it out.
Well, thank you so much for joining tonight, Grid. We appreciate you as always. Thank you for the raid as well. You could have sent them to Flo, but you sent them here instead.
Yeah, you jerk.
Strange, bro.
You don't even
I didn't want you to get mad. I don't want him to think there's favoritism involved.
Flo and I fight
Grid,
over
she's a
raids.
fucking woman, Grid.
They're like siblings. I'm always having to break them up.
It's all right because Flo will end up going live after I shut down, and I'll just raid them all to him. So he ends up getting the leftovers.
She makes a better sandwich, Flo.
Ghosty, it was great being on the
Sloppy
panel with
third.
you again.
All right, let him close out.
Don't take anything I say personally. It's all, it's part of the show.
I don't. It was nice talking with you.
When Nina Nina, how you say that?
Nina.
When she sobers up, tell her that it was a great time, and she's welcome on my show anytime. You as well, Ghosty. You guys have a great night. I'm gonna get out of here. It's been fun, but it hasn't been that much fun. So I'm out.
Okay, it's not an airport. You're gonna have to announce your departure.
But he didn't give me a kiss.
I gotta go in like a couple minutes too. So if anybody has any last questions, they really want to
let me
get
read
in.
these out real quick, and then you can get your questions to go see. Montero coming in with the big 5. Tomato, I got connections. Best faux Viagra on the market. Night out. Dear Jesus. I don't know what to say to that. What
You
the
need
fuck is
Viagra.
faux- What is faux Viagra?
It's fake Viagra.
So how do you make fake Viagra? Does it
I
go
don't
down
know.
instead of up?
The guy.
Yeah,
Don't need it.
You can buy pill press. You can buy pill pressers, and then you can just press really anything into it.
I actually skip that and just get a candy press. They're like half the price and do exactly the same thing.
Wrongful rage coming in with
You
a
know
big
what?
10.
You're looking at RICO charges for that, mister.
Every time you guys kept saying RICO law, I kept saying in my head, RICO law. It was like sifting through my head all night. RICO law.
I'm sitting there backstage every time they said it on Twitch.
Wrongful rage coming in with the big 10. Straight went to Made by Flow State. Half Jim Bob, half Flow State. He shall be told of this. We finally cracking you, Flo. Soon you'll be praising the Lord.
I'm going to skip
There it
straight
is.
past it to representing the Lord. Hallelujah. Praise God. Blessings to rage. And for
So
that, I'll
saith
take one
wise Orlando.
Holy monster. There you go.
We have been blessed.
Be energized.
Thank you
Give
for
me
the
Father
kind
Pride
blessing
sin.
to the panel. All right, your questions to Ghosty, because she did say she was going to be exiting shortly.
Ghosty, which Pink Floyd song is your favorite?
Yeah, I'll ask her about that myself.
Shine on You Crazy Diamond.
Oh, okay. Yeah, mine is Time.
And Hey You. I like Hey You a lot too.
That's the second time you've been asked that. Maybe
Every
'cause-
time on a panel, they say, "You don't know Pink Floyd songs? Name 3 songs." Every
No, I
single
hate
time.
that. I absolutely hate that. Like, why can't I just wear a fucking shirt?
I know. But no, being asked my favorite song is a different question. I don't mind that.
Yeah, I like Time. That's they got a really good saxophone solo in that song. I like.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
Do you listen to Kenny G, sir?
Do I listen? No, I've never listened to Kenny G.
You should.
Yeah, I'll give it a whirl, man.
That's like the one
Saxophone.
instrument I can play. The only instrument I actually took time to bother learning was the saxophone because it almost never plays in an actual band, specifically the alto sax. So I could sit there and go to all the concerts and sit next to the chicks and talk to them and be part of the cool kids without ever actually having to do anything except for like bop, 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 bop. And I'm done. That's it. That's my part of the whole concert.
I played the trombone in middle school. It was kind of fun.
A rusty trombone.
It was
Ghosty,
the case
Ghosty,
was
get-
bigger than me. Go
Get some help for your problems. Get you some help for your addiction. I don't want you to end up like my friend.
Oh, I've been clean for like a year and almost a year and a half. A year and a half now. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Comes on YouTube to get all of her anxiety out, and
That's
by the
how
time
we
she
all
leaves
do.
the panel. By the
Same
time she
here.
leaves the panel, it's
I'm-
all
I'm-
good.
What is it now? 6.5 years sober? Clean, not sober. I drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sober.
Not sober,
Yeah.
but clean.
No, same.
Yeah,
I drink and I smoke weed and I take Molly and stuff like that. But
Well, you're not sober then.
Now stop it.
I consider it clean.
California sober or something like that.
Chuck's an alcoholic teetotaler. Like alcohol is legal, so it's okay and everything's fine. But and it doesn't cause any social problems. It's perfectly acceptable.
I
But-
didn't say that.
I know.
I never
mean,
once said that.
The substance that causes you problems is the one you don't need to do, and as long as you're doing that, then you're fine.
yeah, brain
control
activity
yourself.
for gamblers is very similar to brain activity for people doing anything from coffee to freaking shoplifting. It's an addiction. All of these things orbit around OCD to an extent. I'm not sure exactly how far down the rabbit hole that goes, but you acclimate yourself to doing these things.
You ever find the answer, you'll be rich.
Yep.
I'll be crucified.
Be a trillionaire.
Wrong for
Your name-
it. The Big Ten says, Ghosty, just tell us you're powering the crystals and we'll accept it. Is it powered? Ghosty, are you powering the crystal?
All my crystals are powered up.
I'm aroused. I don't know why.
I don't even know what that
Charging?
means, but it sounded hot.
Charging? Does it take batteries or?
Double D.
You guys crack me up. Oh,
Good.
shit.
Otherwise, I'd be useless.
I feel like
Oh,
I need to
what?
put you over on this side and Anson. Now everybody's looking at Chuck.
Yeah, we're all going to stare at
Whoa.
him. Hi.
Everybody look down at Chuck.
I could show you the. Oh, I better not.
Yeah.
Stop
Show you the best
it.
part of me.
All right, well, I'm gonna skedaddle, I think. Starting to get
Bye.
a little headache. Goodbye. Thank you, sir, for having me again.
I caused that
You're
problem
most welcome.
sometimes.
We love having you on, Ghosty.
And it was a fun conversation. It was a good topic.
Good. Good. I'm glad you liked it. And we'll see you next round, okay?
Bye.
Have a safe evening.
See you, Ghosty.
Oh, Naomi, I am too. Sarah didn't hook me up with the opportunity.
I don't think that opportunity would have boded very well. Considering
I would have knocked the teeth out her face.
Whoa.
fair enough.
Come on,
Zero.
In Minecraft.
Zero. Pardon
that's
me for
harsh,
just a moment. Zero. These are requested memes from people. They ask for their own little emojis and things, and we're part of a larger community all around. They ask for it. They get what they ask for.
Especially if you pay for it.
Especially if you pay for it. You ask, you shall receive. Crusty Trombone coming up with a big tube. Ghost used to play.
You've been played, sir. You played yourself.
Oh, Lord.
It's okay. He likes the abuse.
That's good.
And that was over on your side too, Flo, if you want to say thank you.
Appreciate it. And a good lull there.
That's fair. That's fair.
Then what happened? So what do we attack Flo on his approach? I
think this minion needs some more
screen time for sure.
No,
screen time.
This is the minion. Who do you work for, minion?
I work
That
for a
setup
hospital.
looks like NSA, bro.
Right?
No, not it.
Once-
No. I work
once
for
again,
a
though-
medical company. Yeah.
You
What's
work
your
for the
code
company?
name?
The
He works
corporation?
for the banana
Have
company.
you been to the farm?
You don't like my shirt? I'm sorry, huh?
No, I
I
love
love
it.
your
I love
shirt.
it, dude. It's great. It's magnificent. I'm sorry if you feel self-conscious. I apologize.
No, I'm
but
not. I
I'm
don't.
gonna keep making the jokes.
I've been
I'm gonna
working all
make the
day.
jokes,
So
bro.
this is my work.
Once again, though, Flo was paired with someone that wasn't up to debating.
I think he did fine.
Well, once he hit ad hominems, he lost his argument.
Well, in all fairness, there was a drunk on the other side, so it was.
Yeah,
level.
no, Nina wasn't
talking
carrying
about
much
Chris?
water.
Yeah, but that went downhill fast on her end. So she must have been drinking it straight.
Well, no, she just had one box of wine in the refrigerator, one on the floor next to her.
Another Sarah or Ezra, whatever you want to call her.
I'm not calling nobody nothing. I learned my lesson, bro.
The level of cognitive dissonance in her, where she was constantly conflicting herself or contradicting herself, and then spouting all those ad hominems, it was just insane. I couldn't handle it. It was giving me a headache.
Her disregard of other people's opinion before the conversation was actually had on what that opinion was my favorite part.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Since the Pope didn't catch it.
Yeah, well, nobody else did the research.
God bless you.
Right? Nobody else did the work.
I
She
would
put
say
in the
bless
work.
you, but
and
I'm
she's the
not God,
authority.
so I don't have that authority. Only Chuck thinks he's God.
Whoa,
Wrong for
that's
Rage
deep.
says
What the hell was that?
tomato. Good night. May you all have a blessed night. I know I have, and now the dusty trail calls me, and the bed beckons. So poetic tonight, Rage.
Would that be the powder dusty trail?
It wouldn't be powdery if you left.
It could be. But if
Good
it's
night,
powder dusty
Wrong
trail, he's
for
not going to bed.
Rage. Riz Donuts in the chat for Wrong for Rage. That is his requested emoji, kind of. It's kind of in his honor. Okay, no awkward silence. We do that. We can all just.
It takes a second to make some Riz donuts. I'm working up to it. Don't put pressure on me.
Faster, faster.
Please, a little bit of strength in.
Oh, Shiza.
He's got Riz donuts on all sides.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know what a Riz donut is. I'm out of the loop.
But you can use your imagination.
You can figure it out, bro. I have faith in you.
What do you think? You know, if you were to draw a picture of what you think a Riz donut is.
Well, it'd probably be one of those cream pie holes that I see in all those porn videos I watch. So,
yeah,
you're not far off the mark, but it's a donut. Why is that woman's fingernail so sharp? That's terrifying.
That was degenerate, Sarah.
Yes.
Yep, I liked it. I enjoyed it.
You should.
You guys are over there talking about making Riz donuts. You talk degeneracy. I will give you full degeneracy on screen. It's all yours.
Should
play that going to Vegas too.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I didn't get a chance to like pop in on the male Pandora concept, but I do have an opinion. This whole thing happened in Vegas, and where it went wrong is when they live streamed it, because what happens in Vegas should stay in Vegas, and that's a truism. That's a fact. You're not supposed to carry it home, and you're not supposed to live stream it.
Because had they not live streamed drunken stupidity, they would not have ended up with drunken stupidity. And Montero, yes, I will gladly accept $300 to keep Lindsay off.
And this is coming from the guy who is the king of drunken stupidity.
I'm in charge of who gets on this panel, sir.
I came in off the chat.
Yeah, I'll get her off for 300.
Was the last live stream done by a drunken person?
Was the last what? What are you
The
talking about?
last live stream from Vegas by a drunken person.
I don't know.
Exactly. They were probably broke by the last one.
Yeah. Sloppy seconds for the Riz donut.
Damn.
My favorite.
Shots fired.
Who's the caboose?
Flow. Not to get Lindsay off, but to keep Lindsay off.
I mean, I don't know that I can keep getting her off forever, but I can do it probably for quite a while.
Well, I mean, they have machines now.
People will get dehydrated at some point.
Sure. Just IV water, lots of fluids.
That's what baby oil's for, Flo.
Yeah.
That leg. What, to drink? No, it's not.
A man your age probably needs to take medication.
I need a baby oil meme or emoji.
Yep, there you go, sir.
I forgot to get one. That's what I need. Yes, I'll do that right now while you guys are chit-chatting.
Wait, we're all going to sit silently and stare at her.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Playing with
This won't
baby
take
oil.
very long.
That's what she said.
I didn't have to catch one of them.
Baby oil images. Yes.
Say yes again like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel the need to argue, but I think we all agree on stuff.
Yeah, this is going to end up being a very boring thing. I'd rather go back to talking about this guy's yellow shirt. It's awesome. It reminds me of my Xterra. It's almost the same color.
Your ex what?
My Xterra. I have a 2002 Xterra.
Yep.
It's bright freaking yellow.
Yeah.
Is that a Nissan?
It is, and I love the little bastard. Everybody else laughs at me.
He really does. He talks about it all the time. I don't know why.
Till they go out of
Anybody would love a
business.
bright yellow Xterra.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Ever since I got it, every single time I come to an intersection and there are people at the intersection, they all wait for me to come through. The only people that pull out me in that bright yellow thing are cops.
They're not going to miss
Don't
you.
break.
If you go fishing, you know what chartreuse is, right?
No.
You look like a man that goes fishing. I'm Sasquatch.
I mean, chartreuse is a color, sir.
Yeah, it's on a plug too. It's a very good plug to fish with.
It's also a stripper in Vegas.
Oh my God.
It's a what?
A stripper in Vegas, chartreuse.
Oh, gotcha. What?
I was a little disappointed I didn't get to go to the Sapphire Lounge again.
I don't even think they made it that far, did they, Flo?
The whole reason I didn't get involved in none of that stuff is I wasn't technically invited. Resla has mentioned something and asked me if I wanted to go, and then you mentioned something and asked me if I wanted to go. And I went to my wife and was like, there's this thing happening in Vegas. If the right people show up, I'd like to go. She's like, found out how much it'd cost to get a ticket. And I was like, bus or plane? She's like, plane, you're not riding a bus. I was like, love my girl. But none of the people except for Resla showed up that I was really interested in talk to. And it seemed kind of superfluous to go across the country to go talk to this one dude for a couple hours and then come home.
I never got invited.
I didn't really either. It was just fired across the bow. And I was like, well, if the right people show up, I'll go.
There you go, folks. You got your new baby oil emoji in-house, ready to rock and roll.
I just
You
see
got
text.
Huh?
I just see text. I don't see the emoji.
Yeah, it only shows text for us, but I guess on screen too it shows text too, but they got it.
Oh,
they can press the button that has that picture.
They can press the pretty pink button.
Pretty buttons.
It's underneath the hood.
Oh, Jesus.
That's what she said.
I feel like it was a good thing that a lot of people ended up not going, because a lot of people ended like that whole group divided during the skit war issue. And it was very, very divided after that, and a lot of people chose to not go, and they canceled.
You remember what I said about doing the skit, about claiming a skit? Once you claim a skit, no one can take any of the drama that takes place there very seriously. And once you can't take it seriously, no one cares as much, And so claiming a skit, you've claimed willingness to pretend that something happened that didn't. And so you're no more reliable than, and I'm going to name drop Illumitami, who just makes stuff up and yells about it. So, it's kind of the same thing.
I don't know when the problems actually started, but I know Resto was saying that he'd get up at 8 o'clock in the morning and there'd be 2 people left in the house. Everybody else was already gone. Out doing their own thing.
So I don't have a problem with that. Leave me alone, whether I'm on vacation or at home. Y'all just leave me alone. I will sit in my room quietly and not bother nobody, but you got to leave me alone for that to happen.
New Orleans. Ooh, New Orleans is nice. I went there for my Dirty 30. I went with my husband, and we went as a whole group, and I ended up getting sick with the flu on the plane ride down there. Terribly sick. Spent the first 2 days miserable in bed, and then the last day finally had some energy to go do stuff.
Well, think about it. You're in an enclosed tube with 400 other people flying through the air. If one person's got it, yep.
I was miserable too for my birthday and everything. Oh, it sucked.
I got a good one for you. This is kind of one of those dumb things that you don't realize until after it's happened. My sister-in-law was tourist Southeast Asia and got deported because of the coup coming out. And they deported her from one city to another through the air until they finally got her on a flight that would send her to the U.S. She came into Atlanta about 8 weeks before lockdown. That was December. Anyway, it was very early, very early. There wasn't even a discussion about stuff like that yet. And she stayed here for a couple of hours and then left. And the very next week, my entire family went to Disney.
Oh, yeah.
While they were at Disney, I got the worst sickness I've ever had in my life. And I have no idea what it was because at the time, there was nobody really talking about it a whole bunch. It was something that happened on the other side of the world. And I was going, boy, if that stuff's as bad as what I just got, I went and bought toilet paper. No, I didn't. I went and bought food. But anyway, the toilet paper's funnier.
I like toilet paper.
I didn't know you were married, Sarah.
I was. I've been divorced for quite a while now.
She's married to the channel now, sir. Back off.
Yeah. No, I say husband when I speak in past tense because I don't know, he was my husband. It's hard. Sometimes I forget to throw the X part in there. It's just creature of habit.
Force of habit, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Sarah? And I'm not shooting a shot with this. This is legitimately. I'm looking
Totally a
at
shot. It's totally a shot.
Yes, you are.
I'm looking at the thumbnail right now, and I'm looking at the pictures of the people that you chose, right? And Flo looks fairly bored. Grid looks fairly legit. Ghosty, she's doing the side eye thing, which perfectly acceptable. And then Nina's at the top looking like she's gonna bite the freaking bike, like she's gonna attack that thing. She looks.
I mean, it looks like I chose wisely.
You're not wrong. That's what I was asking. Is like, how did you know she was gonna spurg as hard as she did?
I know she's been on here before, back when the channel first started doing live streams. And she was exactly as much of a firecracker now as she was then, except she wasn't drunk that first time she came on. Tonight she was definitely intoxicated.
Well, she said she was nervous as hell, so she must have kind of loosened her. I don't either.
I'm nervous.
That's why I always ask people backstage, like, have you watched a Mod Monday? Do you know how the format is and how we do? And typically, if they say no, like I already know they're going to be walking into this with no idea that we are kind of like shit showy, blood sporty, crazy. I keep my gloves off for the most part, except to just keep you guys not talking over each other. But like, if you haven't watched a Mod Monday, then doing a Mod Monday can be very abrasive. So
sure, I can see that, especially if they're just coming in thinking it's a panel. I have the same problem, a similar problem with people when I invite them in to do a Sasquatch Shills. They expect to come in and there'd be 5 people asking them questions for 10 or however many folks I have on panel. And if you go look at my channel, you'll see a lot of panels, but that's not really what it's about. It's about that individual channel. And they get there and they're like, "Wait, what do you mean? You're just asking me questions? Just you?" It's just me. Dude, just me and you were going to talk about why you got a channel and what you did with it.
So
that's weird.
Well, let me bring one up. Trump, is that you, my darling?
It is. Hello. Hello,
everybody.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, and we're here. We're here. We made it.
Let me read this in your honor, Mr. Trump. Montero coming up with the big 2. Oh, okay. She's divorced. Let the donos commence. Well, thank you, Montero.
Yeah, Will simp for shekels.
Beautiful. Beautiful message. Beautiful.
How are you this evening, Mr. President?
I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. And, we're just having a little laugh on YouTube, going through all the different little streams and saying hello to some people. Great people, by the way.
Nice job on the pardon.
I appreciate that.
We're slow states, pardon that.
They wanted it. The people wanted it, and we got it done. I was an honor, actually. A great honor.
Can you give us the reasons why you gave it?
Oh, it's pretty simple. You take a look at, I would say it was a very very easy case, in my opinion, with the libertarians. You know, we went and we talked to so many libertarians. I was on that stage, and they were, you know, they were something. They were a tough crowd, actually. But we talked to them, and we all agreed. So that was kind of the reason we had to get the vote. We need these people, and we respect their values. We really do. We do. We respect libertarian values. We really love it. I think we really love it. I would say, you know, the most libertarian president, by the way, is me. I would hope.
Well, yeah, that's true. Except for all that stuff you're doing with taking over Gaza now. You know, I'm a libertarian. You had me until you did that. Why'd you decide to take over Gaza?
They haven't actually proved a single thing about that Gaza Strip thing yet.
I'll tell you, I like Gaza. I like Gaza a lot. I think what we're going to do with Gaza, I don't know if you know this, but we will turn it into an economic powerhouse. It's going to be something great for not only our country, but for the world. You look at what we can do with this strip of land. It's such a beautiful strip. One of the greatest strips, probably, in history of strips, okay? But we're going to take it. We're going to get the Gazanians out. We're going to level it. And we're going to have, you know, beautiful casinos and synagogues from the river to the sea.
Got to have a golf course too now.
I believe they call themselves Godzilla, sir.
I don't know. Well, I'll tell you this. We're going to do a lot more. We're going to build the McDonald's. And who better than to have all of the people to do it? You know, you look at the Sunni Islams. They're going to be building the land. They're going to be taking the bulldozers, lots of the bulldozers, and cleaning it up. We have to clean it up. We have to level it.
So do you think that Gaza needs a golf course?
Absolutely. Like a sand golf course, like a sand dune?
Yeah, I mean that seems like it would make sense there. You know, I mean there's a lot of real estate there you could do stuff with.
It's true. It's true. We're going to have big skyscrapers, likes of which you've never seen before. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be the first to a lot of these beautiful freedom cities, by the way, which we haven't built anything in a very long time with cities, and that's what we need to do. We need to build like 10 of them. We need to build like 10 of them.
You know, I live in a state that's actually it's on the Gulf of America, and I'm a huge fan of the economic powerhouse that is the Gulf of America, and I just
Right.
you know want to thank you for bringing light to that.
Right. And you know what? How we renamed the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America. We will be renaming Gaza to Trumpland, like Disneyland, but Trumpland. Sounds much better, right?
Do you reckon I could go over there and get me a toupee?
Possibly.
I mean, can you suggest somebody? I need some good work done.
I don't know a lot of people, but I will tell you, I think we can make a couple calls, okay?
Magnificent, sir. I appreciate it.
All right. Oh, that's interesting. Alex isn't here. Beautiful.
This is beautiful. That's well done,
Thank
sir.
you.
Well done.
Thank you. I think it's wonderful. You know, I was just coming into a few live streams. I had a great conversation with a lot of different people about a lot of different things. And I think we covered pretty much everything in the Gaza section, right? How do we feel about it?
Well, I'm a little upset because that's not America. And, you know, you're supposed to be, you know, making America great again, not, you know, that place.
You know, I got a lot of questions earlier on Jack Talcott's about where was Trump?
Where was Trump?
Where was
Yeah,
Trump?
he was looking for the man
People
today.
were looking for Trump over on Jack Talcott's earlier today.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, they were.
Sir,
wow.
please, dear God, please, you have to go. God, please, you have to go talk to this man. He needs you desperately.
Yeah, but that's almost like panel porn if he shows up.
Panel. That would be interesting.
It would.
His name is Jack. Is Jack off?
I will post the link backstage. Get somebody to copy it. I'll find it. Give me
Who
2
the hell
seconds.
names himself Jack Off?
You can tell him that Chuck sent you.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
What's going on over there?
Yeah, he's not a huge Trump fan unless he can be your spiritual advisor.
Oh, that makes sense then. That makes sense.
He does.
Okay.
He wants to be. He thinks that the president and the people of Congress need him to help them with their spiritual stuff.
Don't forget the UN.
Yeah, Jack Talcott only hosts the most prominent people, so you'll fit in well there.
Is he online right now? Is he? No,
he's not live right now.
He's
it's
never
usually
live.
about
How the hell am I
4 or
supposed to get in
5.
there?
We are all dropping his link backstage, sir. Get anybody within 1,000 yards
Okay.
to get that.
God bless you. Well, I appreciate it. I just subscribed. Okay.
Well, he's looking for a
tell him.
personal invite to Washington.
Oh, is that what he's looking for? That's interesting. That's
He
interesting.
thought he had one once before, but they disagreed.
Oh, really? I wonder why.
The Postmaster General didn't like it.
Isn't this guy? I saw this guy. He was the crazy guy that your friend put on the screen. The crazy guy, right?
Yes.
That guy that was talking about a lot of different things. I don't even remember. It was so irrelevant.
Praise God.
Oh yeah, praise God. Oh, he was going crazy.
You've seen him before. We've talked about him before.
I've seen him before. He's got a beard in one of these, and then he's got like a goatee.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it the same person?
The amount of grooming he does varies greatly.
Oh wow.
Sometimes you can check his oil with a dipstick, and sometimes he's freshly coiffured.
Okay. Well, we'll do that.
Have you ever
we'll
checked
go
another
in there.
man's
We'll have
oil?
a nice little another man's oil. I don't know about that.
We
Don't
won't
make
judge
it
you,
weird.
sir. We're open-minded.
Not
We're
with the
conservatives.
dipstick. I don't use dipsticks. I have other people
You
do.
just use your finger?
More of a hands-on approach. I got you, Mr. President.
I just watch them do it. You know, I go to the shop. I watch them do it. They do something so great. I think they do a great job. I don't know.
I think they do too. But every man should know how to check the oil. This is getting weird.
True.
It is real weird.
Getting deep.
Pause.
Getting very, very deep
President.
in the conversation. It's beautiful.
Well, do you think the libertarians will vote for you next election?
Absolutely. I would say.
That's what I want to hear.
There's not going to be a next election for Trump. I'm sorry,
the
sir.
last
but
I know.
this thing.
I know. That's out there still. Think of it. My constitutionality of another term.
We'll say another. Say there's going to be another election.
No. Listen. We're going to audit the election, the 2020 election. We will audit it, and we will see what happens with all the little, teensy amount of votes. Okay.
Not a pardon for it,
We
sir.
will take a look at it.
Yep. If it was a crime, pardon it and make it go away.
Oh, you mean like Fauci?
Oh no, we don't want Fauci.
No.
No.
Oh, Trump! I wanted to personally thank you for pardoning a friend of mine here in Alabama. He was your co-chairman for your 2016 campaign, and he was railroaded and mistreated, and you corrected that. So thank you, sir.
I appreciate it, and you know what? I think that case was it was fake news. It was fake news. Anyway, I am getting a call, unfortunately, from Vladimir. Again, Vladimir, he wants to call me. He's talking my ear off about Ukraine. So I have to take this call.
So when you're going to end that?
You know, I think probably not like that, but it's definitely something. But I do appreciate it, everybody. God bless you.
Oh, appreciate you coming by.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I brought my wife in here while that was going on, and I didn't explain it. I just told her I wanted to hear something, and I put it on her ears, and she sat there, and her jaw dropped. She looked at me.
Real deal.
Maybe.
He was good. He was good.
Really, really good, bro. I want to get him in to record some lines for some shorts, dude.
Is that like AI or his voice? I wonder.
Oh
Can you imagine if he shows up at Jack Sasquatch?
Yes, I'm gonna have my finger on that pulse from now for the next couple of weeks and hopes that Trump shows up to talk to Jack. That would be killer.
Oh, Jack would jizz all over herself.
He couldn't help it.
I know.
Be that glazed donut we were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Sarah froze. It was a good freeze, though. You look interested.
Yeah, I like
it. Looking down at me, I kind of like the feel of this. This is creepy. That completely blank stare.
Yep. She's gone.
Oh, she's back. You're muted, though, Sarah.
God,
something bad just happened.
You're muted.
Yeah, no, something really bad just happened. You froze up completely for a second there. That wasn't us. That was on your end.
And we all had time for a wank.
Yeah, I finished.
Trump came back, had a whole conversation.
I lost everybody but Flo on that last one. Wow.
It says your mic is muted on the screen now, so you can probably unmute it and it might work.
It's just not. She's probably going to have
still muted.
Yeah. Reload.
That's what happens when you show up as the president.
Yeah, no, she didn't pass the clearance. They ran a background check on all of us, and she didn't make it.
She didn't make the grade?
Right. They just kicked her out. They were just like, mm-mm. This is brilliant.
Well, I did notice he showed up and she disappeared. That's why I was warning her.
The same person. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
That was brilliant, though. Like, I'm still tickled. God, I wish I'd have been linked that to my channel. I can pull so many shorts out of that. There's just that little bit.
Well, at least he did pick up you were being Alex.
Yeah, he had to change his profile picture, but he got there eventually.
Oh, did he?
I
didn't see that part.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. You do a really good impersonation of Alex Jones. That's top notch.
It's actually changed a little bit since this last sickness. I completely lost my voice, and when it came back even deeper. So I'm having to like adjust it because it's not quite coming through quite perfectly. I used to have it completely nailed. I have it on good authority that Hillary Clinton's vagina smells just like brimstone. Let me tell you, dude, there was this one night, me and Midwest Accountability, he does a spot on Hank Hill. And Alex, we were both shooting shots, and Alex Jones and Hank Hill argued about propane for an hour and a half.
I remember that. I fucking hated it. I hated it.
Dude,
Man,
that was one of AJ's most watched videos.
Road had been around then. It's a good. I'd have been hemmed up.
Right.
You know who Camelot 331 is?
No.
Wait, that rings a bell.
He's one of Nick Recada's friends, but he's also a NASCAR driver now.
With your accent, sir, you need to put more space between the word Nick and Recaida.
But he's got an opening sequence, and he's got a clip in there of Alex Jones singing. It is awesome. Thought about clipping it.
Man, Sasquatch ain't shit for that.
You're not wrong. It just proves how much verbal abuse I've sustained throughout my life.
You don't seem like a person that would put up with that.
Well, the thing is, you'll only verbally abuse me until I get a good burn on you, and then you'll rethink that shit. It generally don't take long. You'll say something stupid here in a second, stick your foot right in it.
Fact.
Yeah, for sure.
And chances are I will catch you at it at just the most inopportune moment. So I don't know. I try not to do the whole ad hom attack though. I don't find it a very it's useful in like a crowd control sense, right? If you can drop some really good one-liners in the middle of a debate, it can sway the entire opinion of the crowd.
Yep.
Right. But it's not really a valuable debate tactic for debates. Arguments on YouTube. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I have to agree with you. But it can change it, like you said.
Oh yeah, it's excellent. And this is coming from a guy who is socially awkward in every possible way you can imagine and had to learn to become tolerable.
You think?
Oh, I know exactly what you're saying, man. I know exactly what you're saying on that one.
I understand that too.
Why do you guys think you're tolerable?
Right. No, I mean, I get what you're saying, Flo, but this is better than I was. I have it on good authority. Several people in my family have commented when we're in public. I'm much more svelte, I guess. That's what my brother said. You're more svelte in your conversation. I'm like, what do you mean? You flow better. You used to like randomly talk about random things, and now you follow the conversation and everybody can have, it works.
Yeah. But how deep can a conversation get at a Waffle House?
They can get pretty deep, man.
In the Waffle House?
If your Waffle House staff won't help you hide a body, you don't have a good enough relationship with them. You're living your life wrong, bro.
Yeah, you got the wrong damn place.
And don't even start with an IHOP, because that's where the people who cake fight work.
Oh Lord.
Do you know why Waffle House staff use a ice pick to flip the waffles?
Look, IHOP is just for people who can't fight good.
Right.
And it starts at 3 o'clock, 3 a.m.
Right.
I worked night shift at Waffle House for 3 years, so y'all are speaking my language right now.
I was the guy down at the end of the damn low counter over there in that one chair. Okay. It's kind of by itself, drinking a cup of coffee at 4 a.m. and watching stupid videos and giggling randomly.
You were the homeless person.
You would think so, yes. I wasn't, but I mean, I used to work night shift. I worked night shift at like several jobs for a couple of years.
Were you just waiting for the females to get done with their shift so they have to walk to their car?
No, I was. I'm not going to say that out loud, bro. All right, so hold on.
Was he security or the secretary?
This is. I have to be really careful how I say this. Are you aware of how pipe is made?
No.
How what? One more time.
Okay. I worked at a factory that created PVC pipe.
Oh, okay.
But I can't tell you that I laid pipe for all night, 5 years. I mean, it doesn't come out right, no matter how you say it. But I did do this one thing, and I'm kind of proud of it. We have this very rare order that's for a very specific client. Anyway, it's a extremely narrow gauge pipe, which comes off really stupid fast. And you've got to like really watch it or you'll break the machines making it because it's moving so fast. But I put so much of that shit on a coil one night that if you kicked it out of a 737 mid-flight, it would hit the ground with freaking pipe still on the reel. And I was like, that's cool.
So what I don't understand is for most of this stream, there were around like 400 people in the chat. And when the panel was open, I mean, only a tiny fraction of people came up here. And y'all were talking earlier about like people being nervous being up here. Do y'all have like previous public speaking experience or like radio experience or anything that would make you not nervous to be on a panel?
No.
Or run your own stream or anything?
The only experience I got is when I got up and was speaking before crowds of 2,000 to 5,000. That's when I gained my I don't give a shit attitude.
I have no real
ran a company
previous
of my own, so I had to
experience.
do some.
I have no real previous experience, but I had a few clues that I might be good at this. In high school, I was the alternate at a debate, and I ended up, just due to not participating through most of the debate, I ended up being the only person with time left on the clock, and got a closing statement. I made a closing statement that won the debate. It was the only time I ever did anything in debate at all. I was specifically there to talk to chicks. I wanted smart chicks, and I won one debate by performing one public speaking once, and other than that, there were a couple of events where and I think this was more my voice than it was the interaction, maybe who I am too, because most of these people all knew me, and I was about the only person that everyone there actually knew. But there were some things that happened where I needed everyone's attention for reasons, and I was able to go shh, and everybody just paid attention to me for no specific reason other than I asked them to. Another event, when I was a small child, I pretended to read storybooks to the rest of the preschool because I had apparently memorized the stories that my mom read to me, and I'd recognize the cover of the book, and I would pick it up and tell the story. And they thought I was reading it, when in reality, I just memorized it. But after one of these events on the way home, my mother looks back at me. I'm probably 8, 7, 6. I don't know. I don't remember how old I was, but she looks me straight now. I remember this part very, very strongly. I need you to make me a promise. What's that, Mama? Never start a cult or join a cult. What's a cult? Don't worry about it. I'll explain later, but just promise me you will never start a cult. Yes, ma'am. And when I started a YouTube channel, I could quit doing content for a little while because it occurred to me that this was a cult of personality. And I didn't know whether or not that violated a promise to my dead mother. And I had to think on it a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Ma'am, welcome back.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm operating off my phone. I don't know what's going on with my internet, but my phone seems to be the only thing that's working now. So
We decided to
you guys continue on.
Didn't pay your bill, huh? Yep.
Yep.
Turn on your hotspot, Sarah.
It's
on your phone.
I don't know if
that guy's tons of fun though. Good
laptop
God, I can do so
handle
much
that.
with that voice.
It's saying it's connected to the internet, but it's not. It's just not doing well.
Did you restart your router?
Yeah, I restarted everything.
Plugged it back in.
I restarted everything.
That's good.
Did plug it back.
But by all means, let's walk through all the basic recommendations.
Yeah.
Right? Why not?
That's
Have
what
you
everyone
turned
is
it
on
on
and back on again.
I was going to ask that next.
Does it have lights on it, Sarah?
Is the green light solid or flashing?
Yeah.
Did you ping Google?
Did you flush the DNS?
I'm going to strangle all of you.
Yes.
I asked a legit question.
Did you clear your cache?
No, it's just this one
The
router
fact that
down.
you say it cachet makes me think you're lying to me about some facts in your life.
Yeah.
I have
Right.
I have 2 boxes, and the one upstairs seems
You're
to be
only supposed
working.
to have one box.
No, one's an extender, and I think.
Madam, that is not what that is called.
Well, whatever. Whatever.
What's it called?
That's a repeater. Yeah, no, I get what you're
what's the
saying.
miraculous
I just about guarantee you your repeater's having a problem.
You fucking dork.
It is having.
Nerd. Sorry.
And it's not playing well, and it's pissing me off.
Did
You ever hear that? You got that fussy tone of voice.
Yes, I'm starting to get irritated.
Oh,
I hate it when this happens, and it always happens towards the end of the night.
Oh, wait a minute. It's
I
happened
get
before.
bitchy,
A trend.
and then I'm just gonna boot everybody off and shut this bitch down and fuck the world.
Whoa.
I'll wait patiently.
Give it the mom voice.
Yeah, talk down to it. Stare straight at it while you're lying to it. Don't do that to me. Never mind the connection.
Oh, yuck.
Oh man.
Do I need to start yelling at the router again?
Hey, at least I'm Legion.
That's the husband's voice. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's irritating.
That's what the chair is for.
It's just sitting here blinking at me. Like with that pending light. Like, I'm thinking about it, but I don't know if I want to work right now. Fuck you.
Dude, you'd appreciate this. I went into a full-blown panic the other night. I came in here and it's like 45 minutes before a show. I got to go in and do a little bit of backstaging, and I hit the button. My computer starts up, blue screens, and goes dead. Starts back up. Blue screens. Starts
I
back
heard you
up.
talking about shows
Blue
you play
screens.
out. Sasquatch, you play in a band?
What was it? Who? Where?
You.
Me? A band?
Sasquatch, yeah. Do you play in a band or something? I hear you talking about stage and backstage and.
Talk about
that's-
backstage
that's-
on StreamYard.
That's StreamYard YouTuber-y stuff.
Oh, okay.
I am a pretender, sir.
I went too far.
All right. Well, I'm gonna bounce, y'all. It's been good. See y'all later.
Yeah. He's out.
Hey, we'll see you
Much
later.
love.
See you, Mr. Ranson.
I'm taking off too.
Send me money.
Thank you for having me
Yep.
up. It's been excellent. You know what? I'll reroute my audio. Give me a second. I'll reroute the peeps over.
Well, she's shutting down too, didn't she say?
Shutting down your bullshit.
That's basically how I feel.
My phone internet popped out.
This is going to be tons of fun.
Oh, fucking. I mean, at least I know you guys are carrying on and having a good time. But I missed the President Trump. That pissed me off.
That's why I said the Secret Service got you. You didn't pass the security clearance. The rest of us made it.
Or
Go
maybe
figure.
maybe because I'm from the farm and they can't have me.
Yeah.
You know, we can't collide. We're not supposed to be on the same screen together. Where'd Troy
Right.
go?
He even said he was leaving.
He said he's
He was
going
going to reroute his folks to you and dip out.
That's fair.
Right.
Oh, shit.
Sarah, thanks for having me. Nice to meet the rest of you. I'm going to bounce out of here.
All righty.
I'm enjoying her frustration personally.
Yeah.
I'll sit in my hair and watch it all night.
We could make an
Word.
entire stream of my frustration. We'll see you later, buddy.
See ya.
We'll make an entire stream of my frustration to the internet.
I'm down.
Mm-hmm.
I'll restream just for that.
Mm-hmm.
Until after I'm done and get sleepy.
I'm surprised. There's like there's 400 people watching.
Still?
Yeah.
Damn.
And that's why I'm like,
And none of them have subscribed to me. Shame on all of you, sirs and madams,
Yeah.
as the case may be.
well, we did get a few subs, but I mean, not a few. Like, I mean, we got a nice little chunk. I never have any complaints. If somebody raids and it's new exposure for new people, I love it. You'll never hear me complain. If they don't like it, they'll leave. It's no big deal. But they
Right.
haven't left. There's still 400 of you watching. Why are you still watching? What do we need to do to entertain you, my friends?
You should continue being frustrated, and I should continue making weird innuendos about the fact that it's mildly erotic.
How about...
This message is sponsored in part by...
Wife Squatch says that's a bad idea.
Wait, we got to do one for the ladies. The ladies always like this one.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, far ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
How does that man have 18 abs? That is unlawful.
Sasquatch, you're a mod in the chat. Can you drop your link?
I can try. Hold on.
Somebody, you're being requested by Mr. Darwin.
Nice. Always
By
liked
his-
some of his writings. read all of it actually.
See, this is where it gets dangerous because I am on my phone, which means I could walk upstairs and get comfortable in my bed while we're still streaming, and then I could pass out on stream.
Yeah, I'm
we
not
could
going to
form bomb.
off of Chuck. I mean, Chuck's not nearly as seductive as you are. Nothing against you, Chuck. I mean, in the late night.
Hey, I don't blame you there.
Oh my goodness.
I think my computer just froze.
Yours?
Yeah, it's not loading chat. Hold on.
Everybody's having internet issues, huh?
Mine's been pitching fits for the past couple of weeks. I've been
My internet, like every time I try to play video on screen, no matter how much I lower the
I am not a mod.
Like
the resolution.
Everything I do, and it's just this past week, it's just sucked balls, like big, hairy, sweaty, nasty, yucky, cheese curled balls, and it's.
I'm constantly operating with the little mushroom in the corner, like when I'm actually streaming, when I'm running the show.
Aren't you a wrench in the regular chat?
I don't. Am I not in the regular chat?
No, you dropped it in the private chat.
No, I'm not a wrench in the regular chat, so I dropped it in the private chat.
Yes, you are. I swear to God, you are Caucasian.
I was.
Why wouldn't you still be?
I don't know.
Didn't think he was.
No, I got modded for like 2 weeks, and then it went away, and it's none of my business, so I don't get involved. It's your channel. You do you the way you do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't ever remember removing your wrench for any reason.
It's your, like I said, it's your channel. I mean,
you probably took it when you took Flo's.
No, I took Flo's because Flo was being Flo, but I don't take wrenches for no reason. I don't know why I wouldn't have had it. That's weird. All right. I'll fix that later because I don't want to like.
She's trying to get my channel link dropped in chat, Naomi. I think we got it. And that is really annoying to do when you're on your phone.
It is. It is
so annoying.
Yeah.
Was you on Lemons today, Sarah?
Yeah. Sunday.
Thank you.
Okay.
Naomi.
Must have been the Sunday one I watched then.
Yeah, well, and I wasn't even trying to like do anything. I went in their chat and I was like, hey, I heard it was fun over here. And then we were just bebopping along, no big deal. And then some other QI lady.
Yep. She's
like,
still fighting them.
Oh, she was like yelling at me in chat, and she's like, you're mad at Mel or blah blah blah. I'm like, well, yeah, but like I don't know you. And
she was still carrying water today for Mel.
Oh man, that's not a person you want to carry water for. Even the person who was carrying the water for her quit. Yeah, so they Lemon was like, well, hey, if you want to come on up. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna run up because it was right before my stream, and I was like, look, like I'm sorry, like I don't know this lady, I don't know what she wants, I don't know anything about her. I just, I just came here to hang out. That's all.
In fact, she did a live stream today to cover for Mel.
There is no covering. You can't cover for Mel. You literally can't. There's nothing you can do for that bitch. Is the music still playing in the background?
Is what?
The music, is it still playing in the background?
I haven't heard music yet.
Oh, that's weird. All right, well, we'll leave it off. Stop, girls. Now you get to listen to my dogs throw their water bowls around.
Dude, I'm so used to it. I've got a new puppy, and we've been trying to hammer some wrinkles into his brain for like the past week, and he's just starting to get a couple of wrinkles.
I feel like I'm being trolled here, Firm. There is no music. It's all in your head. Yeah, mine still like to throw their bowls around. Yeah, she's putting her foot in her bowl right now, like, feed me, you already ate.
And then they'll start flinging it around, yep.
Oh, yeah, in the morning when I come down, like, I have to search for their bowls. Let's see who's.
It's like an Easter egg hunt every morning, and they're angry.
Let me put an overlay up real quick. I think it's Jess, but I can't check names. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep. Jess, is that you, my darling?
Yes, it's me.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
We're good.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. I haven't been around much lately, so I've missed a lot. I've kind of been going in and out, just
in and out of YouTube or in and out of the tomato?
Yeah.
Pause.
Oh, both.
Oh, yeah. What's keeping you busy?
My little kitties. And I'm in the middle of moving and stuff like that too at the moment.
I hate moving. I'm so glad I haven't moved in like over 10 years.
Yeah, it's been about 8 years since the last time I moved. 7 years, something like that.
Moving is so stressful.
It is. Like, I would rather just throw everything away.
I burned my house down about 5 years ago. Starting over ain't easy.
Oh, I bet it's not. I bet it's not. Although I am looking forward to the day when the kids are both like out and off, to college or wherever. And
Got bad news for you, Sarah. They keep coming back.
Yeah, I have two adult daughters, and they show up once a week like clockwork for cash.
Well, what I'm saying though is I can't wait till they can leave, and then I can just downsize into a tiny little nothing and don't have to keep walking up 3 fucking flights of stairs to get to the next floor.
What a bet. Just when you think you're going to downsize, here they come with kids in tow.
You know
Next
what?
thing you know, you got 14 grandchildren. I got a new
That's
grandchild.
That's what Daddy's for. Daddy can do that. I can.
You got one coming, Sasquatch? First one?
Second. And this one's due on April 20th.
Aww,
420.
I sat down with that girl and I said, listen, I know you're going to think I'm crazy. She said, I'm not naming my daughter Mary Jane. I said, just hear me out. Hear me out, all right?
Oh, that'd be cruel.
No, it's a boy.
That'd be even crueler.
Yeah, I'm not going to name him Sue. We could name him Bomba Clock, though.
Oh, Lord.
Actually, a fun idea having like if you had a little girl born on 420 and you named her Mary Jane, like.
Oh yeah, no. But here's the thing is she was like, my mom's already talked to me about it. I'm not going to do
it. Well, babies never come on time anyways. They're either early, 2 weeks early or 2 weeks late.
Look at me. I was born at 2:21 in the morning on February 2nd. That doctor has no sense of humor, madam. I could have been born at 2:22 on February 2nd, which is 22222.
Aw.
And he
I'm
giggled when he wrote that one.
I'm proud to say I'm an April baby, and for live streaming, I like to celebrate my birthday around 420, just because everybody else seems to enjoy it. But yeah, so maybe we'll be celebrating my birthday stream and your grandbaby's birthday at the same time.
I have a unique, being a groundhog, it's kind of a thing, right? So on my birthday, I do something called a groundhog roast, where you come in and just burn me out however you want to. You just come tell me whatever you don't like about me. I don't mind. But here's the thing. The flamethrower goes both ways. Next day, no judgments, no hate. It is perfectly all above board, and I'll stream for about an hour, and then I start drinking. And when I get to the point where one of my mods tells me it's over, I end it and go to pass out somewhere. but I've done it for the past 4 years. It has been tons of fun. The second one was probably the best because I think I had like 312 people in there that night. It was one of my very, very big streams. North Carolina tire hunter rated my stream, and he had like 700 people in there when he was whatever he was doing. And he come up on panel after the fact, and we sat there all freaking night and just mutilated each other about how fat and dopey and stupid. I think I hurt that man's feelings because about 2 weeks later he went and got a gastric bypass.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if the 370 that are watching right now are all the people that fell asleep and just have continued being rated and passed along sleeping. Because it'll automatically push you to the next stream if there's a raid.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if they're all asleep. Because I would imagine.
Do you care though?
Or no, I don't. I don't care either way. Or they don't want to hit the subscribe button so that they can chat. But guys, you can hit the subscribe button, wait 10 minutes and chat, and then if you leave here and you think, I don't really like that channel, I just wanted to be in the chat, then you can just simply unsubscribe again.
Actually, don't even worry about that. Wait about a week and YouTube will unsubscribe for you. You won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's true too.
Right. I was born at 3:11 a.m. on 11/3.
That's nice.
Wow.
See, that doctor had a sense of humor. Mine.
I like this. Lost Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's pretty good.
Hey, I wonder how many people are in chat dead that have just been passed around like some phone.
Because I'm like,
that's dark.
Because I'm thinking to myself, like, why are there 376 people now watching, but just so few in the chat?
You're obviously just that dynamic, Sarah. Take the validation, girl.
They're all trying to troubleshoot your internet, and they just can't type. They just hadn't realized it.
That's funny.
No, dude, I couldn't sit through most of that farcical debate. It got better towards the end when Home Chick got drunk enough just to start piping off. What was her name? Nadine? Nina. Right. That was funny. That was enjoyable. I was a little bit perturbed that nobody seemed to have the balls to really stand up against her in her own phrasing, because she did kind of just disregard everyone else's opinions and positions just out of hand because, and I quote, "You didn't do the work."
Yeah,
like,
that was
maybe I read that crap when it happened.
We need to do an actual like drunk debate. Artie, stop spilling your water. Stop it.
Sasquatch. Behave yourself.
Well, I'm not going to start behaving myself now. Sorry.
No, it's 2:00. No, I think we need to do like a drunk stream where we start off. Everybody does a shot before they give their opening statement, and then like every time you interrupt somebody, you have to do another shot.
Wait a second. We would have to look for people that we know are at least amenable when drunk. Some people aren't amenable at all.
True.
Well, you also have to get people who enjoy debating, enjoy drinking, and can try to do both.
Right. And so we're looking for people who have live streamed drunk previously and managed it well.
Yeah. Andrew Wilson.
I've done it both ways.
I don't think Nina counts as doing it well.
Actually, I think she did fairly well up until about the midway of the stream, and then it just, it built
the liquor hit.
Yeah.
I don't think she was drinking
Yeah,
box
definitely.
wine.
I think it hit her all at once at the end.
That's what it's saying.
I don't know why she felt the need to drink though. It wasn't like I I mean, this like our debates are fun and kind of lighthearted, and you can literally spend the whole time ad homing, and I won't give a shit, right? Like as long as you don't interrupt each other, you say whatever you want. It's your
Oh,
fucking
the
show.
over talking tonight was a killer.
It was kind of like I don't know how much more I could elaborate because
Part of that is lag and latency. And once you've started talking and realize someone's talking over you,
no, there was
conscious
definitely some
decision.
there was definitely some blatant like I'm going to interrupt yous.
Yes, no doubt.
And yeah, I don't think a whole lot of that was latency based or like, oh, they paused for a quarter of a second. I don't think any of it was that. I think it was, and Grid, yeah, I love Grid to pieces, but he's very well known for doing that. I mean, he even interrupted her closing statement, and I'm
I mean,
like,
clearly
Grid.
he's the main character.
But yet he's
Yeah.
the first one to say, "How dare you interrupt me?"
Yeah, he does. He doesn't like it being done to him, but he's always the first one to do it to everyone else. And I'm not complaining. It makes, for obviously fun content.
Yep.
Yeah, but he does it a lot. And then Nina was definitely doing it a lot. And I already knew those two were going to be at each other's throats. And like the way I set up panels, I set it up strategically to where I have only one loud person on each side. And they definitely went to town on each other, just as I presumed. They just had no respect for me asking them to stop interrupting.
For sure.
Yeah.
I dig it.
But it happens. I mean, all great panels come with mod getting yelled at and ignored. So.
Agreed. I mean, if there's no strife going on, it's pretty much a boring panel.
Yeah, like this one.
I
Somebody yell at me.
This is the wrap up. We're all tuning down. You've been going for 4 hours. You know you're about tapped out. It's
almost five.
Yeah, this is where we're at. We're trying to kill that last 20 minutes so we can have a nice even framework. Because I'm autistic, it makes me crazy when we end on like the 42 or the 43. Man, what's wrong with you people? Just wait to 45.
I still can't believe there's over 300 watching. That just makes me, because like we're not doing anything crazy.
Are they bots?
I don't think they're bots because they wouldn't
Is Trump a bot?
through, would they? I don't know. He showed up on Flo's panel the other day. And
He's
I was
killing
like,
it.
oh my God, yes.
Oh, he's killing it. That's damn sure.
Yeah. And he even because they the other day on Flows, like they were even asking his questions about like tariffs and this and that. And not only does he have the voice down, but he has the concepts down too. So it was even
He did
better.
the same thing. He did the same thing tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I missed
That's
that because I was in the middle of yelling at my internet.
I brought my wife in to hear it, and I didn't explain. I just handed it to her. She put the things on, and then just looked at me. It didn't even look at the screen. Didn't see the name. Nothing. She go. I'm like, I don't know, dude. It might be Trump. That sounds like the kind of troll Trump would do, is to pretend to be himself in places.
Oh my God.
That is so hilarious to me. I mean, you wouldn't know. You'd be able to talk frankly to somebody that you think is pretending to be the president. He'd be able to hear exactly whatever it is that's going on in reality. It's brilliant.
True.
How big's this channel, Sasquatch? Pretty good size, ain't it?
What was the name? It was Trump.
Trump
Quest. I thought it was Quest. Trump Quest.
That's the back name, but I thought it could have been Trump. Yeah, I don't know. Trump Quest or Trump Parody, either way. That is pretty funny, though. That's a good. Definitely, that person. I hope they're monetized.
Oh, dear God, if it's this guy, it's
Well, he
8,000.
probably legally had
This
to put
channel.
parody on.
The about says man who sounds like Donald Trump.
Yeah, I bet he had to legally type in parody on it.
Oh wow, he does. He'll do cameo voices for you.
Wow.
That's
Here he is.
cool.
How many does he have? A big
8,000. 8,000.
Nice.
On 9 videos.
Nice.
Wow.
Man, I
Yeah.
should have had him, if I wasn't busy dealing with the internet, I should have had him say, like, Raging Tomato is the best tomato. There's nothing else like it.
I'm sorry I didn't think of it. My dumb ass put on my Alex Jones voice and started talking to him because I thought it would be funny.
Well, I'm sure he'll be back another time.
I hope so. That was too much fun.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I'd have had some warning. I could have thought up some good straight up Alex Jones lines. We could have.
Well, he just popped in and then.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I'd do it. If I was president, sitting there on my cell phone with my little Bluetooth in my ear.
Bum, 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 bum,
Right.
And you know he doesn't sleep much, so.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Basement Jesus. How are you?
So I'm fine. It's like this. Some people don't believe that this is actually Trump. They believe he got killed on that day, and that after he was carried away, it was a dum-dum round, and this is the replacement. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, I'll see if I can reach out to him. Oh, I wonder if he'll do a debate. Could you imagine having him, like, the Trump parody come do a debate?
Yeah. Oh, dear Lord, man. Yes. Dude, the first thing I thought was like, do you know what wonderful shorts I could make with this?
No, I got to get Trump and Jim Bob. Jim Bob should debate as
No,
Jordan.
we gave him Jack Talcott's.
I'll get Jim Bob, because Jim Bob can do the Jordan Peterson voice, and they can just have a debate: Jordan Peterson versus Trump.
Alex Jones moderating.
Yeah.
As long as you leave the gay frogs at home.
Oh.
It's the fluoride stare.
Oh boy. Oh, that's an interesting one. Find someone that does a good Biden. Yeah.
You could put a literal fruit on a stool.
Yeah, no, definitely, Naomi. Feel free to post away. Sharing is caring. Jack will be on that. What are you getting into, dog? What'd you find? What did you find?
I to the puppy I've got. It's a pink goblin.
What did you get into? What is that? Trash now. Jack will be on the Missing Link live tomorrow. Lindsay, don't miss it. Oh, like the Missing Link? That show? Yeah, I think that would be funny. I gotta reach out to the Trump guy, see if he would be willing to have like a parody debate. Maybe keep it short, like maybe an hour or less, because I know doing a voice for too long can be.
I get the impression that he just talks that way now.
Maybe, but I know if I asked Jim Bob to do the Jordan Peterson, like that's you know on your vocals for that kind of stuff.
Is it disturbing how much Jordan Peterson sounds like Kermit the Frog?
Yeah, people ask for wrenches all the time. I like to give it time. That you have to show loyalty. Like Naomi was in my chat for a very long time, long time before she asked me for a wrench. So we'll see. We'll see, ABC.
Yeah, that's her MO. Every channel she goes.
Yeah, we don't hand them out like candy. We're very, as some people I give wrenches to protect them, right, from other people. But then other people I give who actually do like work, like Naomi.
Right.
Or Uncle Guns. He's a great wrench too. He's been here since the beginning.
You just got to watch the emotional ones like Flo.
Yeah.
Dude, I gave Ember's Mad World a wrench in my chat. She come in one night and straight up massacred the thing. She blocked everybody.
Oh.
Well, she did that in Flo's too, if you remember right, Sasquatch.
Who was
it's
that?
Like M's Mad World, Barbie. One night, out of the blue, she just started plowing everybody down.
She's mowed the chat. It was an amazing display of destructive capability.
Let me add Sports Brand up. Sports Brand, is that you, my love?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you much.
Hi.
Very welcome.
Okay.
How you guys doing?
Hey. What's up?
Amazing.
Romano.
Better than I deserve.
Romano's also a very loyal chatter here, and he's very helpful. And you guys are always dropping everybody's links and keeping the chat clean, and it's nice. It's nice seeing everyone.
But not light skinned.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
Nothing. It wasn't nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't go to my channel to look at something.
Mm-hmm.
Cat Williams fusses at me for being white every time I go to my channel.
Mm-hmm. How are you, Sport Brand? What have you been up to?
I'm doing well. You know, maintaining. How are you doing, Miss Sarah?
How you doing? I'm doing all right.
Hey, I'm walking over here.
I'm walking. Hey, Mikey, he likes it. Adrian, your condominium.
Come on, Sarah. Come on. I have a stupid accent. I know.
I didn't say
Sorry,
it was
you're talking
stupid.
to a man from Georgia. Don't tell me about a stupid accent.
Caucasian. Actually, I was born in Georgia, so I feel you.
I would apologize, but it's the greatest land on earth. Stay away.
100%. That red clay, best soil in the world.
Georgia always smelled funny when I had to drive through it, and I've had to drive through.
That's the
Georgia,
paper.
like,
That's the paper mills.
I'm
The
telling
place
you.
stinks. That's a polite way of saying the place fucking stinks.
Which interstate were you on, madam? Was that I-10 or I-16 or I-20?
I don't remember. This was like, I think I was like 18
I
years
got
old.
dollars to donut says it was I-10 because that's paper country.
God, I swear, like I saw the "Welcome to Georgia" sign, and it was like, I don't know,
Red some
late
fart.
spring, early summer. Had my windows down, and I'm like, what the fuck is that smell?
Paper mill.
And I didn't stop smelling the smell until I saw the sign for the next state. Past the next pass into the next state, and I'm like, fresh air again. What the fuck just happened?
Paper mills do stink.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing with Pennsylvania. Out in Pittsburgh, it smells the same way.
Pittsburgh is bad.
Especially when the steel mill. Yep.
That's another one of them cases of riding through is worse than living there. You know.
Yep.
Because you just hit you full force in the face. It's like going down near Brunswick, where they've got all the
my God, yes.
things. That place smells like rancid death because it has a paper mill and this huge oyster factory. And
you gotta get used to it. You have to grow up there, and you lose the smell.
Even when you grow up there, you leave and you come
Are
back.
you sure it doesn't like leak into your skin and you don't fucking stink like that shit? Like fuck that.
Like you get nose blind to it.
Yeah, you do. But if you buy a car from over there that's been there for like years, every time you turn on the heater for the first time, it'll sound
Yes. Oh my God! Yes.
Flashbacks.
It hits you real hard. Yeah, it hits you real hard.
Shout out to you, Carney.
Fuck that.
That's funny. That's so funny.
Angela, I don't know if, I'm not really one to be interviewed because I don't have strong, opinions on stuff. Mainly I'm a moderator and I'm a neutral platform. So I'm not really like the interesting person to interview. But usually we host people here. So maybe we could get Missing Link on over here or something.
I disagree. She was an excellent guest. I had fun that night. I was utterly shocked at some of the behavior that took place after the show. In fact, if you go and watch it, you can see me sitting there with my jaw hanging open, going, "What is going on?" That was disturbing.
My life story. I'm not that interesting. I'm actually a pretty boring person overall. I mean, yeah.
Oh, come on, Sarah. Everybody's life story is interesting.
I mean, I guess. I mean, you have to leave out most of the
Non-fiction beats
details.
fiction always.
Yeah, but you have to leave out a lot of details only because.
Well, it's only if you want to be open about it, right? Like everybody's story is interesting. Well,
Yeah.
something
Right.
to contribute.
Well, I have a very boring childhood, but I tell it in an interesting way.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, 232 acres of uncut virgin forest. It was like being Christopher Robin. I had an unlimited backyard and all the space you could possibly play. But at the same time, there was nobody around. ever. As a byproduct of that, call it loneliness if you want to, I learned to do stupid stuff like trap, fish, track, everything to do with firearms, everything to do with canoeing,
Very nice.
piloting, navigating by stars or sun, moon, the freaking watch method. Like, I didn't have nothing better to do, so I did stuff.
Land nav.
All kinds of stuff, dude. Like,
What? Wait, if I can ask, what's your favorite firearm?
The one that goes boom boom.
that's the same as mine, Sarah.
There when I need it. I mean, really, it depends on what are we doing. Are you talking about just like sidearm, like my EDC, or are we talking like I like to curl up with at night? When I'm
overall in general.
Overall in general,
If you had to pick just one,
I would love to have a Wolverine 22, one of those little aluminum jobs, looks like a ray gun. Most beautiful handgun ever made in history.
Is it like a Browning?
It's just they made 22s, dude. They're beautiful. Some are nickel plated, some are brass plated.
I gotta look those up. I'm not
Look 'em
familiar.
up, dude. They're amazing. They're
Very nice.
amazing, dude. They're beautiful. Every single one of them.
Was it a revolver or a semi-auto?
It's a little semi-auto, and it's like a woman's pistol, but almost all of them come with every handles or polished steel, or they're silver or gold or copper or bronze, brass, whatever. They're beautiful, dude. They're made to be individual works of art.
I love how Sasquatch is the only one that's cammed up and looking pretty, right dead in the center.
Somehow ugly and drop dead handsome.
I'm gonna get a camera soon. Don't worry.
You don't use your phone?
No, I don't. I actually, no, I should probably, but I use my desktop.
I don't like my kids in the background. That's why I don't have my camera on very often.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't either. Yeah, I kind of like being able to stream from the phone at this, like I'm doing now, only because it's like I can walk around the house and switch my seating position and yada yada yada. But
the best use of a cell phone in StreamYard is to have a desktop setup where you set everything up and run everything, and then you can pick up your phone and come in backstage and run everything from your phone until you need to be at the desktop to perform some task. You can walk back in, do the one thing, and then walk back off. And as long as you're not actually talking, no one will notice the fact that you're operating from backstage rather than on stage, provided you put up an avatar.
Very good point. Very good point.
yeah, that makes sense. But I have to be on, like, it makes sense that I'm on cam, especially when
Sure.
I have to.
What I'm saying is when you walk away, right, you've got to go do something. And you're like earlier, you were like Sasquatch is in charge and you had to go do something. You could have been listening to the whole thing when you walk out without the lag of listening to it on YouTube. That way, if you need to kick somebody out, you could do it with your cell phone on the spot if needed.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. I mean, usually I'm pretty quick.
Sure, I'm not debating that. I'm just saying I personally have gotten up and walked away from my panel and saved myself because I had it handy.
That makes sense. I think that I've thought about something kind of similar to that before, but the panel is usually pretty respectful if I have to walk away.
Well, you've done some good filtering. You've done some truly magnificent filtering. You've hooked a handful of people that are good people to help moderate the channel, and that does a world of good for the first step of filtration before they get to the panel.
Right. Yeah,
That helps a lot.
That makes sense.
All right, folks. I'm going to bounce before I start snoring.
Aw. Well, good night, Chuck.
Good night. All right, y'all have a good one. Yep.
Yep.
But you also do a face-to-face, whether it's live or backstage or however, where you decide how much you trust a person, how much you're going to go. You make your personal decision on how much leeway you're going to give them. And if someone up here was up here and you didn't trust them, you'd have dropped them backstage and just said it was technical issues or whatever. Just skip it. Doesn't matter why. It's your channel.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think we do pretty good with kind of forcing the hand of putting up an overlay, making people voice confirm and all that, and
that's brilliant. Yes.
Like making them feel uncomfortable on the way in the door. Like, you're not going to show a penis, are you? And they're like, no. And it kind of like puts them back in their place for a hot minute, I think.
Right.
Because nobody likes to be asked that weird ass question on the spot when they're first.
Don't judge me. Kink shame is not allowed. I've got it on good authority.
But yeah, I think we've done a pretty good job with kind of like, I don't mind the fuckery, but you don't want to fuck around and find out on my behalf. Like,
right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty lenient. I block people for some amount of time. If they do something that transgresses enough, you'll get NIG in chat before you're blocked, and you're not coming back.
I'm cool being timed out. I can be an asshole sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to cut anybody off at the knees. It's just that I have a channel to protect, and it's not my choice. What YouTube sees as being offensive or whatever. That's not me. That's YouTube, and I can't let it go that far.
We're all working in certain confines. I mean, that's life, right?
Yeah, if your law-abiding citizen, you abide by the laws.
Well, the laws are changing all the time, right?
Are they?
I would say so.
I would just
the only thing consistent is change. So I guess in some degree you're right.
If they would just enforce the laws as written on the books currently, without the interpretation that's been going on.
Well, don't the books change?
It takes a little bit to do it. You have to do things like setting precedent. You have to countersue certain verdicts. You have to like the whole thing that happened with Roe versus Wade has to make its way through the entire freaking process and get to some people that are like, wait, no, that's crazy. Don't do that.
So you mean more like the Constitution?
Personally, I am a constitutionalist.
I am also. I think we agree on that.
So the Constitution doesn't change, though. It's the interpretations thereof.
It can. It just changes a lot slower. The laws on the books can change during any minute. They can just change based on certain people's aptitudes or ideas.
That's where the interpretations change according to society and culture.
But that's the point of overturning Chevron.
The law still maintains, right? The law still stays exactly as is, but it's the interpretation thereof that adjusts according to society, based on the judgments. And it would take a lot of reinterpretation, for instance, for something to actually be overturned or changed, or like an added caveat or something to an interpretation. It takes a lot for a judge to be willing to do that, because the one thing that they like is to rely on precedents.
Yeah.
And
Well,
in
that's
order
that's why Chevron deference matters so much. When they overturned Chevron deference, it eliminated the individual organizations from being able to interpret their own charter. They have to take the legalese definitions of the words back to heart and enforce things based on the legalese and not how they feel about the language.
Yeah. In Montero, I have actually the YouTube recommended chat filter, so certain words will not appear and so on and so forth. And I do that because I have a platform to protect, and when the wrong words get put in and things are said and done XYZ, it's just like, you can certainly watch the show. That's free of charge. You can certainly be in the chat, but you have to be a subscriber. Like, being in chat, I believe, is a privilege, not a right. But while you are here, you will mind your manners and not risk the platform with words that can put us at risk.
As an observation,
Mm-hmm.
YouTube, I'm a free speech advocate. YouTube is not a free speech platform. It has its own rules, and I have to abide by them, and so do you. It is not a discussion of free speech at any point in time, because we are not permitted to grace.
Exactly. It's a private company. Now, if you want free speech, you can walk outside and yell at the screen while you're watching the video or whatever. That's your free speech right there. But as far as the chat is concerned, we are part of a private platform that does not acknowledge that concept within POS guidelines.
It's not a thing. It's a non sequitur. It's a non-starter. It doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. If you're talking about free speech on YouTube, you're just sitting happily in a corner playing with yourself.
I like to do that.
Yes.
Ooh,
Whoa.
jug.
You're in the cuck chair in the hotel room. Check. Gotcha. All right.
Hi, Robert. Welcome back, my friend.
Oh, Robert, my man. Mr. Meet my Gumbada over there.
I feel like that might be racist, sir, but I'm not sure what you said. So try.
It's Italian. It's Italian for my friend. Yeah, I'm a bit that. He's my Gumbada. He's a good guy. Robert's a great guy.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Always. I mean, cannoli's always better than guns.
Yeah.
What just happened? Somehow I'm having culture shock, and I'm not sure why. I mean, I'm not sure if I should stab you or thank you, but whichever one's appropriate.
Hey, either one's fine. Just don't hit me in the organs.
Right, just a little ice pick to the key. That's all.
It's no big deal, dude. It's no big deal.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. Hey.
Oh, damn.
Man, this has been like a long couple of weeks on YouTube.
Yeah, what was up with the whole I forgot the guy's name now.
Sir, we can't hear the voices inside.
The Silk Road founder debate, right?
That was
nobody was in the debate has ever bought anything off the Silk Road.
Oh no, I wouldn't admit to that either.
I will. I have.
All right. Wait. God, save my channel. I've got the FBI raid clip that I drop when people say that.
Oh yeah. Oh geez, the FBI. Oh geez.
No, I'm just saying, it's just
I gotta worry about those guys. They got their heads up their asses. I'm fine with that. Yo,
As far as I can tell, they're too busy arresting each other to get to any of us.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Thank you. I don't gotta worry about those guys. What are you talking
It's
about?
like the Spider-Man meme.
guys.
Have a federal investigation to get out of here. What are we talking about? What are you gonna do?
I mean, I gotta admit, dude, you sound like you can get away with it.
Hey, I'm walking here. Can you say that, sport brand?
Yeah. Do you want me to say it again?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm walking over here. What are you doing over here?
No, that was a
Swung on and missed.
That wasn't
Try
good.
one
That
more
wasn't
time,
good.
sir.
That wasn't even close. You sounded like a 12-year-old Italian. Come on. Better.
A 12-year-old Italian is still.
No. You
basically
sounded like
grown-ass
someone
man.
acting in a stage play in the park.
Hey, I'm walking over here.
No,
What are
gotta
you
go
doing over
deeper.
here? Hey.
You gotta go deeper.
What the funniest thing is, I'm not Italian.
Well, you
I got the hardcore industrial accent. That's all.
you're typical
That's the funniest thing.
northeastern.
Can you say water for me?
Water.
Okay.
And my sexy,
have a glass of water. A nice ice
my
water.
sexy, shut up. My
Yeah.
sexy Naomi is sending more than nudes today. She comes in with the big 2 to kindly remind all you fucktards to send your donos, boys.
Yeah, grift it up. Grift it up, guys. Come on.
Mhm.
Come on. Send
We are
Sarah
here to do the
couple
grifting
bucks.
tonight. The whole point of this is to acquire your funding. We simp for shows. That is what we do. We are professional simps, and we are willing to shout you out for cash. Robert Demetra? Demetra?
See?
Demita?
See? Now
Demita.
I'm an honorary one. Let's go. Let's go.
Robert
Thank you, my brother
Demita, come. Shut up.
Are you? Does that?
I apologize. I apologize, sir.
Shut up. Robert Demita coming in with the Big 10 sport. Yes, you are. I made you an honorary Italian. It's official. He's Italiano.
Does that mean you get the charcuterie every Christmas?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean that's a given. Yeah.
Thank you, Robert.
You can't
You
not have
marry
that.
into that? I want that.
I want chicken nuggets and mashed potatoes
From KFC or
Wait, what?
homemade?
and a Diet Coke.
Yeah, that's KFC.
No, I could literally make that at home right now.
You're gonna make a Diet Coke.
Yeah, you gotta try like actual real chicken nuggets, chopped up chicken breast, double breaded.
But the double breaded, and then you flip it in the flour, and then you throw it over here.
Hold on. Sarah, let him finish. I was almost there. You tried to laugh.
Yo, Sarah, you're killing me right now.
Not making you laugh, eh?
What are you doing?
Mario. That's what you sound like more.
Oh, are you serious right now? Are you serious? I can talk like you too, Sarah. I can talk like hello everyone.
Italian.
Yo, hello everyone. How are you doing?
Not even close.
You sound like the trans.
That significantly deeper voice is what I have. Are you crazy? Coming up with the big 2 says, little at a time, it lasts longer.
Wait, are you saying I'm not supposed to like shove it all in at once?
No, you're supposed to glide it in nice and easy.
But then I tell her that she likes it.
Oh boy.
Yo, Sarah, pause, real quick.
Pausing. Plumpy coming in with the big 2 says, well, how dirty do I get to talk to Naomi? Oh, Plumpy's got a thing for Naomi. You can't have her. She's mine. I get her nudes. Okay. Don't you go flirting with Plumpy. You stop that now. You're mine. Sorry. Look, we got them all confused. What the fuck is going on in here? Well, we're all talking Italian, okay?
Yeah, this is delicious chaos. I love every second of it.
If I can for 1 second, King Blackout said he wants me to say mozzarella, and that's the Italian type. It's not mozzarella or mozzarella. It's mozzarella.
That's right, baby. You're all mine.
Yeah, nobody can have Naomi. Nobody can
Pause,
have
Sarah.
her.
Pause.
She's mine. Stay off
It's
her.
mozzarella. It's mozzarella.
Yeah,
That's how you.
get
That's how
the
you say
fuck out of here
mozzarella.
with that. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Pew pew on you, honey.
What?
We can go up into the Jersey style. We could talk that way too. We can get in that little
Hey.
rampant of a bunch.
Hey,
But you
Jersey.
want me to
Jersey's
come
only
do
good
your
for
hair?
tomatoes.
I gotta. No, honey. We gotta get some more
This
gel.
must be
up
what
in
going
your
mad feels like.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's so funny.
Why aren't you laughing instead of telling me it's funny?
Because that's how we do it. That's how we do it. You say it's funny. You just say it's really funny. You don't laugh
We have
about
to
it.
make clear
That's
statements
that's
around it because
feminine.
people don't
That's
understand.
feminine. If you laugh about it all the time, that's feminine.
Don't forget the cannoli. Leave the gun. Take
So
the
you only
cannoli.
laugh when it's really funny, or
Yeah, when I can't control myself.
or is it when it's really funny you just say it's funny?
A little bit of both.
That makes no sense, sir.
What
Watch it.
female on YouTube isn't married or divorced?
Ah.
I don't know. I mean, we're probably all
You're
robots.
setting a pretty
anyways.
high bar, sir.
We're all robots. We're all AI actually. None of us are actually real people because
I knew it.
no woman in her right mind would come deal with all of this crazy ass shit and all of these women hating men and all of the commentary. She's ugly. She's like 70 years old. She's wrinkly. Whatever. Yeah.
I had a guy tell me that I look like a strung out Bo Burnham.
I would have said a shit stain, but whatever, it all works.
And then they told me that I look like a worn out Rob Zombie.
Oh, damn.
I decided on that day that I'm not taking offense to any of this because that's funny.
That is pretty funny.
Naomi, he may be the only man getting in those panties, but I know I'm certainly the only woman getting in them too. Yes, ma'am.
We're talking about
Caucasian muted
Caucasian?
himself. He muted himself.
Caucasian. I think it's directed towards you.
What did I do? I'm sorry.
No,
I was
you were
coughing.
no worries. No worries.
I'm probably guilty though.
That's right, baby. You are so right. Extra small. Right up the little butt crack, too. Tiny little G-string.
Floss.
Oh, Sarah,
floss.
pause. That's too descriptive.
Sir, shut up.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
I know. It's over
You're
here.
good, Sarah. Tell me more.
Oh, no, we're done. Oh, look at that. They're probably sharing earbuds right now, listening to me talk, and every time you guys start talking, you kill the mood.
Oh, I have a tendency to do that.
That's specifically what I'm here for.
You do. Small butts for life. Nah, mine's not small. I will say it, like, it's not a fat ass, but it's definitely it's a cute little
Can you
bubble
clap
butt.
without hands?
I could never do that. It's too like muscular of a bubble butt, so it doesn't move a whole lot.
Down here, madam, we call that ladder ass.
It's a ladder.
But the thing is it's like a bodacious booty, but then it doesn't move because it's solid muscle.
Yes.
It's from carrying stuff up and down steep inclines and stuff, walking up hills, cross country and stuff.
Or walking 10 fucking flights of stairs a day.
That'll do it. That's exactly it.
Ew, cottage cheese ass. Sounds mushy.
Now you're talking my language.
Not good.
I ever tell you how I pick up women? I put a little bit of bacon grease behind one ear and a little bit of maple syrup behind the other. And I wait until it gets pretty late at the bar, and then I go find the biggest behemoth in there, lean over and ask her what she wants for breakfast.
Lindsay's on there trying to magnify her ass already.
Yo,
Shit.
yo, Sasquatch, I'm stealing that.
Good luck, brother. I stole it first.
Ah, damn. Damn. I'm just gonna...
I'll tell you what, it never misses.
Mm.
You don't ask her if she's coming home with you. You
If
ask where she
you
wants for breakfast.
if you have a membership, throw the Riz donuts in the chat for me, please. I can't do it on this end now.
I'm sure
I
there
need
are some chicks that work.
Riz donuts everywhere because these boys are risen up those poor donuts. So if you are green, there's a little emoji button at the bottom. Hit that and hit the purple and pink Riz donut, please, for me. Thank you. Oh, yes. Look at all those Riz donuts. Yes. Yes.
Look like a cop shop.
Yes. Are these like creamy on the inside or on the outside?
Both when I'm done with it.
Sasquatch, you savage son of a bitch, you.
Dude, it's all about timing. It's all about timing. I swear to God, you don't get to decide what you think is funny, first of all. That's why you laugh at a funeral. Think about it. You didn't go to a funeral to laugh. You went there thinking, okay, I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to laugh. And then inevitably,
I have to hold the laughs in on certain funerals, to be honest.
Thank you, Robert, for the gifted membership. You're so thoughtful. Always thinking about others. The gift that keeps on giving. Oh, who's sniping us? Are we being sniped? Anybody want to roll around the...
Oh, no. Yeah, who's got the dope? Somebody give us the intel. We'll watch us watching them watching us.
Oh, well, I can't do... Well, I guess you could pull up your screen and I could pop it on there, but... Pop it like hot. Riz.
But speaking of funerals, right? Like I've been to some of my buddies' funerals where they go, well, he was a great guy. He was a great guy, and his mother loved him, and all these other things. I had to hold my laughs in because none of those things were true. That was just funny. That was funniest to me as anything. The guy was
What's
a giant
dirt sniper.
Not really sure. I'm assuming that you're talking stuff about a guy who's already in the dirt.
Like in the prone position?
He's in a casket.
Oh.
You're making fun of a guy who's already gone and not around.
Thank you,
And-
Robert. Dirt shoot.
Yo, shout out to everybody grifting to Sarah right now. It's awesome. She deserves it.
Yeah, pay her. Give her cash. It's the only way to get any clothes off. I don't know, you got me.
I don't know. Flo, I think he just texted me. Who just fucking... Oh, I hate this. There we go. There's the one I was looking for. He just texted me. I think he's gonna live stream.
Yeah, he set up his own thing. I'm not allowed to discuss other things happening concurrent with his show, so you know.
Mm-hmm. So you got something going on over there?
I don't know. I'm not allowed to discuss it. I'm not at liberty to disclose that information, madam.
Mm-hmm.
He won't let me talk about yours on his show, so I can't talk about his on your show.
No, I think we share pretty well on the airspace.
Yeah, no, but he has a flat zero discussion of other live stream policy, just flat absolute. No, he's booted me before because I slipped up. Somebody was like, "Hey, Sasquatch, come over and give me a hand," and I was like, "I got to go do something for this guy." He just went live. I was leaving anyway, but still, I mean, I have no doubt that it was a 100. I was paying the rest of the night. Like it wasn't just right there. I'm freaking as close to a producer as he has, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, like, I don't mind it. Like, now, if somebody comes into my chat and, like, disengages the chat by being like, hey, such and such is live, something crazy's going on there, right? And it has nothing to do with my show or our community or whatever, and, like, it's not something I could, bringing it up on screen Or maybe like we're in the middle of a debate or something and there's nothing I can do about it. You know, that would piss me off. But like if we're doing this, I don't give a shit.
No,
Like,
I
It
run a
is
bit
pretty
of a
rude.
promotion show, so and my mods, if you come into chat, my mods notice you. Chances are they're going to drop your link. It might not happen immediately. It might be after they finish eating or finish taking this shot or get back to the house or whatever. But almost everybody who comes through chat eventually gets their channel link dropped if they've got a legitimate channel and content.
yeah. Naomi, take off one sock, please. Are you crazy? Drop $2. That's only enough for one sock to be removed. Thank you kindly. And OPC Don, 3 months a member. Congratulations, my friend. Never disengage the chat. Yeah, that's the only thing. I have no problem if people drop other people's links for their channels. I love it. Do it. All of my wrenches are always welcome to drop links to anybody's channel. Even if it's somebody like a newcomer, I don't care. Now, unless they're like it was their first time here and they're just coming in advertising something like,
Right.
but
there's another feature there, if I may. When dropping links, I've noticed your folks, y'all have gotten pegged down. You drop links to the channel that doesn't remove people from the chat. It just opens a new window in most phones or whatnot that shows whatever channel, and you can hit the subscribe button or do whatever you want over there. That's important because if you drop links to specific videos from a channel, it takes them out of the chat. It takes them away from the live stream.
yeah, I have amazing wrenches. Ooh, Jiggly Maters just for me. Yep, she has removed one sock, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to remove the other sock, please submit another
Be
$2
really
dono.
creepy for a second. Let me see your arches.
That's funny. But yeah, I'm all about sharing is caring. So if some people are interacting in chat and they're like, hey, can I like drop your link or whatever? And if you're not a mod and you ask the mods nicely, and as long as you're not a dick to my mods, then yeah, go for it. Ooh, arches. I got a thing for arches on feet. That is sexy. We're freaking out, Robert. Poor
Right, I
Robert.
know how to be creepy in a non-creepy way. That's the real talent.
I just like to be creepy all the time.
I
I like to have them confused, and they're like, "Is she gay? Is she not gay? Is she gay?
I
Not
dude,
gay?"
I hit on guys just to make them crawl, just to watch them like cringe and stuff. I love it, man.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's any like competition in that. I think the more, like for instance, Mr. Romano Productions, he's harnessed a lot of growth, with his time in our communities, and he's kind of surfed along with our network, and I love it, and I love the fact that he hit his 1K just the other day.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it's really exciting, and I think I like to think that we're a part of that. We've made sure that he's dropped his link several times in the chat, and I'm all for it, because like, what would I lose, right? Like
Nothing.
Maybe I might have a competitive live stream with someone else, right? If they're live streaming at the same time as me, or maybe somebody leaves me altogether because they found their new favorite channel, and that's okay. But the point is that you found what you want to watch,
Right.
and that's the goal, is for you guys to be able
And I
to.
promise you, it's not the YouTube for you page that's going to find you your favorite channels. It's going to be through one of these panels where you find somebody who gave you a link that sent you to somewhere, and you met somebody there that makes little figurines, and you just love it.
Exactly. And so that's
Very
why
true.
I
Very true.
drop channel links all you want. Maybe they are here watching us because they're watching somebody that they like on panel, and maybe it's not me that they really want to see, right? And through that, they found out their favorite new Power Ranger show is just a click away. You never know.
Right.
I
Absolutely.
think it's great. I think it's awesome.
Well, you were
Wait, what?
talking about like some competitive stream in the future, and I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, one of the things I suggest to channels when I interviewed them is that they set up a schedule and stick to it, more than not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And inevitably, within a week after having interviewed them, they start an 8 p.m. show of some description that is exactly in the same time slot that I was operating in. And I just giggle and pop over there on my phone and give them a like. And depending on who it is, I might share,
Mm-hmm.
Is there really any competition? I mean, there's like 4 billion profiles out there to subscribe to you. So
Yeah, seriously. Like you're
not
competing with
competing for any particular subscriber.
literally competing with the rest of the world. Like you got to get over yourself on that one. Not you, but like the underserved you. And it's
And
like
just twist while you talk bad to me. Twist when you step.
but people are either gonna like you or they're not. They're gonna watch you or they won't. And it's
Exactly.
just keeping up with the Joneses in terms of content. And to me, I like the challenge of, I could recommend all of these other streams and keep networking outward and building upon communities as a whole. But if they don't like me, they're not going to stay anyway. So I might as well help them find their new favorite channel.
Is there a plateau at some point where the networking it becomes more effort than?
I don't know. I feel like we're reaching out. We're, expanding a little bit further and further each time. I'm almost afraid to thin myself out.
I get that.
You know what I mean? Too many new faces and then the old faces disappear. But that's also a way of keeping the content fresh too. And then when the old faces reappear, you get excited,
Right.
and there's a lot of regular panelists right now, but there's also a lot of new faces popping on, but there's also a lot of originals, like OGs coming back, people who popped on the show at the very beginning, making their way back. So
Hold on, I need to address chat right quick. K2, you're assuming I'm wearing more than you see.
I think for $10 she will remove one pant leg. Just one. That's it. That's all you get.
It's going to make it very difficult to walk around.
Yeah, for a full, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a buy one get one half off for a full 15. The pants are gone completely. Poor Naomi.
In the
What?
wind, folks.
I sleep in my jeans, to be honest. Not gonna lie.
Ew.
No. I bet you. I know
You
why.
said ew.
I know why. No. I know why you sleep in your jeans, sir. You feel
Why is that?
insecure in your location. You are worried you'll have to run away. You sleep with your jeans on and your shoes in a certain spot next to your bed so you can stand up in your shoes. Am I right?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I want to be ready for anything. If I have somebody kicking my door and whatnot, I gotta be ready and up, like in a split second. So I do sleep in my jeans. The only thing I do is I unbutton them and I unzip them, and that's my pajamas.
Just don't
really.
ask me how I know this.
I will not. But 100%. I do not sleep in pajamas. Pajamas are for like that. That's weird to me. Pajamas are weird to me. I sleep in my pants, and if I don't, I sleep in my boxers if it's too hot. But yeah, no, I have my pants right next to me, right next to my shoes or my boots, because if I have to be up and ready in a second.
I'm going to make another
it's right
guess.
there. It's right there.
You should stop messing around with married women.
What I need to stop doing is committing felonies.
That was my other guess.
Montero, if you want to purchase stocks,
They knock on the door in the middle of the night. You gotta be ready for it.
shut up.
I'm sorry.
Montero, if you look in the top right corner, There are the Sleepy Tomato socks. You can get your own pair, fresh and clean, smelling brand new right out of the package. Probably for the same amount you're offering for my socks. And I can,
Sarah, can I design you some merchandise?
yeah, sure, I'll happily. I'd love
Awesome.
Yeah, let's make a raging tomato starter.
Yeah. Oh, look, Naomi's getting, she's getting frisky over there. But joke's on you all. She's laying in bed with her hubby, so she's probably already got it all off. I don't know. It's up to you whether you
Sleeping in
want to
jeans
sleep.
is fucking uncomfortable. I don't know how you do that.
I
Fuck
can't
that.
I'm a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. I could sleep in my boots if I had to.
No.
I'm a cowboy.
I think even cowboys would take their jeans off when they go to sleep.
Nah, they actually don't. No, they actually don't. I could sleep on the floor if I had to.
I'm definitely not from the South.
I've slept on the floor. That is way more comfortable. Sleeping on the floor is way more comfortable than sleeping in fucking jeans.
Will you take all your clothes off to sleep on the floor?
It's better than sleeping in jeans. Yeah.
Hey! I want to be ready. I want to be ready. That's all.
If I was in the room by myself,
a level of comfort.
Hey,
I've gotten so used to it.
If I was in the room by myself, I would have no clothes on. But if I had people in the room with me, then I would have pants on. So it would depend if I was sharing the room.
Oh, I've shared a room with a lot of people, but I'm telling you, it depends on what jeans you buy. To be honest.
Fuck that. No jeans are comfortable when you go to sleep.
Well, I don't like sleep. To be honest, I don't like sleeping comfortable. I like sleep. I like being able to go to sleep with the ability that I can wake up and I can be ready to go when I wake up.
Caucasian Sasquatch, would you like to make your exit formally?
Other than I'm looking forward to the lawyer chick 5,000 debate. I think that's going to be tons of fun. I can't wait. I'm excited. I think it's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
I've never done anything quite like this. I've argued with people on the internet, but not in any organized format. So I think it's going to
It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Yeah. Just I would to stay structured on it, I would come up with like a few bullet points for your opening statement.
Right.
And then
I'll probably just write out an opening statement.
Yeah.
We got another week or so. So
yeah, 3 minutes or less keeps the audience. Anything over 3, it gets like even I get bored. People start.
I'm fairly succinct. I don't tend to wax too terribly philosophical too often. I tend to be to the point of bluntness. Like people get offended by it because I'm like, wait, this is true.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, y'all have a lovely evening. Thank you for having me.
Good day. You as well, Sasquatch. Have a good one.
Mm-hmm. And then there were 3. Let's see if I'm gonna. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'm gonna set up a raid so that when I do end this, it'll go over to flow state. I'll be right back.
Oh, very nice. So, Jess, you think jeans are like too much to sleep in?
Yeah, fuck that.
What's wrong with that? Like, as a man, I gotta be.
Every time I've gone to sleep in jeans, the only time I've actually slept in jeans is when I've actually been that tired. I've just passed out when I've laid down. Other than that, I've taken them off.
Well, my point being is, if I have to wake up in the middle of the night, let's say there's somebody kicking in the door, or you hear some bump in the night, I don't want to be running down there in my boxers.
Oh well.
On top of that, I don't like sweatpants at all. Those don't I can't. You can't carry a gun in sweatpants.
Well, that's a preference.
Yeah, when I have my jeans on, I can button up my jeans when I get out of bed, and I can throw my gun in my pants, and they'll hold it up. You know what I mean? I don't wear a belt. I mean, that'd be even weirder. But like, yeah, sometimes I sleep in jeans just because to be honest, I can't not anymore. I got used to it.
Sleep in your underwear like a normal person.
No, I wear underwear. I wear underwear when it's too hot out. Yeah, I sleep in my boxers, but I still got my pants
Well,
right next to me.
It's 90% of the fucking year it's hot. So
No,
as
see,
if
you live in Australia. It's hot. It's hot as hell there. Like where I'm at right now, it's 16 degrees.
Fuck
It's
that.
16 Fahrenheit, which is like it's like negative something for you guys.
Yeah, I would not wear jeans.
Jeans are just uncomfortable. I don't even like taking naps in jeans.
Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
I can. I'm almost used to it. I can't. To be honest, I can't sleep anymore without jeans on. I tried to sleep in sweatpants and whatnot, and quote unquote pajamas. I can't do it. It's just not the same. I've gotten
Hey,
so used
if you went out in your boxes, you would. If an intruder came and you went out in your boxes, you'd distract them enough where they needed, you know.
Robert Demita comes in with a big 5 and says, "Can't pack heat with sweatpants. Your buddy has a pool Glock."
Yeah, no, he's talking about one of my buddies that wears a Glock in the pools. When he swims, he keeps a Glock in his swim shorts.
Doesn't that ruin it?
No, not if you have it lubed up correctly. No,
Oh.
it's only in like salt water. It might, but like chlorine pools and fresh water, no, it's fine.
Oh.
Yeah, he swims in pools with his Glock on.
Thank you, Robert. Are we not men? Says tidy whitey. Badass. Thinking of risky business, like sliding out in the hallway with his tidy whitey.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I mean, that's kind of badass. Oh my gosh, you fell asleep in jeans and cowboy boots earlier? Holy crap. Oh, I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to be super tired to fall asleep like that.
That's what I said. That's exactly what I fucking said. Take that shit off. Fuck that.
Yeah, I don't even like to sleep with socks on.
What? No socks?
You're not supposed to sleep with socks on. That ain't even right. You gotta let your feet breathe. They gotta go.
No, see, I gotta be ready. I'd be ready and willing if and spur of the moment on the minute. I gotta get up, have my stuff ready, get out the door.
Get out the door, honey. Mm-hmm. We going commando. Man, I think I'm kind of getting sleepy. All this talk about sleeping with clothes on makes me sleepy.
You've been
You're
streaming
gonna
for a long
sleep with
time.
some jeans on, are you, Sarah?
No, I always. You know what? The one thing I love about streaming is, yeah, I have to wear a nice, reasonable shirt, but I always have sweatpants on. So I could have the cutest button-up blouse from here to high heaven and still be wearing sweatpants on the bottom. Yeah. So this way, when I go upstairs and I get ready for bed, I just wash my face, switch my shirt, take my bra off, and then poof, I'm already there. I don't even have to fix my pants. It's already there.
I sleep in a hoodie and jeans.
Oh my God, that sounds so uncomfortable.
Hey, it's useful because when you wake up, you got to be ready for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you think, guys? You ready to shut this bitch down?
Oh yeah. You've been streaming for a long time.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us, Sarah.
Oh, absolutely. You're most welcome.
Yeah, thanks much.
Guys, absolutely. 271 of you here watching. I'm willing to bet 249 of you are sleeping. The leftover few are actually here interacting. But I'm gonna end the stream and we're gonna go raid flow state. So whenever you get over there, please do me the kind favor and send a shit ton of tomato emojis at him.
Will do.
Number one, just to represent that this bitch sent you. But number two, he deserves to have tomatoes thrown at him. What do you think about that?
Let's go.
Yeah, let's fucking do it. All right, well.
He might enjoy that, Sarah.
What's that?
You might actually be giving him what he wants. He might enjoy that.
Oh, that's okay. When we raid anybody, we throw tomatoes at them because we don't fucking care. But I hope everyone had a good time tonight. And outside of that, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.